true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Angel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Natives?
Kreld?
No.
Nutmeg Natives.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
On a 1-1, Ohtani, it's a towering ball, deep right field, he flips the bat and watches it fly, 3/4 of the way up the pavilion, just a mammoth blast for his second home run, and the Dodgers are pouring it on in Game 1.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the live edition of Sean and RJ Hump Day style on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. And if you thought I had diarrhea, Bobby Belt is giving the term a brand new definition with what he's going through today. My God. So all the memes and all the all the gifs and all the gifs, that is Bobby in his bathroom as we speak. As I'm just kidding, he's got strep throat.
He's got a tickle. He even said, I've got a...
Didn't hear one word about this yesterday.
No, didn't. And then he says, woke up from my nap. And it's always with him. He always wakes up from the nap feeling bad. Got a scratchy throat. So he went to the doctor, and it was strep.
Yeah.
Which, look, This time of year, kids are in school for a month. I mean, that's a petri dish. You know this. You know this all too well.
Yeah.
It's a petri dish. But yeah, he says he's got the strep, so he needs some throat coat. That's what he needs.
Yes. So I don't know what fun you can have with him on social media. I wish Brian Schottenheimer was on today to make fun of him as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys did towards me, but Roberto is out, Peyton.
It's always the naps. We've talked about this. He goes to sleep just fine, then he wakes up. I don't know what's going on with the nap.
He's so backwards. Who wakes up worse from the nap? The nap is supposed to recharge you and reset you.
Supposed to.
Jeez, man. It's like, dude, just stop taking naps. But whatever, man. An off day for him, I guess.
Does your fiance get sick all the time being a teacher?
She usually gets hit hard probably a couple times a year by it, and it's usually around this time probably. But she's only taken off probably a couple days of, sick days at work. She usually has to, go right through it. She has to power through it because, they have a rule where if you don't call in before a certain time at night, you just got to power through the next morning. And
then Bobby gave us like a timeline. I don't know whether he was trying to say he'd be out tomorrow.
24 hour. He's at 24 hour. He's on antibiotics. And he says 24 hours till he's contagion free. So that would be today. That would be sometime today, probably around 2 o'clock.
Okay.
2 o'clock, he should be contagion free. Now, it depends if he feels like crap. That's the next. But with him, this will turn into sciatica. This will turn into, some kind of a stomach ailment. So we'll see.
All right, so there it is. Big Mouth Bobby with all his stupid little intros and his fake AIs. Out today with strep. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to hit us up.
This is where we really need to figure out AI to do something. We're just not.
All you got to do, I think, is go to Grok and
say mimic Bobby Belt.
Yeah,
that could be it.
Put in his old podcast. That's it. Instead of taking like his current radio voice, do his old school YouTube days and have a couple of intros. Ready for it.
Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
Put that in AI and have that for the below the belt intro at 8:40. But what a night I thought. What a opening day for the Major League Baseball playoffs. We had drama in basically all of them, and maybe not even drama, but arguably the biggest name in the sport getting it done last night. You heard the Shohei home run on Dodgers radio. He hits 2. He leads off the Reds series with 1, and the Dodgers win 10-5.
The Dodgers game had more runs than the other 3 games did combined. The other 3 games combined for 11 runs. The Dodgers scored 10 on their own. The Reds scored 5. If you liked pitching, that was like the first 3 games were for you. If you liked offense, it was like hey, be somewhere else. Because the starting pitchers were absolutely dominant. There was a point in the middle of the Red Sox-Yankees game, so I didn't get the last couple of innings of Crochet, but you can just add 2 more innings to it. But starting pitchers in the first 3 games yesterday threw 38 innings. They threw 38 innings, and they allowed 5 runs.
In the first game, Jose Ramirez is on third. It looks like absolute disaster for the Detroit Tigers. There's no outs. They're going to tie the game. Base running blunder. The Tigers escape, and they cement the 1-0 series lead with a 2-1 win in Cleveland. Ramirez on third. No outs. Doesn't matter. Back-to-back home runs give the Chicago Cubs a 3-1 win over the Padres. And then I remember in Oxnard, as we're out there every year for the baseball trade deadline, I remember what sideline we're standing on as we're watching Cowboys practice. And you told me people may not score a run on the New York Yankee bullpen
I know.
The rest of the year. And then as soon as Fried goes out, they flash the stats of the Yankee bullpen numbers, and I'm looking at them kind of cockeyed. I'm like, that doesn't look too great.
No.
The Yankee bullpen gives it up to the Red Sox. Boston wins 3-1 in New York.
That bullpen is either untouchable or unable to do anything. There's no kind of in between. It's they are the Sith Lords of bullpens. There is no middle ground. That was and Boone is getting beaten up for taking Max Fried out. I thought they were going to take him out an inning before, to be honest with you, because he had kind of lost his ability to throw his curveball in the spot. I thought they were going to hey, this is not a time to let him go back out there and with a 1-run lead and just miss his spot and give up a home run in that ballpark. But they bring in Weaver, who had been really good last year in the playoffs, and he could not find anything. Couldn't get anybody out. You could tell on that first batter, he couldn't get him to swing and miss. It was that's not a good sign. You don't have your stuff today. And then it just continued and snowballed from there. And now you get bases loaded, nobody out in the ninth against Chapman.
Yes.
And he gets out of the bases loaded, nobody out jam, which
the full Aroldis experience.
It was. It really was. Because he was giving up 2 hard hit balls, then he had a walk, and it was okay. We're gonna go to extra innings here? What's gonna happen?
And the Yankees had no other alternatives than to put 2 lefties up there to end the game for the second and third out.
Right,
against Chapman.
Because they had used a right-handed hitting lineup, and they all pinch hit for them the previous inning. They were all right, we just got to get these guys in. It was we're in the 8th inning. You've got to get in Chisholm and Wells, whoever, right? So you had to get all these guys in, and it was just it was a bad spot. Chapman did a great job getting out of that. I mean, that when he had stand up, nobody out, base loaded, Stanton up, and Stanton has been a playoff monster the last couple of years. Yeah, and he got struck out in what was it, splitter? Who throws a splitter? Who expects Aroldis Chapman to throw a split finger fastball?
Brett Boone will join us at 9:20. Does he want Bruce Bochy's vacant job? Does he want to stay no matter who the replacement is? If it is Skip Schumacher, how is he watching the playoffs now that he has been a bench coach for your Texas Rangers? So Brett Boone will join us at 9:20 to remember the greatness of Bruce Bochy here on your home for Rangers baseball. Ron Washington out in Los Angeles.
Yeah, he had quadruple bypass. I don't even, what does that even mean?
Sounds like a lot.
What is a bypass?
Quadruple is 4.
No, I know that. But what does a bypass actually do? It bypasses your heart. It takes your heart away.
Didn't you find a new cardiologist?
I did. Well, no,
Ask him.
He moved locations. So I got a new guy. It's the same guy, but new place. Well, yeah, he had the quadruple bypass, and they are not gonna bring him back. The guy who
they're looking for their 6th manager in 9 years.
They had Socha for 18 years. Now they're looking for 6 and 9. And the guy who was the interim while he was recovering, they're like, you're not coming back either. So you've got options out there. Now you got 4 jobs, right? It's us. It's the Twins, Giants, and Angels that are open right now. And you may have more. I mean, after the playoffs, who knows what's going to happen?
Bob Nightingale, who hopped on this radio station yesterday, Baseball Insider, said that Michael Young was a candidate for the Angels job. I was quickly told, nope, no way that's going to happen. Atola wanted to make a $500 brisket bet with me over this. We shook hands this morning. I'm still waiting to see if he replies. I said, all right, name your Venmo, name your price. Michael Young's not going to be the Angels manager. And he goes, money's boring. I'll do $500 to your favorite charity, or you teach me how to make brisket. I said, okay.
$500 to your favorite charity is literally money.
Yeah, but I know, and it doesn't go to
for charity.
And it doesn't go to me. That
I know.
Sucks.
I know.
I wanted the money. But, publicly you can't say no to a bet like that.
Is it wrong if you took the money and said, yeah, I'll give it to charity or whatever, Sandler's charity, but you just kept the money?
Yeah, that's
Is that wrong?
It's a life hack. Yeah, it's definitely wrong.
It probably is wrong.
Absolutely dishonest.
So I think the Sandlot charity will have $500 coming from Atola once Michael Young does not take that job. But, of course, everyone is going to have some fun with Ron Washington now out there, Choppy, turning 74 in April.
74. So basically the same, a little bit older than Bochy. There's an old memory lane is a dead end street. You can look at that. The second stint is the second stint as the manager in the same location ever that good? Is it ever as good as the first? But certainly with Bruce Bochy, it can't be as good as the first. He's not going to win 3 World Series in San Fran,
right?
If he decides to go there.
Joe Gibbs, no. John Gruden, Raiders, no. I'm trying to think of other comebacks.
Billy Martin was the Yankees manager 5 different times. I mean,
look, I'll be the bad guy here. I'll be the bad guy. And I love Ron Washington just like everybody else. And I actually think for a step back, stay the course,
Rebuild kind of thing?
rebuild kind of thing for the Rangers, Ron Washington at 74 may actually be better for the.
Yes, I agree.
He wants to develop. I think he's totally fine with developing. Ron, it's just too unpredictable with all the health stuff. You know,
for sure.
It's too unpredictable. You want someone here for, a 5-year run, not 2, not 3. So, unfortunately, I'm saying no to Ron Washington coming back.
Right, because you're in a cycle now. Just look at this team. Since Wash left, they've been in a cycle of Bandy got 4 years, Woodward got 4 years maybe, and then you go to Bochy, who was here 3, and then if you go to Wash, who's here 2 or 3. Now you're looking at 4 managers in a dozen years. Like you don't want to be in that kind of cycle. You're looking for some stability at the managerial job. So, yeah, I would not go with a short-term Ron Washington either. I mean, it'd be a great story, and I do agree. I think he would be better for development. I think he likes the getting your hands dirty development players. He's known as one of the great infield coaches in the game.
Yep.
Really helped Ozzie Albies and others in
I'll sign him up as an assistant coach yesterday. Quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bring him back here. You get the feel-good story. I don't think people be chanting Ron Washington from the crowd like a backup quarterback to Dak.
Right. I mean, if you're like, let's say it's Michael Young, who's the man. Let's say Michael Young becomes the manager, right? A first-year. I won't use Skip because he's been a manager, but a first-year manager. First-year manager like Michael Young, I think you can get away with Wash as your bench coach because you played under him. You have a relationship. He's not going to come here to stab you in the back. If you're Skip, who I don't think has a relationship with Wash, it might be a little bit different, right? It might feel like he's looking over your shoulder or not. So I think it depends on who the guy is.
So there it is. Some Diamond Calves to open up the Hump Day edition without Bobby Roberto Strep Belt on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Ed Sheeran tickets during the 720 commercial-free expressway. When we chop it up, we have NFL Power Rankings at 8 o'clock, the Random Wednesday Wheel Spin at 8:20, and then the 9 o'clock hour powered by Nick Eatman and still Rangers hitting coach and assistant Brett Boone at 9:20 on DFW Sports Station. But let's start diving into the absolute MESS, that is the JETS, inside the star for the Cowboys' next opponent after this.
After we get you over to Underdog.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget it.
833-3333 with Franklin. Franklin, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Woo! Took me a while yesterday to gather up all the garbage happening in New York. Now we have our own pile of garbage here with the Dallas Cowboys that we're dealing with, especially defensively. But the New York Jets are already melting down after losing to the Dolphins, dropping to 0-4 on the season. Of course, that is the Cowboys' next opponent. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show here on Sean and RJ. Bobby is out with strep. And when I went to college at American University with a bunch of kids from New Jersey and New York, I did learn that the New York teams are grouped together with Yankees, Rangers, Knicks, and then Nets, Islanders, Mets, Jets. That's just the way it was taught to me. And the Jets-Mets side is cursed, and we have that again in the last week.
Well, we do, but also now Yankee fans are upset with the Jets.
Why?
The Jets decided to post this yesterday. October baseball greater than.
Oh, no.
And it's a picture of all the Yankee players with the Jets logo and the Jets Twitter account. The Giants didn't do this. And
they're thinking they cursed them?
The Yankee fans are like, y'all aren't like 90% of your fan base isn't even fans of our team.
I was just about to say, who has more of a right to be mad? The Yankee fans over that or the Mets fans?
Yeah, because this is not like New York's not like a one like.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Would it be the Jets fans? I'm getting mixed up.
So, like, if the Stars wish the Cowboys good luck, no big deal.
No big deal.
But like in like L.A. or even Chicago or New York, you've got like multiple teams. You're like you're alienating like 80% of your fan base.
So, what account tweeted that out?
The Jets.
The Jets. Yeah. So, if I'm a Mets fan, I'm more upset than a Yankee fan.
For sure. Now, Yankee fans are like, whoa, keep your cursed Jetsisms over there.
Stay away. And, of course, the biggest Jets fan, I think, on national television is Mike Greenberg, and he went off on his team after the Monday Nighter on Get Up.
Jets last season, I thought, were the worst coach team in the sport. I thought that the hiring of Aaron Glenn, at minimum, who I'm inclined to like because he is a former Jet and all the rest of that, I thought that he talked a lot about setting a foundation and a culture of toughness, discipline, not making mistakes, not shooting yourself in the foot or anywhere else. The Jets commit penalties on every play. They have fumbled 2 kickoffs this year, both of which cost them dearly. They turned the ball over repeatedly last night. The Jets look like a poorly coached team. They do unimaginably dumb things. And last week, the coach said, same old Jets, we're not that. I don't even know what that means. Guess what, coach? Just put the tape on of the first 4 weeks of this season. You are exactly the same old Jets, and the person whose job it is to change that is the coach. They need, I don't care how many games they win or lose. If you play this dumb, it doesn't make any difference.
They committed 16 penalties the other night, 13 accepted for 101 yards, 3 fumbles, all recovered by Miami. Aaron Glenn joins Adam Gase and Lou Holtz as the only coaches who start their Jets career with 4 straight losses. I did not realize Lou Holtz coached the Jets. No Jets coach has started.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Wasn't he? Did you send the Lou Holtz story? Someone suggested that Lou Holtz.
Oh yeah, yes, it was Phil Mickelson. Yeah, so Phil,
the commissioner, the Ryder Cup captain.
Yeah,
is that what he said?
Phil posted on Twitter.
Lefty is going righty hard.
Yeah, somebody was like, Europe's excellence. There's a trust, established unity, and stuff like that. And he goes, we should look outside of golf to Coach K or Lou Holtz. Golf is an individual sport, doesn't have teamwork and support systems of partnership and analytics and personality traits. The Europeans have a template that teaches and explains these skills. The U.S. doesn't. He says, if Lou Holtz or someone similar took over, it would be built upon what they did as a team sports coach. I never thought I was going to see this. I think there's zero chance. Like
a really dumb Phil golf take. You never thought you'd see that?
That's one of the dumber takes I've ever seen. It's just like bringing in Herb Brooks to coach USA Baseball. It'd work like that.
Here's the other misery for the Jets. No Jets coach, of course, has started 0-5. Braylon Allen lost a fumble at the 1. First player this season to lose a fumble in a goal-to-go situation. His first fumble in 20 career games. Then he got hurt with a potentially serious knee injury. So the Cowboys are going to catch an injury break with probably no Braylon Allen. Justin Fields lost a fumble on the second possession as the Jets became the first team since 2020 to lose a fumble on their first 2 drives of a game. Both teams, Miami and New York, began the night with 0 takeaways. The Jets ended the night with 0, becoming only the 5th team in the past 90 years to be 0-4 with no takeaways. So you think your Dallas defense, which you're right, has a really hard time trying to generate any turnovers, as Brian Schottenheimer told us in his Week 1 interview. Every Friday at 8:20, our goal is to win the turnover battle every game by 3. The Jets don't have one yet.
Right.
In 4 games. On Monday night, they had 9 offensive penalties, tied for their second most in a game over the past 25 years. 5 came before the snap, and they ran the ball well, 197. Justin Fields had 81. All of that in the first 4 weeks for the MESS.
It is a MESS. And
but reading all that kind of scares me.
it does, because they're due.
Yeah, they're due.
They're due. And, I get it. He's trying to build a culture or whatever.
I'm calling this the Culture Bowl.
The Culture Bowl. This really is the Culture Bowl.
I mocked that. I made fun of that the other day on KNC. I'm making fun of myself a little bit because I love all the culture stuff. But Brian Schottenheimer and the C word off season, Aaron Glenn, this is the Culture Bowl.
The Culture Bowl. It's because I blame Jet fans here. Like, why would you have expectations coming into this year? Your team isn't very good. You got a rookie head coach trying to build a culture.
With a quarterback that we think could be a bust.
Right. Like, you have to really use the blueprint, because Aaron Glenn's going to try to remake what Dan Campbell did in Detroit. And if you remember what happened in there, they were like 0-10 his first year. It's not, this is not like something that's going to be fixed overnight. They're a bad football team.
I mean, they also, though, like, really, if you look at the games, it's not that terrible. They lost by 2 to the Steelers. They lost by 20 to the Bills. They lost by 2 to Tampa. And then they lost by 6 to Miami. Now, I'm not watching these games first and fourth quarter, so I don't know.
Because the Miami game was a blowout. They kind of scored a little bit late.
I don't know how the Steeler and the Tampa, they should have beat Tampa, right? Tampa Bay came back at the very end.
Yeah, they were ahead with a minute to go.
Yeah, so they're not getting destroyed in these games, except for one.
They were behind pretty good by Tampa, and then they had a furious comeback, and then they had the block kick. Right, that blocked extra breath. That's the video of Aaron Glenn dancing down the sidelines wearing all black and a jacket on a 120-degree day. But yeah, Tampa had to come back. The concerning thing is that their defense doesn't look like it's great, and that's the hallmark of that team. That team's been a good defensive team.
And you have some recent Cowboy defensive numbers.
I do. Was going through some numbers here, and my handicapper told me, like, hey, look at their yards per play. I was like, all right, let's go look at this. So I went and looked, and the Cowboys' yards per play allowed on defense. So that's every play. Every time the other team gets under center, they average about 6.4 yards per play, right? About 6.4. That's one of the metrics Vegas uses to come up with their betting lines. So they take your yards per play allowed defensively and match it up with the average in the NFL. Well, the average in the NFL is 5.2 yards per play. So you're 1.2 yards per play different. Each tenth is worth 0.2 points. All right? So
where's Kevin Hagelin?
Right? So the Cowboys, just by walking on the field defensively, are 6-point underdogs to the other team. Just by walking on the field. Now you offset that with the offensive numbers, and they're better. They're gaining 5.9 yards per play to 5.3 for the league average. So you're getting back 3 points. So it's just by walking on the field. Your defense is so bad right now that even your offense can't make up for it. So on a league average, you're 3-point underdogs to every team league average.
Wow. Automatically 3 points.
Just on the bare minimum.
So the Cowboys right now are favored by 2.5 over the Jets.
Mm-hmm. And it's in New York, right? Yeah, it's in New York. So that would,
if their defense was average,
it'd be a 6-point spread. because you're getting back 3 points from the offense.
Stephen Jones was asked on the KNC Masterpiece. Jerry tried to sell us yesterday a little bit, but what measurements are there to make any of us think the defense is actually getting better?
It's the guys getting their hands around how to execute the defense. And I think they're getting their hands around it. I think they're understanding it. Still takes all 11 to be, to get the job done. And, we're just having some little things there that cost you when you don't execute the call on defense. But I do believe that, the guys are getting their hands around it. Certainly a blow there to lose Hooker. He's the quarterback back there and great communicator. And so that was a tough one to lose in the game last night. But, and I do feel like, with getting Clowney in there, I do feel like we're starting to, albeit, we're not getting the production with the sacks. I do feel like we're getting more pressure.
You're 4 weeks in. You're not getting literally any stops in the second half.
So that's improvement.
And you get, I think that clip says everything right there from Jerry Jones. And in terms of pressure, no. Justin Houston had his fantastic play, but I wrote down the other night against Love. They were missing 2 offensive linemen, by the way. The Cowboys had 1 pressure on his first 14 dropbacks. So, no. The Cowboys are trying to sell us like our run defense is good and fine, and we're starting to build that pressure up a little bit. You're literally getting 0 stops in second halves. So I am worried about Justin Fields running around like it's it's street ball.
I think you should be. It's one of the things he does well. He torched us a couple years ago when he with his legs when he was here playing for the Bears. It's going to be an interesting one. I mean, like this defense, you can't trust this defense. You can't trust this defense to do anything.
And Stephen Jones, of course, brought to you by Window Nation. We had our Micah Parsons PFF fun yesterday, 7:20. We went into a lot of great detail about how to evaluate. Well, yesterday, is this guy? What is this platform, Pepe? Had you ever heard of this?
I'd never. I guess it's a podcast platform. I think. I don't know.
Woodward Sports. Neil. Bro, Reba.
Neil.
Reba's not a fan of.
You don't like Neil?
Reba jumped up in his chair. He is not a fan of Neil. I am, after he saw the Micah grade.
The highest graded player across all positions on Sunday. No. Micah Parsons, a 94.2. PFF, you're a joke of an organization. A flat-out joke. Did you not watch the game yesterday? Even the Glaze Fest that was Sunday Night Football said, hey, we haven't really seen a lot from Micah Parsons, but PFF does. 94.2, highest guy across all positions. PFF, shut your organization down. Shut it down or watch the game. Does he get credit for, like, the losses avoided? Did they put that on the graphic? Does PFF grade him? Micah Parsons, losses avoided.
Saved the tie. Yeah, saved the tie.
That's 2 separate stats. He's the only player in the NFL that saved the tie this year. Well, I'm shortchanging Micah Parsons in all this. I am. That was the greatest play that happened in all the NFL yesterday. It was the greatest play that happened. And in overtime, and it preserved a tie, and it avoided a loss.
So that's Neil.
I don't know why people are so triggered by PFF. It's really amazing. Like if you don't like it, don't look at it.
Well, we don't like having anyone tell us how to watch or tell us what we're seeing is incorrect.
Right, because people don't want their narrative to be skewed. Like, it's just a counterintuitive way of looking at it. I don't know why it gets triggered I don't know why he was so triggered that he had to go on a rant.
Ask Bobby. 877-881-1053. Let's go around the rest of the National Football League. I was wondering why we didn't get the Lamar injury update. Something came out yesterday. Does this now end the Baltimore Ravens season? The Eagles responding to the A.J. Brown drama and the sideline interview everyone's talking about has been addressed. Around the rest of the NFL with Sean and RJ after this.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Cinnamon pastilles.
Hazel berries.
Saffron.
Nutmeg maidens.
Pre-curb.
No.
Nothing.
You said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Is it so comfortable?
Airlines has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Dealership in the world, more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Peyton, I don't know about you. I feel like my fantasy teams, Choppy, maybe you the same thing, should be in a better situation and standing with these big injuries that are not really affecting my teams. And I'm still kind of like 1-2 or 2-2 in some of these leagues, or 1-3, or whatever it is. Tyreek is the only one that's gotten me, but you got a lot of major injuries. What has hit you the hardest? Did you have Burrow?
I had Burrow, and I have Tyreek in our league as well. I lost to Alec last week because of that.
You know what?
I'm down 2.
I got a surplus of receivers.
All right, let's start making a trade.
Let's go.
First trade this season for our league.
Let's go. I need some running backs.
Any major injuries hit you? Yeah.
No, my major injury is Derrick Henry's age. That's my major injury.
In the one league I haven't had any injuries yet, I'm 4-0. No injuries, and I'm 4-0.
Well, if you have Lamar Jackson, I think it's Sandler, you better get on that waiver wire or love yourself some Cooper Rush. The Baltimore Sun is reporting that Lamar's hamstring injury could keep him off the field for multiple games. So we could be looking at 2 to 3 weeks as the Baltimore Ravens are maybe on the brink.
Yeah, they are maybe on the brink. And if you go back to, if you go back and look at the schedules from 2002, so they're 1-3. And since 2002, when the divisions realigned last, there have been 16 teams that had double-digit wins the year before. Of those 16, they all started 1-3. 14 of them missed the playoffs. So if you had double-digit wins the year before and you started 1-3 the next year since 2002, it's happened 16 times, 14 of those 16 missed the playoffs. The ones who did make it were the 2007 Chargers, who had like an 8-8 year, right? And then they hosted a playoff game. And then the other one was the 2002 Steelers, which I think that was the Kelly Holcomb Browns game they came back and won. Other than that, nobody's made the postseason of the 16 that it's happened to since 2002.
But you were sitting there talking last night about hitting a reset button in Baltimore, which I think is crazy.
Well, look, I mean, here's the question. It's not necessarily a reset, but you do need to reset something. Something's not right.
It's their defense.
Defense stinks. Defense is giving up more points than the Cowboys.
Lamar's balling out again.
Yeah, he has been. It's not working, right? Obviously, it's not working. And I'm not saying you tank or anything like that. But they got to figure something out. You know, whether is it time for John Harbaugh to go? If he misses the playoffs, like who's on a hotter seat, him or McDermott?
If McDermott misses,
no, McDermott's going to make it, obviously. But he's hit his ceiling. It seems like
right.
But Harbaugh is like fast.
With this Ravens start, it's unfair. We have to look at the schedule. They should have beaten the Bills. They lost 41-40. They destroyed Cleveland. They lost to the Lions 38-30. Detroit deserved that game. That was super impressive on Monday night. And then they did get worked by the Chiefs. But as the schedule softens up here, this is your opportunity to get back on track, kind of similar to the Cowboys when they came into Arlington 0-2 and then got rolling. But now you may not have Lamar for it. You got Houston. That with Lamar is an automatic win. Then you got the Rams. The Rams are tough. Then Chicago, that would have been a win. Dolphins is a win. So you definitely were winning 3 of your next 4 games, but that was with Lamar.
That's with Lamar. Now you got Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush could go, I mean, we're not surprised if he goes 1-1, 2-1, maybe even 1-2. I mean, anything can happen with a backup quarterback, but Cooper's going to execute the game plan. He's just so different than Lamar.
Yep.
Like, you couldn't have asked for more two polar opposite type of players than Cooper Rush and Lamar Jackson. But, I mean, Lamar's prime is it's running out. There's not a whole lot of prime left.
The Malik Neighbors injury confirmed, gone for the year, and you got a problem with the surface that this happened on, that the Cowboys are going to be playing on.
That we have a boycott situation coming. First of all, they're going to put the World Cup guys on the finals there at MetLife. Now, they're going to bring in grass. They're going to bring in grass for this. But I saw a stat. So at the end of the 23 season, there were 17 ACL or Achilles tears at MetLife in the 3 years prior. It is one of the worst fields. I mean, you went on social media on Sunday, and all it was MetLife Field, MetLife Turf. Get rid of it, get rid of it, get rid of it. And I don't know how the NFLPA has not boycotted that place yet. I mean, that is as bad in considering where we are with technology. They might as well be playing at the old vet. They might as well be playing at the old vet. It's that bad. They've got to fix it. I don't know why they haven't. I don't know what they're doing. They're cheap. They got to ban this turf crap. But we're talking about like now obviously when you add 2024 and this one, you're over 20 ACL/Achilles tears on that turf since 2021. That's too much.
Giants owner John Mara announces that he's been diagnosed with cancer. So hopefully he's able to make a similar recovery to Jerry Jones and what he had come out during The Gambler on Netflix. The Eagles are answering for A.J. Brown's tweet where he's sulking and pouting after the 9 targets but like 2 catches for no yards in the Eagles' win over Tampa. Philly is unfortunately 4-0. I thought this was very unprepared and very clunky from Nick Sirianni. Not after the game. You had some time to process this, get with the PR team, and know this was going to be asked. This was Sirianni addressing AJ's tweet.
Obviously, AJ is very important to this football team. I know he wants to contribute. I know he wants to contribute and, do the things that he's capable of doing. But yeah, I mean, he wants to contribute into these wins, and he's had a couple games where he hasn't been able to, and for different reasons of why we haven't in these games. So, but I question nothing about his desire to play great football, his desire of being a good teammate, his desire to be here.
So there's Sirianni with A.J. Brown. This thing is just going to continue until the Eagles make a deep postseason run again, and then we do this all over again next year unless they decide to trade him after a championship appearance or another ring.
That sounded like a Mike McDaniel quote where like you win the game, and to win the game, you've got to win the game.
EA Sports.
That's how he did it. It's just like scatterbrain.
And but
I was like, dude, you knew this was coming. You knew this was happening. All right, let's get to the interview everyone's talking about. Ben Johnson, halftime interview of Chicago's game against the Raiders, where he got pretty testy with CBS.
Your offense has struggled to take advantage of those takeaways.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you tell them to get things going?
That it wasn't our brand of football. We're capable of a lot more, and so we're hitting the reset button here at halftime, and we're going to come back and establish our identity here in the second half.
So you need to change what you're doing.
I don't know. You think so? We're going to do just fine.
Thanks, Rob.
And you had to see the stare. We should have put that up on the fan cam, Aiden. You had to see the glare that Ben Johnson had for this CBS sideline reporter. Well, he gets destroyed, and he gets roasted for being a total jackass by social media and everyone forcing Ben Johnson to follow up on this after.
In the moment, I honestly didn't think too much of it. I'm kind of in game mode. But then when I look back at it, I am a little bit disappointed with what that looks like. I didn't hear very well, and that's not an excuse, but when I thought I heard that not a question, but that I needed to make some changes, I didn't take that very well. So I'll do a better job with those going forward.
Yeah. Look, I mean, this is like he's becoming the Greg Popovich of in-game interviews. He has no time for him. The NFL obviously has time for him. They want you to do them because they're getting billions of dollars from these TV companies, and they want to have all their members of their broadcast team represented. But this whole thing looked odd and sounded odd. Like she even admitted this.
I do like that. Now I'm relying on you for the pronunciation here.
Aditi Kinkhabwala.
We'll call her Vida from now on.
Pretty.
Vida.
I don't know if that's right, but it sounded. Yeah, we'll give it to you.
All right.
Chico Lean, by the way, loved this from the Grande Bears fan.
Yeah, of course he did.
He's like, yeah, we need this. We need this. Like, this new attitude. This is a culture.
Yeah.
He loved it.
Fans are going to eat this right up, right? But, she even admitted, like, when she said, you need to change what you're doing.
Yes.
And she's like, it was supposed to be a question, but she got kind of...
It was like a statement.
Yeah, she got kind of flustered, and she was trying to ask them, do you need to change what you're doing? And it came across...
You need to change what you're doing.
Yeah, you got to change what you're doing.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, okay.
That wasn't clean. That was not clean on her part.
No, it wasn't. She admitted that. And he admitted that he couldn't really hear very well, which, I mean, maybe that's true. I have no idea.
And John Gruden, who's done media and coaching on Wake Up Barstool, he wanted to give Ben Johnson all of his props.
Hey, Coach Gruden, it's 3rd and 6. You've punted 3 straight series. How are you feeling? For Ben Johnson not to take that microphone and slam it on the ground, it's a real credit to him. Some of these broadcast teams should think clearer. What do we want to ask the coach? And what do we really think the coach is going to say? You think we're going to go, hey, we're going to run an onside kick to start the 3rd quarter, and we're going to run flip right double X jet 36 counter naked waggle at 7 on the first play. You're never going to get a technical answer. So why do the interview? Sometimes more access is bad access. And what access you do get to people, I think you got to do a lot better job than that asking questions.
Again, like that. This is how these coaches are paid $5, $6, $10 million because they're getting TV money. Like, this is a big part of it. Like, this is just part of the deal.
None of us really think it adds anything.
No, it doesn't add a thing. I've never said, oh, man, I can't wait to hear what he has to say at halftime.
Dan Campbell does a tremendous job. Like, he tries to give a real answer.
He's one of the few.
Yes.
The rest of, I think, I feel Sean McVay has done a good job of this, of, like, just giving a good, solid answer.
Yep.
Just being somewhat thoughtful with the question that's being asked. Most of these coaches, and it doesn't matter what sport it is, they do these dugout interviews during the middle of the game. Like, do you think they're giving anything? Well, I'll tell you, we're going to take this pitcher out the next 6 pitches.
Yeah. Maybe that's not, we decided what FS1 should do with their morning programming. Right now, it's not sounding like a great suggestion on our part, as apparently the Barstool ratings are horrific. But this probably should be the next thing to go. The in-game sideline interview. Like, if we had an executive around, I would ask, what value do you think it adds? Are you just justifying the sideline reporter's pay? Are you justifying it by having them do one additional thing?
Very possibly. Like, because obviously, what do you think the number one job of the sideline reporter is? I would say it's injury.
Yes.
Injury updates during the game.
Yep. Report on a fight or a sideline dust-up.
Sure. So, save for that, I don't need this.
That was the football controversy from the weekend. The big sports controversy today may have Paige Beckers getting a commissioner fired. Wait till you hear this. We have an Ed Sheeran ticket giveaway. We're searching for a brand new head coach in the Metroplex after this person lost their job, and the commercial-free expressway on the way with Sean and RJ.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Not McMahon's? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes called?
Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
We're not going to cover it for 19 hours like ESPN, but we do have to get to the biggest controversy in the sports world right now here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt is out with epic diarrhea, so send him all the tweets that I got on Friday. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What is going on?
Well, the WNBA is in the news. So this is Nafisa Collier, and this is in her exit interview that she did before when she met the media. She walks up there, and she gives like a 4-minute prepared statement.
Yeah.
And
this is after they got eliminated. Minnesota.
The Minnesota Lynx. They got eliminated. And this is after that. And she goes up there, and she decides, I mean, this is a nuclear bomb that she put on the desk of the WNBA commissioner.
At Unrivaled this past February, I sat across from Kathy and asked how she planned to address the officiating issues in our league. Her response was, well, only the losers complain about the refs. I also asked how she planned to fix the fact that players like Caitlin, Angel, and Paige, who are clearly driving massive revenue for the league, are making so little for their first 4 years. Her response was, Caitlin should be grateful she makes $16 million off the court, because without the platform that the WNBA gives her, she wouldn't make anything. And in that same conversation, she told me players should be on their knees thanking their lucky stars for the media rights deal that I got them.
Madam, not Nafisa, Kathy, the WNBA commissioner, do not misinterpret how important you are compared to Caitlin Clark and Paige.
You like that?
Angel Reese.
If this is true.
And by the way,
why would the commissioner say this to a player?
Right.
And she just sat here and took all these mental notes to unload. As soon as her season ended?
Yeah. If this is true, this is the most unaware person in the world.
Well, people say it's the most unaware league.
Yeah.
In the entire world. Dave Portnoy, who watches every Caitlin Clark game and hates Angel Reese, he is convinced that they're trying to kick Caitlin Clark out of the league, and they want to be responsible for folding themselves because of their mismanagement.
Yeah, this is wild. Now, Kathy did put out a statement. Kathy Engelbert, the WNBA commissioner. I have the utmost respect for Nafisa Collier and all the players of the WNBA. Together, we work tirelessly to transform this league. My focus remains on ensuring a bright future for the players and the league, including collaborating on how we can continue to elevate the game. I'm disheartened by how she characterized our conversation, the league leadership, but even when our perspectives differ, my commitment to the players and to this work will not waver. That is not a denial. That is not a denial that you said that they should be lucky to be thankful that they are in this league because of the deal I got, and that the $16 million deal that she has with Nike is because of you. She was way more popular than you ever were before she got here.
She did say it was a mischaracterization, but it wasn't the strongest denial when you have accusations in here that they should be on their knees thankful for the platform.
Dude.
Only losers complain about it wasn't a strong denial.
This is like somebody in like local politics saying, "Hey, Jeff Bezos, you would not have been able to create Amazon without the roads that we built. So we are really the ones that are responsible for Amazon." No, that's not how this works.
LeBron and his agent apparently are trying to plan this league that would rival the NBA. They should shift that focus, or someone similar, the Saudis, someone with a bunch of money, come in and just do it. It would be much easier to do it with the WNBA. You take Caitlin Clark, Paige Beckers, and
Angel Reese.
Take
Asia Wilson.
And Asia Wilson. And you wipe the whole league out.
Absolutely.
Done.
Gone.
Over with.
The WNBA doesn't have a platform. The platform is the players who are bringing eyeballs. Peyton, who was in the WNBA finals?
Not the Fever, the Lynx, and the
I have
Liberty.
no idea. Is there even a finals?
I think it was Liberty.
Was it?
Because their coach is gone, and then I assume it's the Aces, Asia. I'll go.
Have they even
it
played
was
the
Vegas
WNBA
because
finals?
I was in Vegas last year whenever I was at the sports book and they won and no one celebrated.
Last year, Vegas and New York. I'm gonna guess.
Yeah, last year. So now they're in the semifinals right now.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about this year.
Yeah, I thought it was this year. I have no idea. I don't. Nobody even knows. We don't even know what round they're in because Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese aren't in it.
You sit here and you look at this. How do you get their commissioner out? How does the commissioner get voted out? From travel to games being too congested to referees. People were speculating Angel Reese was boycotting and not returning, or unofficial suspension for calling her team out. The Caitlin Clark insults. Like, leave Kelsey Plum sitting back there and let her rot in that league by herself, and someone start a rival one and just take those 4 players.
They have another league that like some of the players played in, like over the wintertime, because I guess obviously WNBA is during the summer, and a lot of players would go overseas and make some cash. Like there's some good money overseas that most of these players really play in, but come on, man.
By the way, the Wings coach is out.
I saw that.
More on that from
the man bun.
KNC Masterpiece. Yeah, the man bun.
Yeah, the man bun.
So the Wings, obviously, another terrible season. So their head coach is gone. Let's tap the rest of the keg.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Motion man comes over. Eller gonna throw. Steps back. Swings it down. It is intercepted. Oregon pick. Ducks win. Ducks win. Interception by Dylan Thieneman. That means Penn State can't answer the score, and Oregon has ended it with an interception in the second overtime.
That is Oregon radio with the call. And Oregon in the double overtime beats Penn State in Happy Valley in the whiteout. And James Franklin goes to 4-21 against AP top 10 teams.
Woo! Drew Aller is 0-6 against AP top 6 ranked opponents.
Yeah, and this was not a good game. Penn State was getting destroyed in this one. They scored like 14 points in the fourth quarter. Aller was terrible for 3 quarters, and then he finally turned it on. So this is a weird spot for Penn State to be in because it
was a thrilling ending.
It was a thrilling ending, but like your home games. If you looked up and down this weekend slate of college football, the road teams, a lot of times, like there was either two camps. Either the road teams couldn't do anything or they won big-time games, right? Big-time games. But the road has always been the great equalizer in college football, at least in this NIL era, and it wasn't for Penn State, or for Oregon, I should say. It didn't really affect them all that much. They still won the football game.
Was Bama, Georgia on at the same time as this?
Yes. Why?
Someone was tweeting, there's no reason why we should have been for it. I thought we were supposed to get one showcase game.
Exactly. This is cannibalizing your own sport. You would not, this is not happening. Like,
Monday Night Football, doubleheader.
Monday Night Football, doubleheader. But what
but not really a doubleheader.
Right? They're putting the Jets Dolphins on.
What did you want baseball to do in relation to this?
Well, look, I mean, baseball could go two routes. They go the route they went yesterday, where they stagger all the games, or they could just put the games on at the same time. Which, I get it. I don't want to. The problem is the Dodger game started at 9 o'clock. It's too late. It's too late for a playoff game.
Missing Shohei.
You're missing Shohei.
We are.
Yeah. Like
East Coast is.
It's just too late. I'll catch the first couple innings, and I'll go to bed by 9:45. But I'm not going to sit there till midnight.
No.
Watching Dodgers Reds. So you're cannibalizing yourself. You have two options: either cannibalize yourself or not. But the difference is, like in baseball, there's games every day. With college football, it's once a week. With the NFL, it's once a week. Why would you put these two games on at the same time? I just don't get that. That doesn't make any sense to me. But James Franklin, after the game, I thought gave a pretty respectable answer as to where they are as a program.
Again, I kind of look at the entire picture. I get that narrative, and it's really not a narrative. It's factual. It's the facts. I get it, but I try to look at the entire picture and what we've been able to do here. But at the end of the day, we got to find a way to win those games. I totally get it, and I take ownership and I take responsibility. At the end of the day, I wanted that for those kids in that locker room. I wanted that for those kids in that locker room. How hard they work, how much they sacrifice, and we had our opportunities.
I thought I heard the Pennsylvania accent for Doze.
Doze, yeah.
I went in for Doze kids.
So 4-21 against AP Top 10, 15 straight to AP Top 10 Big Ten teams. There was a clear problem there. Paul Feinbaum said it's hard to take them seriously as a program, as a contender, not as a program, as a contender, as a national title contender. I can't disagree with it. I mean, they beat SMU. They played a good game against Notre Dame, but it's hard. It's hard to take them seriously against big time competition.
Last time they were in Final Four was when? The CFP playoff. Since we've gone to this format, what's the farthest they've gone?
I think it was last year.
Were they in the Final Four last year?
I think they lost.
Yeah, they lost to Notre Dame.
Yeah, because they beat SMU, and then I think they get Boise.
They got Boise
in the next game. Yes, they got. I mean, Boise wasn't that's not a real opponent. Like that, they didn't get a real opponent. They ran into Notre Dame and they got beat. And then Notre Dame had a great year. Like they beat Georgia, then they beat obviously Penn State. But it is hard. It is hard to take them more on the serious side. Sam Pittman is out at Arkansas. Bobby Petrino is in as the interim.
Rumors that Jerry Jones wants Rhett Lashley to take over.
Yep, and look, you invited the wolf into the hen house when you brought Petrino back. But this was Sam Pittman. I love this. This was the day before he got fired in his post.
I mean, I understand. I mean, I get it. If I was a fan, I'd be mad at me too. I'd be frustrated as hell with me. But here's what I'll say. As long as I'm the head coach at Arkansas, I'm going to fight my butt off to get the guys out there. And how long that is, it is partly up to me because of what we put on the field. But that's not my call. And if I'm worried about that all the time, I won't be able to do as good a job as I possibly can. But I will say this, if I was the fans, I'd be mad at me too.
And then he followed up with, hell, I'm mad at me. I thought it was a good answer. But he was out.
What's the better job if you're Rhett?
Well, that's a
10
tough
years
one.
ago, this wouldn't even be a question.
It would not. Arkansas has a lot of money. They got Tyson Foods, they got Walmart, and they got Jerry Jones. They got a lot of money. SMU's got a ton of cash. I think it's really hard for a coach to not be drawn to A, your alma mater, and Arkansas is Rhett Lash's alma mater, and B, the conference. The conference as a whole is a draw. It's tough though. It's a miserable existence. They got to play LSU every year, right? Playing Texas A&M and LSU every year.
A lot of people say you want to be in the SEC though.
Yeah, you do. Like there's a prestige factor to it. There's no doubt. It's more prestigious to be the Arkansas head coach than the SMU head coach.
Bobby would say no. Bobby Belt, not Bobby Petrino. Bobby Belt.
But Bobby Petrino is going to be. It's either him or Rhett Lashley or maybe a couple other guys that are going to be in the mix. But be prepared.
College football kegger here with Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt on the toilet, probably as we speak here with the Hump Day edition on DFW Sports Station. We go commercial free with the Expressway. We have an Ed Sheeran ticket giveaway. We'll chop it up. We got power rankings at 8, but we have NFL overreactions or not. Jim Harbaugh is on the biggest hot seat in the league. Seattle and Jacksonville are the best in their divisions. And Shador should start this week for the Cleveland Browns. Overreactions or not in the NFL on the home of the Cowboys. Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. We all know...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
No, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Time experts and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We have an Ed Sheeran ticket giveaway here in the commercial-free Expressway. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bubbles Belt, because his stomach is grumbling after he made fun of me on Friday. He's out today. Maybe back tomorrow. We'll chop it up at 7:40 and power rankings around the NFL at 8 o'clock. Before we get to RJ's overreactions or not, the New York Jets are next to the Cowboys. They are melting down. I want to see what you think of this sports theory that bad teams get screwed more by officials. This is Sauce Gardner, after losing to Miami, saying that's the case for the MESS.
Us not winning, like, because I watch football all the time. And I just feel like, I don't know if this is wrong to say, but I think I get called for more stuff just based off of us just not winning. I watch these winning programs, and it'd be some egregious things, and it don't get called, like, letting the players play. Like, I got caught on something today where it's like I know the route, everything, and I'm just supposed to let him just push off at the top of the route. I'm seeing counter steps, all that. Like, if you're not going to catch the ball regardless. I just feel like in general, even the Mike Evans ones, I just feel like us not winning, that's just what goes on. Like, if we don't win, and I feel like we don't get the calls that we should get, and we get called for the calls that we probably shouldn't get called for.
Boy, I'm sure someone could do a study on this, whether or not bad teams get a disproportionate number of calls go against them. The Cowboys are a pretty big organization. They were the benefit and the detriment of some of these calls last week. I mean, I think all teams get bad calls called on them. Go look at how many Cowboy fans got complained that Mike had never got holding calls.
Yeah.
Right? And that's nobody's going to sit here and say that the Cowboys aren't one of like the bell cow teams of the league. They absolutely are. They're the golden goose, for crying out loud.
Let me give you the most penalized teams so far this season, the least penalized. Most penalized, Jacksonville.
3-1.
Minnesota, Green Bay, New Orleans, the Giants, and the Titans. They all have been called for 35 penalties or more. The Cowboys, by the way, 31.
Now, that's a mishmash of teams. You've got two absolutely legendary Premier League fan favorite franchises in the Packers and the Giants. Like the league is not going to do and go out of their way to hurt them. So the fact that those teams are the most penalized, I mean, maybe it's true. Maybe they need the penalties because they're actually committing them.
The least penalized teams so far, Pittsburgh, 19, Seattle, 20, Falcons, 21, Rams, 22, Panthers, 22, Ravens, 22, San Fran and Detroit, 24.
Okay, so another mismatch. I mean, there are some teams that the league doesn't give a rip about. And then there's others like, Pittsburgh that they really care about. They probably really care about San Fran and Detroit, the Rams.
I love the quote from Breece Hall. This went viral. It's just a tale of 3 out of our 4 losses. Teams will shoot themselves in the foot. We come back and shoot ourselves in the head.
Good line. Very good line. Very good line. I like it.
Man, poor Jets fans. They may not be. I mean, we shouldn't make fun of them too much because we could absolutely lose this game.
Could. I mean, look, the Jets have been to 3 AFC Championship games since the Cowboys last went to an NFC Championship game. That ought to tell you all you need to know. But I don't have sympathy for them. I mean, look, you chose them. You could leave. You don't have to be a fan your whole life.
Yes, you do, John.
You could be a front runner, and I think that's how. If you want to be who are the happiest people in the world? Front runners. That's the happy people.
877-881-1053. Text your answers to RJ's NFL overreactions or not.
All right, number 1, and we can even alter this, but John Harbaugh is on a bigger hot seat than Sean McDermott.
Well, there's 2 different sides of this. Should he be on the hot seat versus is he with Ozzie Newsome and Eric DaCosta and Steve Bisciotti and the continuity that they have there in Baltimore? What do you think, Pepe? Sean McDermott or Harbaugh?
I think Harbaugh. I think because I think overall his team is more talented than Buffalo. Buffalo doesn't have the offensive weapons that Baltimore has. So,
yeah.
And I think now quarterback wise, if that's the biggest difference, then yes, you'd lean with Buffalo. But the Ravens should be in the Super Bowl. They've had their moments and opportunities.
It definitely should not be an overreaction to answer the question.
Is there a difference between John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin, Sean Payton, and Mike McCarthy? Like their careers are basically the same, right? They're all title early and then never went back.
Yeah, not really much of a difference that jumps out to me.
I mean, you could argue that some are better at certain things than others.
Sure.
And, you could rank them any way you want.
When's the last special teams coach, by the way, to make the head coach leap? Can you ask Grok that or the fan text? That's where John Harbaugh came from.
Yeah.
I was in Maryland. Thank God I wasn't in Baltimore, but I was 2 hours away from Baltimore, and they wanted Garrett. I remember covering that. They wanted Jason Garrett, and then they hire a special teams coach, and we're like, what? You don't hire a special teams coach from Philadelphia to be the head coach.
Right.
Who's the last one to go ahead and make that leap?
That's a good question. And, he obviously comes from a football family. I think Belichick was a special teams coach at one point, but obviously he had gone on to do great things as a coordinator, defensive coordinator later on.
Not an overreaction.
I don't think it's an overreaction either. Next one, Shedeur Sanders should start this week for Cleveland. It appears they're going to start Dylan Gabriel.
Breaking news right now. It's breaking news. It is Dylan Gabriel for Joe Flacco. And the answer to this is whoever's looked better at practice. My easy, quick answer is you start Dylan Gabriel. You drafted him before Shedeur. Everyone keeps forgetting it's these television whores who just want, putting themselves out there for whatever ratings they can get. Like, Dylan Gabriel was drafted ahead of Shedeur Sanders. So theoretically, Dylan Gabriel is better than Shedeur Sanders. Now, has Shedeur just completely outshined him in practice? Has he gotten the opportunities to do it? But no, it makes all the sense in the world. Dylan Gabriel should be up next. Flacco was terrible against the Lions. Awful. You got the Rex clip?
Yes, I do. So this is Rex basically saying it's embarrassing that Shedeur is not the starter.
Stefanski is one of an outstanding coach. All right? But why the hell isn't he putting Shedeur Sanders? We're all waiting to see the Shedeur Sanders be the guy or Gabriel, whatever. Something's missing. Something's missing with this kid. This kid talks. He runs his mouth like I could be a starting quarterback with his arms crossed like this. Get your ass in the front row and study and do all that. If I know, the whole league knows. Quit being an embarrassment that way. You got the talent to be the quarterback. You should be. You should be embarrassed that you're not the quarterback now.
Dang.
Yeah, I mean,
someone needs to check Rex.
Yeah, he's
they let him. He spouts off on everyone. He called Mike McDaniel a nerd.
Yeah,
is that it? That's kind of personal.
It's kind of personal.
He's sitting here destroying. I don't even really know what his point is.
No,
what is he reacting to?
I think his point here is that it's like Shedeur's not putting the work in to get the job.
Is that a report?
I think it's his way of doing a report. I don't know if he has a relationship with Stefanski or not.
Okay.
But
he's saying if I know, the whole league knows.
Right, yeah. So that's disappointing. That's disappointing if you're a Browns fan that, your backup quarterback or one of your backups who's pretty obviously the more talented player, physically gifted than Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel's like 5'10". He's not physically gifted. Now, he may be a smarter football IQ guy. Who knows? But, this is the same thing. Like, if you're the Browns, you knew what Joe Flacco was. You knew what he was going to get you throughout the year. He was never going to – you had no chance of winning the title with Joe Flacco. Now, you didn't have a chance to win with the other guys either, but at least you had the unknown.
So you think they should have started Gabriel from the jump?
Or Shedeur, yeah, I would have. I mean, you know what Joe Flacco is. If you're just trying to go out there and win games 17-10, I mean, fine, start Joe Flacco, but that's not really
you have a similar criticism for the Giants?
Giants, same thing. I mean, you bring in Jackson Dart now. All right, was this just because Dayball could keep his job? What do you do if you're the Giants now? You have to move on from Russell Wilson
or Jameis?
You're
letting it a 6th-round asset rot?
Right.
One of them.
Somebody will pick up Jameis. The Cincinnati Bengals right now would trade maybe for Russ, maybe for Jameis. Right? Like they would absolutely make that deal today. I don't know why you're just hanging on to these guys. Like, you've moved on to Jackson Dart. This is Jackson Dart's franchise, for better or worse.
Yeah.
For the next X amount of years. So let's just move on. Next one. Seattle is the best team in the NFC West.
Well, the Cardinals kind of, got brought back to earth with the whole Marvin Harrison experience. It's not an overreaction because I think everyone's pretty even. Sam Darnold made some nice throws in their last game. Mike McDaniel seems like he could be for real. They lost to San Fran at BS 49er win in week 1. Then they beat Pittsburgh by 14. They destroyed the Saints. And they beat the Cardinals by 3. So, no, I don't think it's an overreaction. I think I'd take the Rams, but I don't think it's crazy to suggest that Seattle could win the division. Not an overreaction.
I would take the Rams, too. You're right. That was a tough loss week when they had a fumble late. They could have easily gone down and finished that drive. I think they were inside the red zone when they had that fumble. I don't think it's an overreaction. I agree. I think the Rams are the best team, though. Jacksonville is the best team in the AFC South.
Oh, gosh. RJ Choppy's Jacksonville Jaguars with Liam Cohen. What do you think, Peyton? I'm going to say it's an overreaction because I'm believing in Indianapolis this much. I think the Colts are for real. I'm not going to say championship for real, but playoff real. They lost to the Rams by 7. The Colts will win the AFC South.
The only thing that fears me a little bit is that Jacksonville defense, I think they're the best in the league in turnover differential, aren't they?
Dude.
I mean, they're insane. Like, that's why I would give them I'd still
They
lean
have
the
generated
Colts.
3 turnovers, I believe, in every single game this season.
That's insane. It's such a bad division. I mean, I'd probably give it to the Colts. So not an overreaction, but I'd lean Colts just because I think Daniel Jones, I'd take him over Trevor Lawrence.
God, I'm like the Chappelle crackhead. Like, hey, can you give us some of them turnovers over here? Like, can you just give us like 3?
It's funny,
You're generating 3 a game.
It's funny though how you get those random years where a team's defense will pop with just opportunistic defenses, and this just goes to show you how small the margins are in the National Football League. So the Bills, we all think the Bills are pretty obviously the best team in the league. Between
we'll find out at 8:00.
Yeah, between now and November 30th. Their number, so ESPN Analytics has their percent chance to win each game. Their highest percent chance to win each game is no higher than 68%. So when they play the Patriots and the Panthers and the Dolphins, their chances to win these games are 68% or less. I would look at it and say they have like an 85-90% chance of winning.
Yeah.
But that's how small these margins are. Like one turnover changes the entire complexion of a football game.
And let me go back to the Peyton Russell hot take. Did you say you're taking Daniel Jones over Trevor Lawrence?
I saw RJ's reaction. I didn't know if it was a super hot take. I mean, right now, I would for this year, not as a career overall, but like Daniel Jones, I mean, he has the weapons. They got Michael Pittman, Alec Pierce on offense. You know, Jonathan Taylor's still moving around. So, I mean,
he's more than moving around. This MVP type stuff from Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, he's really good. But this year, I
don't think it's crazy. I think I agree with you. Mm-hmm. I think I'll go ahead and agree. NFL overreactions are not with RJ Choppy here during the commercial-free Expressway.
Bryce Young will not be the Carolina starter next year.
They're 1-3. This is a convenient day for Bobby to have the runs because he was buying Bryce Young stock in the offseason. I think he saw this in your prep, and he conveniently called out with the strep throat. Bryce on the year has a QBR of 41.6. He
27th in the league.
He's got 5 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. That's an overreaction. Bryce will be the quarterback next year, and then maybe they can decide to go ahead and do something.
I think next year will be it.
He's thrown for over 154 yards one time this year. He threw for 328 against the Cardinals. His other yardage was 121, 150, and 154. It's the state of quarterbacking overall in the sport of football, not the NFL. The sport has dropped.
I saw somebody post a tweet like, we have been robbed, because they went back to 08, 09, and just all the 4,000-yard passers that year had. But of course, you had, look what you had then. You had Brady, Manning, Rivers, Breeze, Romo, Rodgers, Prime. You had all these guys that were just chucking it everywhere. I mean, you had an era where you had legitimate, you could have conversations about 6 or 7 quarterbacks that were Hall of Famers.
What is that 6-7 from?
It's a song. It's in a song, something like that.
It's so dumb. It's just because the numbers have nothing to do with anything, but it's just 6-7. Then you got to do the little thing.
How much? 6-7.
All this is telling me right now, even louder, the Cowboys better win these 2 freaking games. Yeah. Jets and Panthers. We're talking about the disasters there with both. Please win these next 2 games.
Have you seen the spread for Jets Cowboys?
2.5. Welcome to the program.
Yeah. Oh. I was out Monday. Sorry.
No, I said it today.
We have it at 6:20.
Yeah.
All right, overreaction or not, Brian Callahan will be fired before Mike McDaniel.
Not an overreaction. This thing is a mess. I've had 3 Titan stories buried in my email that I haven't even wanted to get to because Tennessee is so ugly. Here's a clip that I sent Pepe. This is Brian Callahan, who already has given up the play calling duties because he didn't know how rules worked in the National Football League. And here he was getting testy with a longtime reporter there in Nashville.
Do you think this is a resilient and relentless football team?
I know what you're doing there, Paul. I know what you're doing. And I'm not going to answer that right now.
Well, those are the themes that you've tried to catch.
Yeah,
20-some games in.
Yeah.
Stop.
I'm going to just compose myself here before I say something I regret. But, yes, I think this team is resilient. I think it is relentless. We haven't played good enough football, and I think those are two very distinct, different things. We have to execute at a better level. We have to coach better. That's really all I can say.
So,
the Paul Kaharski.
Yes. There were accusations of a fire sale in Tennessee. So when you're looking at Cincinnati, you're thinking about Jerry's trades with the draft picks possibly and trying to save this offense like the Rangers tried to save their pitching this season. Maybe look at Tennessee. They traded Jarvis Brownlee Jr. and people are like, what? Traded him to the Jets. Actually, second-year player who started 17 games after being picked in the 5th round last year. So people are kind of looking like, is Tennessee they about to sell off here? And we haven't heard any coverage or seen any coverage. Shedeur Sanders getting more coverage than Cam Ward. Cam Ward, zero coverage, having a terrible start with a terrible team and franchise. And by the way, Adam Schefter saying the backup to Dylan Gabriel,
Joe Flacco. God, what? Wow.
Did you think it was definitely going to be Shedeur?
I mean, I assumed, but that speaks volumes. That speaks volumes. I do not believe Kevin Stefanski to be a dumb football guy. I think he's a really good offensive mind. Something's not right. Something's not right.
They got their Jaden Blue over there, maybe.
Yeah, they might.
Quite possibly.
Overreaction. I think Callahan will be fired before McDaniel. But if they're going to fire sale it, they might as well just keep him. Like, you're going to bring another coach in a fire sale. They do need a fire sale, too.
Do they need a fire sale? I was going to ask you that with a rookie quarterback. What are you building, or how do you build around it?
I don't know. I think you build
fire
around
sale what, though?
Yeah, that's the question. What are you getting? You're usually going to get a bunch of fifths?
No, I'm talking about what do you get rid of? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm
nothing but age.
Do they have anybody that would bring you back anything of value? Because it's pretty apparent you need bodies. Like, they need some bodies. They need players. Like, they don't have enough players. Last one. The Chiefs are the best team in the AFC West.
You answer this first.
I think they'll win the division.
Okay. Right now, the Chargers are 3-1. Kansas City's 2-2. The Broncos are 2-2. Raiders are 1-3.
I don't trust Denver.
Do we really think? I think it's an overreaction.
Okay.
Well, no, I think it can happen. So I guess I'll change it to it's not an overreaction, that it can happen. Bobby and my hatred for him is making me root against the Chargers. Since him and Peyton named Justin Herbert as the MVP, which is so stupid, and then they go out and lose to the New York Giants. But do we really think Xavier Worthy makes that much of a difference?
No, I don't.
The return of Worthy. Now they're going to get Rasheed.
Yeah.
All right, but you're still getting a bunch of
free four. Those T-shirts.
Those T-shirts. What do you think, Pepe? Overreaction or not? Kansas City will win the West. I don't think it's an overreaction.
No, it's not an overreaction, especially after, the Chargers put up a dud basically against the Giants. But the Chiefs, what they did against the Ravens was pretty impressive. I mean, I almost put the Chiefs back in my top 5 because of what they did. Not really, but I thought about it.
It wasn't pretty. It was super impressive.
Yeah, it was. So, and that's the thing, man. If you let the Chiefs get hot, you had a chance to put them in the hole. The Giants had a chance to put them 0-3. Couldn't do it.
Because they're looking to lose the Chargers in Brazil, and they lose by 3 to Philadelphia in a game where if Travis Kelce caught that pass, they may have won that game because it was the interception at the goal line. That's I don't think it's an overreaction. I don't trust LA. I don't trust Denver. I think it says more about the division than the Chiefs.
Denver they buried Cincinnati.
True, they did.
They didn't just barely beat them. They buried them. All right, power rankings. Will RJ sneak his beloved Chiefs into the top 5, 1 through 5, 5 through 1? Did the Cowboys move up after the Green Bay tie? Power rankings at 8. Let's hook you up.
Baby, all right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Ed Sheeran at AT&T Stadium in Arlington on October 24th of 2026. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
He's got a lot of good songs. Beast?
He is a beast.
It's the Hump Day edition, commercial-free expressway. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
It is official. I hate parents. This is
sports parents?
No, parents in general. No, I shouldn't say parents in general. Parents that have so much money that they do stupid things with it involving their kids. There is a company in San Francisco.
Uh-oh.
A global name consultancy specialist. This is a woman who charges $30,000 to Silicon Valley and Bay Area parents to name their baby. This is not a joke. This is a TikTok entrepreneur. Her name is Taylor A. Humphrey.
There's no way anyone has bought the service. There's just no way.
She has apparently has a portfolio of 500 clients. For parents that have money, they're saying selecting a child's name is no different than selecting your kitchen backsplash. It's just like, hell, we got to do it anyway.
Is that minimizing or maximizing? What importance are you putting on that?
They're saying
that's $15 million.
They're saying personal, yes. Outsourcing is the best option. So they're saying, like, I've got a bias. I have a perceived bias. So for me, I wanted an Italian name. I liked a couple of names. I like the name Luca.
Yep.
Right? I wanted to name my child off the guy who was most brutally murdered in Godfather 1, apparently.
Does this person on TikTok show the process of it? I want to hear I would watch 30 minutes on how this process goes.
So she gets like all the information, what your family background is, your family history, where you're from, what your interests are. Obviously she wants to know the sex of the baby, but like she kind of the intricacies of what they want.
I'm gonna give this person props who set up this business.
I am too.
Makes me jealous. Good for you, taking advantage of people with way too much money that they have in their life. And I will say this: names, in my opinion, have gotten so stupid nowadays. Baby names. Maybe we should have a consulting firm. Maybe we should have the same firms that pick head coaches. What's dumber? Yeah. What's dumber, do you think? An organization, a sports organization, having a consulting firm pick their coach, or this? This.
I understand that. You want to vet people. You don't have the manpower. These consulting firms might be able to do personal background checks easier than you can. Now, look, it's not all $30,000. You could just get an email with a name on it, right? That'll be X amount of money. You could get a full branding experience. If you want to set up a baby Facebook, Instagram brand, you want to get a logo, that's where you get up to the $30,000. But
logo.
People are burning money.
Yep.
Burning money on this baby naming extravaganza. It is chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. I don't usually like to do this. I don't usually like to feel no sympathy for somebody who gets attacked by a shark, but I have no sympathy for this person who got attacked by a shark. There is a swimmer in California who was attempting. I had no idea.
All your stories are targeted towards one state.
I had no idea that there's something called the Triple Crown of open water swimming. I didn't know this was a thing, but apparently it is. You swim the English Channel between England and France. You do the 20 bridges swim, which is where you swim around Manhattan Island, which is 30 miles in sewage-infested waters.
Mm.
And then you swim from Catalina Island off the coast of L.A. to the mainland. Well, this guy decided he was going to swim this. It's about 20 miles. And, I mean, kudos to you for being able to do that. But he was attacked by a white shark. Not a great white, but a white shark. He's believed to be between 50 and 55 years old.
Yeah.
This is inadvisable. They said like the shark just nipped at his leg and his foot and then took off. So he didn't die or anything. So that's why I feel okay. So I have no sympathy for you.
Yeah.
But if you're going to take this I'm sorry. I don't have any sympathy for you. What are you doing? This is not your habitat. Stay out of the water.
At what point do you think it's dangerous to go in some of these lakes around here that are getting the gators?
You will not catch me in Eagle Mountain Lake.
Is this why you yelled at your kid for messing around?
Yes. Well, my kid was hanging off a bridge. And I'm like, dude, right below you, there's a bar there. It's going to take your head off. That water's 2 feet deep. It's a creek. I'm like, there's snakes in there. What are you doing? Don't be an idiot. Don't be stupid.
You think you listened?
No, of course not. Of course not.
So right now, we're two. If there's one, is there possibly one we're already gator infested and not be in any lake?
I'm not going in.
Hell no.
I'm not going in. There's gators in these lakes. There's gators in these lakes for years. I'm not going in.
Dude, those things are dinosaurs. I mean, you're basically messing with a dinosaur there. I'm not doing that.
100% chance this guy that's a white dude. This is white people stuff right here. Nobody is swimming.
That's what my wife would say.
From Catalina to L.A.
Yep.
Nobody is doing that. That's just some stupid you know what. It is chopping it up here on 105 through the fan. Let's go back to my favorite stories. The airplanes. Do you save seats on Southwest Airlines for others?
Well,
let's say you and Amanda are traveling.
Yeah.
You got Group A. She got Group B.
Yes.
You sit down first and you put your bag on a seat. Are you doing that?
Yes.
Yeah, I would too.
Now, I hope you're in the same grouping because that would suck. And it is awkward, no doubt about it. But I would also not lie to save the seat. I'm legitimately trying to save it for her. I think it's happened once or twice, and it ended up working out. No one gave me the stink eye.
Right. And I do think it's easier. I would just think on my own, if Sarah saved the seat or Amanda saved it for you, someone's less likely to go after her.
Yes. Let her board first.
Right. Than they would after me or you. Just subconsciously. But this was on a Nashville to Seattle flight.
That's the thing about having such a terribly spelled first name. I can just give it to her, and they're like, "Oh, this is a woman's name."
Shannon.
Shannon. She can pass.
We'll never know.
Yeah.
We'll never know. So obviously,
and these days, even if my name is Amanda, are you gonna say something?
What are you gonna say?
What are you gonna say?
What are you gonna say?
Say something to me.
I mean,
that's a yes, ma'am. You're able to go through.
Letters 2, 3, and 4 literally say "man." It's me. Right? So this is on a flight from Nashville to Seattle. Customer got on, saved a seat. Some guy came on and was like, he went to the flight attendant. She's not supposed to save seats. He wanted that seat. It was an available seat. It was a middle seat, but it was available. He's like, I want that seat. And he was putting up a stink about it. It delayed the flight 30 minutes.
Whoa.
A bunch of people were in the back. Were like, hey, we're going to miss our connection. They finally got this guy and kicked him off the plane.
Oh, he got kicked off.
He got kicked off the plane for causing a stink about this.
Oh, I do think technically, this is a technical versus common sense. You're fighting for a middle seat. You're telling me there's no other middle seat available on the plane? You weren't even trying to argue for the row or the window?
Yeah. It could have been an exit row. We don't know.
But I think technically the person saving the seat should lose this battle.
Yes.
The guy screaming is a jerk. But I think technically he should be able to sit down if there's an open seat.
Probably should be able to. Southwest has been very non-committal on this. They're saying we don't have a policy. It's first come. You sit where you want. We don't really have a policy. We don't want to make our.
I blame Southwest. I'm grouping. I'm booking my tickets at the same time.
You would think so. Now they may not have. It may have been where they didn't book at the same time, and that's why.
How often does that happen?
So I've never flown Southwest. I've always just gone to DFW. Wow. So this whole saving seats was right over my head. I had no idea this was a thing.
What a brat.
Sorry.
What a brat. I've never flown Southwest. What he told us in the shower yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Pause.
That's right.
No, it sucks. Oh. It sucks. And then you're standing up there, trying to, like you're on a monorail.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Are you 47 or 45?
Yeah. And then you feel like you have to show the boarding pass to prove that you're not cutting line.
You're just cutting line, and it's just, and everybody's cutting. Oh, I got I need help. I need assistance.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna cut the line and everything. That's part of it. But this is if I'm the guy, I wouldn't want to sit there either. Anyway, once you create the stink, how awkward is that? It's a 3-hour flight.
Yeah.
How awkward is that going to be?
People don't care. No shame.
Nope, no shame. Last one here on Chopping It Up. This is coming. Do you use the paper ticket for the airplane, or do you use your app?
Paper.
I use paper too. It's coming to an end.
Just like the ballpark app.
Yep, some airlines are already starting to use no more, and they're expecting it to be rolled out where all the airlines are basically not using any more paper tickets over the next couple of years.
I feel this is age discrimination. I think the MLB ballpark app is age discrimination too. And yesterday we're talking to Jerry Jones. How's Jerry Jones supposed to go to a Ranger game? He said he's only got the ESPN app and Bloomberg. He got the MLB ballpark app on his phone. When we asked him about this yesterday, what if my phone dies? I'm sitting there in the airport. Mm-hmm. You told me not to use the charger thing because they're stealing information. Right. So I'm on low battery. And then I'm sitting there getting ready to show my phone. I mean, I know they can probably look it up.
Sure.
But what if my phone dies and I'm sitting there holding up the line?
Amen.
Why can't? What's wrong with the paper? Is it we're killing the trees?
Yeah, trees, man.
Yeah,
even though they're already dead, we
cost.
already have the paper. So
I mean, how much do they spend a year on the paper for those kiosks and stuff? Chopping it up.
And then sometimes when you go into areas like when you're driving to one of these stadiums and the cell phone service, I can't get back into my.
I know.
I can't get back into my app.
And they don't take screenshots.
Chopping it up. Hump Day edition without Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. How much do the Cowboys deserve to move up after tying the Packers? 1 through 5, 5 through 1. Around the NFL Power Rankings on the home of America's team is next.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Oh, that's what Bobby's doing in the bathroom, making that sound after getting on me and making fun of yours truly on Friday. Roberto is out. Sean and RJ here on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers, along with Peyton and Aiden in the back. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get the report cards out. How do we do? Get your pencils out.
Peyton's the defending champ. 1 through 5, 5 through 1 for your power rankings this week on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053.
Peyton Phillip Russell, you had Buffalo 1.
Nice.
Philadelphia 2.
Nice.
Baltimore 3.
Oh.
Chargers 4.
No.
Detroit 5.
3 and 2.
Sean Sharif, you had Buffalo 1. Detroit 2. Baltimore 3. Green Bay 4. What do we do there?
I get a tie.
You get a tie. And then Philadelphia 5.
So I am
2, 3,
1 and 1.
And 1.
That's better than. See, Jerry's right. It's better than a tie.
Better than 3 and 2.
Tie, man.
3, 1 and 1.
Bobby had Buffalo 1. Green Bay 2. Detroit 3. Chargers 4. Baltimore 5.
So that's 2, 2 and 1.
Yes.
Oh.
And I had Buffalo 1, Detroit 2, Philadelphia 3, Green Bay 4, and Indy 5. So that's my loss.
So me and you tied.
3, 1 and 1.
3, 1 and 1.
There we
Now,
go.
what did you say yesterday? This was your hardest after
3. I had my first top 3. I think based on what we've done over the previous weeks, I think most of us probably will have the same top 3. Maybe different order, but same teams. I honestly do not think there is a single team deserving of being 4th or 5th.
Ooh. All right. Well, then let's go 1 through 5.
All right.
Start us off.
Buffalo is 1. I was thinking of moving around because I think Philadelphia has a better resume right now. But to win a game with 0 pass yards in the second half is not only A, not sustainable, but B, it's also not football.
And that was the Eagles.
Buffalo is...
Even though Sean Payton is now defending the tush push.
Man,
you have your worlds
ever
colliding. You can't stand Sean Payton. You like the tush push. Boom.
This is 2 years in a row because last year he said sacks are a quarterback stat. You know, so I'm starting to like him a little bit more. But then again, I look at him with those readers in the front of his nose,
Yes.
and I'm like, you're not a football coach. You can't do that. So I have Buffalo at number 1.
I, too, have Buffalo at number 1. They've scored 30 points in each of the first 4 games this season. They weren't impressive against the Saints. I think they were like a 17-point favorite, only won by 12, and they were at home. But James Cook has been incredible. And honestly, I don't know how this team loses more than 2 games this season.
Well, I'm looking at that schedule as well.
They play the Eagles at the very end of the season. That's it.
Patriots, Falcons, Panthers. You do get Kansas City.
And it's on the road.
It's in Buffalo.
I'm sorry, yeah, it's in Buffalo.
Let's see how hot Kansas City gets. Then you get Miami. Tampa can be a headache. Texans, Steelers. There's some challenges in there.
I expect them, though, to beat a couple of those good teams they're facing. They won't lose every team when they're facing, against playoff teams.
So the numbers say, what would you guess the chances of winning the Chiefs game is? If you were to put percent on it.
65%.
It says 51. It seems low.
It does seem low. Are they taking into account the past playoff games?
This is just the analytics. Like they play the Patriots at 68%.
Yeah.
At the Falcons, 63%. I don't get it.
PFF.
Yeah. Exactly.
So Peyton, you have Buffalo?
Yes.
All of us have Buffalo. Number 2.
Number 2 for me, there were a lot of moving parts in week 1 with the new OC and the new DC. But Dan Campbell has proved one thing. That dude recognizes a problem, and he fixes it. He does not wait around. So I have Detroit, number 2. There is going to be a problem, though, because I do not believe they'll be the top seed in the conference. I think Philadelphia will be. Philadelphia has the Lions. I almost call them the Tigers. Has the Lions at home this year. And Detroit doesn't play great on the road, but Give me Detroit number 2.
I have the Eagles remaining at number 2. I mean, they're 4-0, and this was the first probably impressive win they've had this season. They've won all 4 games they've played, but against the Bucs on the road, I thought the Bucs were going to take it to them. I was like, all right, this is the game that the Eagles finally get exposed, and they exposed the Bucs basically. And I still don't understand the A.J. Brown drama. I don't understand that at all, but, if there's issues there, maybe, but right now I have the Eagles at number 2 as the best team in the NFC.
W.I. Payton striking again.
Yep.
I agree with Choppy. I'm going to have the Lions at number 2.
Okay. All right. So, same 2 teams for Sean and I at 1 and 2. Number 3, I got Philly. I put Philly at number 3. So right now they would have home ice in the playoff games and, against the Lions. And for Jared Goff, that's not a good thing. Neutral field, I would take Detroit. The problem is Philly's going to be the higher seed. I have the Eagles at 3.
I have the Detroit Lions at number 3. They moved up since last week. Ever since they got smacked around by the Packers, they've had one of the best offenses in not just the NFC, but the NFL. They put a 52 on the Bears and then 38 on the road in Baltimore. They looked like the last year Lions. And, if the Packers keep messing around with these teams they should beat, it's the Lions' division to lose. So I have the Lions at number 3.
I also, RJ, have the Eagles at number 3.
Ooh.
They're winning different ways. Special teams.
Yeah.
Don't throw it. Throw it. A.J. Brown, take over, not take over. I hate it all.
Yeah, this is tough to watch.
You can look at it one of 2 ways. Bobby's going to say, "Hey, they're lucking through," or you can say they're doing it in different ways.
They are. The fact they're doing it different ways scares me. Like the Chiefs did it like it was just like a little bit Mahomes magic at the end of these games.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's tough to watch. I mean, to not have a single passing yard in the second half of a football game and win the game.
And I hate all of Jalen Hurts' mannerisms. He's really smooth. I don't like how smooth he is. I don't like that he makes 0 facial expressions. I can't stand it. I don't like he can squat more than anybody.
Right.
It's a dislike and a jealousy all in one.
All right, number 4. This is where it got squirrely for me because, like I said, I did not think a single team outside the top 3 even deserved to be in the top 5. So I'm only using these next 2 teams to fill out my roster here. The Rams, they haven't played anybody. The Niners, they got injuries. Tampa, they've trailed in the final minute of every single game. The Chargers, you lost the Giants. That automatically disqualifies you from being in this top here. The Chiefs have been very mid at best. The Colts I had last week, they just got beat. So I took them out. So I'll put Kansas City.
There it is.
They are one Travis Kelce catch away.
We can't do that.
Oh,
they're one Kelce catch away from being 3-1. Had he caught that ball at the goal line, instead of letting it go right through his hands and into the Philadelphia secondary, they'd be a 3-1 football team and nobody would have a problem with them here. So I'll put Kansas City here begrudgingly.
At 4?
At 4. Begrudgingly.
I have the Los Angeles Rams at number 4. I mean, look, despite the 19-point collapse on the road against the Eagles, which RJ would say, if you're by double digits on the road, you're the better team.
I would.
They should be 4-0. And look, Devontae Adams has looked really, really well there in that offense for the Rams. I have the Rams right now at number 4. And I think that, I still believe in them to run I know we talked about the Seahawks possibly being the best team in the West. I think it's by far the Rams are the best team. I'm not believing in Seattle right now, but I have the Rams right now, number 4.
Packers 4. You guys just completely dinging them after having that defense get lit up by MVP Dak Prescott.
I am dinging.
I'm not donging them too much. I'm going to keep Green Bay right around there at 4.
Okay.
Number 5.
I don't have a problem with that. I thought about Green Bay here. I really did, but that whole game soured me. It soured me there. The fact they couldn't get a stop when they wanted to. And again, thought about the Rams, thought about the Chargers, Packers, Colts. But this one team has one loss, and it's by 4 points on the road to Joe Burrow. And it is the Fightin' Duvals of Jacksonville. The Jags at number 5.
Oh, you've been the 2 teams he's just
dying to do it.
Chiefs, the Jaguars. Not even close to his top 5 the last couple weeks. And then he throws them in there.
He wants to save Trevor Lawrence.
I didn't even think about it.
He wants to save pedigree.
Save Sunshine.
Save Sunshine.
Sean, I don't have the Packers at 4, but I have them number 5 here. And I only moved them up because the Ravens, they look like dog dookie right now. The Ravens have looked really bad, and maybe Lamar's out for a couple games there. But I think eventually this team will get going. Back-to-back weeks, though, they're worrying me a little. 2 teams they should have ran through with ease, and they lost that. They're 2-1-1 right now, and they should be 4-0, but I have the Packers at number 5.
I'm going to go with the Rams at 5. This was tough. I almost kept Indy there. I almost snuck in Kansas City. But I'm going to go with the Rams at number 5, making Bobby Belt roll in his grave. 1 through 5, 5 through 1 with power rankings on the Franco LaFranco Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053.
All right, my 5 are Buffalo, Detroit, Philly, and then 50 feet of crap, and then Kansas City and Jacksonville at 4 and 5.
Okay, I forgot the Cowboys. I need to talk about where they went after tying Green Bay. Blogging the Boys summarized it all. ESPN last week had them at 24. They moved to 23. NFL.com had them at 24. They moved to 22. USA Today had them at 28.
Oh, God. Mike Freeman.
Moved them to 20. Does he work for them now?
I don't know. He blocked me.
Yahoo last week had the Cowboys at 26. Moved them up to 23. CBS kept them at 23. The Athletic had them go from 22 to 18. Sports Illustrated from 25 to 21.
I think 18 to 20 is probably the fair range. I don't think they're the 24th best team in the league. Their defense stinks. But, I mean, name me the team that they can't lose to, but also can't beat. It would not surprise me if they beat Philadelphia. It wouldn't surprise me if they beat Buffalo or Detroit. It wouldn't surprise me. But it also wouldn't surprise me if they lost to Carolina.
Power rankings, 1 through 5, 5 through 1, every hump day at this time. It's also time now for the random Wednesday wheel spin.
Come on, sports match. Let's go, baby. Sports match.
Dear Choppy?
Oh!
It's Dear Choppy.
Okay.
Wow.
Look, more me. I like this.
Not Dear Abby, Dear Choppy, with all of your life questions. The things you need solved. Go inside the warped, demented mind of Ralph James with anything you need help with right now. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Dear Choppy and Diamond Calves next on the home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
in Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817 333-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down with the bases loaded. Chapman is ready. He throws. Fastball! Swung on and missed! He got him! Chapman leaves the bases loaded, and the Red Sox win Game 1, 3-1 in the Bronx.
How about the clapping there in the press box?
I know. There was quite a bit of Red Sox fans there last night.
Red Sox radio with the call. We have Dear Choppy coming up. A special guest on the hotline in just a second on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Nick Eatman at 9. Does Brett Boone want the Rangers managerial position? He will join us at 9:20. Recap yesterday for us.
So it was the first 3 games were about the starting pitching. You had the starting pitching in the first 3 games. Throw like 38 in the 3rd innings and allow 5 earned runs. Skubal was dominant. Crochet was dominant. Fried was dominant. They all pitched great. Crochet went in a little bit longer. He got taken out. They went right from Crochet to Chapman. Boone went from Fried to Weaver in the 7th, and that blew up. And they allowed a couple of runs. The Yankees had a one-run lead the whole game until the 7th. Detroit, they couldn't buy a win. Detroit could not buy a win down the stretch. They are 1 win away from advancing. These 3-game series are scary because, you win the first one.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a crater to wind up losing these series now. So maybe eventually they'll go to 5-game series here instead of just a 3. But this is quick.
The people need RJ Choppy's help, including a special guest on the hotline for Dear Choppy.
This letter's about love and loss. Here's what he writes.
Dear Slim.
Oh, baby. That's right. A little Dear Chop here. Bobby's out, but the show must go on for the random wheel spin on a Wednesday. This is where you get in your questions to RJ Choppy, 877-881-1053, the Frankel Injury Attorney fan text. But right now we go to the D&M Leasing Hotline with one. Who are you? Is this Corey Majors?
Oh my gosh.
What is up, gentlemen? It is Ed Werder's best friend, Corey Majors. I am in traffic tow-lowing, as I always do, waiting to get into the studio. I'll see y'all here in a little bit.
Yes, sir. What do you need help with?
All right, so my wife gets mad whenever I take the last Coke out of the fridge and head into work. And she texts me, and she's like, did you take the last Coke? Or why didn't you tell me you took the last Coke? Or you didn't leave me with any Cokes. And I was like, what? I'm sorry, there was only one left. What am I supposed to do? She said, just tell me that you took the last one so I can be prepared for whenever I need a Coke. And I said, okay. And then, so the other day, I was leaving to go to Taco Bueno for our Friday football feast. I grabbed the last Coke. And then she texted me, and she was like, you took the last Coke. I texted her. I was like, hey, I took the last Coke. She texted back, hey, why did you do that? I was like, you told me. You literally told me to tell you, and now you're mad at me. Chop, I feel like I'm in a no-win situation. What do I do? I'll hang up and listen.
All right, thank you. Okay, this one, this is difficult because, it's obvious she doesn't want you to tell her that you took the last Coke. She doesn't want you to take the Coke at all.
Yeah.
Right. So it's quite obvious there. This is not a respect thing. It's a selfish thing. This is a selfish thing. I would suggest, I think, number one, you got to switch to Pepsi. Okay. She's never going to say, you took the last Pepsi. That way you have the Pepsis and she has the Cokes. All right. That could be discussion number one. But what I would do, quite frankly, is I would just gaslight the hell out of her. I didn't take the last Coke.
Yeah.
There wasn't a Coke in there.
Lie.
You lie. Your first instinct should always be to lie.
It was the kid.
Yeah.
You got kids?
Blame it on somebody else. There's 5 people in that house, Corey. 5? So you have 3 kids or 4. There's 6 people in that house. Blame somebody else. You didn't take the last Coke.
My question is...
There was no Coke in there.
My question is, who does the grocery shopping? That's my question. If this was happening in my house, I would tell Amanda, buy 2 things of Coke every time you go to the store. She goes to the store once a week.
Yeah.
We're never going to run out. So buy 2. Or the other thing to do, if Corey takes the last soda on his way to work before she discovers it, Instacart. Bam. Instacart or Uber Eats a 12-pack of soda to the house. So it's right. That's what I would do. I would spend the money and show, hey, I'm thinking of you. I'm taking it, but I have a 12-pack being delivered in 25 minutes.
Wow.
Yep. There you go. Solved.
Boy, that's a bigger baller move than Peyton refusing to fly Southwest. She Instacart a soda to you.
Instacart, so does.
So does.
Yes, get whatever packs they come in.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. That's the husbandly thing to do.
Yes.
Mine, it's a short, but just
and why are we not buying more soda? This is like having the secret gift closet for the backup gift when you forget. Why are you not?
You got to have one of those.
Why are you not buying just an extra case of soda every single time?
You got to have a stash.
Stash.
I have a stash. Mackenzie and I, we love our Reese's, our candy. And so I have a stash in the pantry of where I put my stuff. So when I go to it, she's running low. I still have my stuff. I go, oh, we're out. Dang.
Yep.
I still got 3 remaining.
Boom. There you go.
I like it.
All right, RJ, let's get to the first question. This is Brent in Louisville. I like this girl. I feel she's souring on me. How do I get her to sweeten again?
Ooh. You know what? Karaoke.
Ooh.
Every girl loves to see the guy can make a fool of himself. Right? They like that. It relaxes her. But I also think you need a group dynamic here. It's obvious what you're doing isn't working. Get friends involved. Get her friends involved. Get your friends involved. I wish you had we'd done the segment before the Ranger season ended, because I think a baseball game is a great date night, especially with friends or a large group. So I would say karaoke. Maybe you want to hit up a TCU game, SMU game, something like that. Doesn't have to be a game. She might hate that. You know her better than I do, I would hope. Maybe you hit up Grapevine and go bounce around all the wineries. But karaoke, you make a fool of yourself. Maybe that will allow her to sweeten on you again.
Are there a lot of karaoke places that come to mind for you guys? Do you have in Rockwall?
None. I've never.
Really?
Well, no. There is I think it's called the Rockwall Bar. I've been to it once. They have karaoke there.
You've never what you were about to say? You gonna tell us you've never done karaoke?
Yeah, it was like I've never been out and karaokeing. I've always done it like off the YouTube at home or something, like New Year's Eve.
You've never been in a karaoke bar?
I've been in the bar. I've never done it. I've never done it.
Would you do it?
How many drinks have I had?
7.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And what would be your song? You'd kill it. I can see you.
It's got to be a Journey song. Don't Stop Believing.
There you go.
I can get into that.
So go to a game, then karaoke.
Yeah,
is your
then
advice.
karaoke. You got to make a fool of yourself. That'll help her sweeten.
Yeah, you got to do some kind of fun activity, something like that. Got to be funny here. All right, next question here. This is Amanda in Rowlett. I really want my boyfriend.
I would just Instacart her sodas.
Yeah, there you go.
Amanda in Rowlett. I really want my boyfriend to learn how to two-step, but he refuses, and I really love to dance. How do I get him to dance?
Well, this is perfect, because Bobby has to learn how to two-step, but I'm going to have to teach him.
Well, let me give the shocking statement that Bobby told us the other day.
Oh, my gosh.
He told us he's never danced with his wife. I said, Aiden's head just popped up. I said, you mean you never two-stepped? He goes, no, I've never danced. I said, you're a liar. You guys just lie on this show all the time. Peyton lied yesterday with his story. That's a lie. And Bobby, you never. You had a wedding.
They got married.
You didn't slow dance. You've never slow danced. You go to Billy Bob's all the time. You never slow dance with your wife
it's
one
actually
time.
Not totally unbelievable that Bobby has never slow danced with somebody.
I did this past weekend. We're drinking. We're in the living room. We got YouTube on everything. We're just slow dancing there.
You did?
Yeah.
How romantic!
That's awesome.
That's so cute.
I remember when we used to do that.
Mackenzie,
we back when the early parts of
you would dance.
Yeah, we would do all the time.
Yeah.
Mackenzie has gotten on to me because our wedding is in less than 8 months, around 8 months, and she's like, we have to practice like our first dance or something. Like we can't look like fools out there on the dance floor.
I mean, you can't look like even I will slow dance. You can't look like a fool slow dancing.
Right.
Go in a circle.
Yeah. But he said he's never danced with his wife.
This isn't Simon Cowell here, or who's done Dance So You Think You Could Dance?
Oh, yeah.
Whatever
Dance with the Stars?
Dance with the Stars. Come on, you got to dance out there.
But then Bobby says he wants RJ, he said he will two-step with her at sales guy Cody's wedding and RJ's going to teach him in the commercial breaks.
Yeah, now I got to figure out how to do the women's role in
Bobby,
this one.
not surprisingly, would rather dance with RJ than his wife.
So this, I think, it's a little diabolical. Okay, it's a little diabolical, and not everybody can handle this, and maybe, Amanda, you can't handle this one. But go to the stockyards or wherever you would want to go two-step, maybe in Rowlett, stockyards. That's an hour drive, right? It's easy hour. So maybe wherever you can find a place to two-step. But you go, you try to get him on the dance floor. He will say no. So what you do is you just kind of go and you stand on the dance floor. Some guy will ask you to dance. That will happen. And you say yes.
Ooh,
he will be in two-step lessons by close of business the next day.
He'll be in square-toed boots the next day.
The next day. He won't dance with you. Someone else will. You're not trying. You're not actually trying.
And that would probably get Bobby to dance with Chris and someone else did.
No doubt. A little diabolical. Not everyone can handle it.
That would get Bobby to commit a murder there if someone's dancing with his wife.
Yeah,
no pun intended. All right, next question here. Kyle Mesquite. My son is a junior in high school. I keep getting calls from the school that he's absent, but he says he's there. He keeps disabling his location on his phone. How do I spy on him without him knowing?
Ooh.
Came to the right place. Back when I was dating Crazy Pants, she somehow always knew how I was on the phone and where I was. Always knew. Couldn't for the life of me figure that out. I just had no idea. So they have these apps that come with these ports that you put under your steering wheel. Under your steering wheel is where they plug in your vehicle for the inspection. I've ever seen that. They'll plug it in. That's how you get your error codes. Well, they have these little ports that go underneath there, and that will attach to an app on your phone that will tell you exactly where that car is, how fast it's going. I mean, for crying out loud, this thing will even make a sound like a vehicle is starting up. It'll do it.
So RJ would be on his phone. I've never heard, I don't even know if I believe that this existed because I've never heard it since. RJ'd be on his phone and this individual would hang his phone call up. Could control. Are you talking about the same app?
Yeah, well, that's a different app. That's different. So I didn't know these were on my phone.
Yeah, so it doesn't show up as an app on your phone.
It did. I just didn't know it was there. I never scrolled through. I mean,
right.
I have 1,000 apps. There's no way I could picture all, know what all of them are.
Yeah.
And then you could also just disable them off the home screen, and they're on there. You just never know where they are.
Holy crap!
They're diabolical.
Who would make that app? That's insane.
Women.
Yeah,
that's true.
Women to follow you around,
It's
or these parents.
So you could follow the vehicle now. It'll have that sound. So
but how do you track the kid?
If they're getting in the car to leave school.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
Which I used to do. Did you ever leave school? I used to leave campus.
Yeah.
Go get bagels or go get breakfast or whatever.
We were allowed to leave for lunch.
Yeah, so were we.
We were not. You had the cop there driving around in his little truck going 5 miles per hour, and if you were coming back onto campus, he'd say, "Where are you coming from?"
Why don't you just call the teacher and ask?
That's a good question.
Yesterday I had my first Ollie kindergarten parent teacher conference. They all have these apps, right, where you can communicate. Everyone can, they took a nap and they this and they that. Now, no, they're not taking naps at your kid's age. Why don't you email the teacher and ask if your kid is in class?
That's a fantastic question.
Dear Shani.
Question number 1.
Here on 105.3 The Fan. Dear Choppy, every hump day, when the Wednesday wheel spin calls for it on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. We're a quarter of the way. I thought this was going to be another fancy NFL titled segment from you.
Yeah. Couldn't come up with a name.
Okay, couldn't come up. Because you said it's a horse racing. It's called this. RJ wants to know who are the contenders and the pretenders in the NFL of the 1-loss and 2-loss teams. It's basically below the belt with RJ taking over. The show of Choppy continues on 105.3 The Fan.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes one?
very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
RJ Choppy here. I'm back, baby.
Roberto is out with the strep throat, diarrhea, whatever other ailment you want to give him. Here on Sean and RJ, Nick Eatman at 9 o'clock starts previewing the Jets. And does Brett Boone want Bruce Bochy's old job? Booney will join us at 9:20 on your home of the Rangers. But we got our good buddy from down the hall, LeGrande Armando Ciccolin, in studio. And I've been wanting to get to this story for a couple of days because of the reaction / outrage to the Super Bowl halftime show.
Me preguntó si tengo muchas novias.
It's going to be Bad Bunny, RJ Choppy.
Fantastic. I love Bad Bunny.
Love Bad Bunny.
It's my summer pool time playlist.
Yeah.
I don't know
with the trucker
tan.
Huh? With the trucker tan.
Yeah.
Listening to Bad Bunny.
That's right. I have no idea what he's saying. I don't care. I like the beat.
I had to stay up way too late for this Bad Bunny concert that he did in Puerto Rico. My wife wanted to have a couple friends over and a watch party. I thought I was going to get out of it, and then one of the other husbands came over. I'm like, damn it, I'm screwed. I had to stay in the living room, but I totally, completely understand it. He's arguably the hottest artist in the entire world, but rage, backlash, outrage. We even have a lot of Tolos like, forget it, I'll be skipping, I'll be in the bathroom, I'll be getting the dip refreshments during the Super Bowl. Why is this such a big deal, Ciccolin?
I mean, obviously the political outlook that we're in right now has a lot to do with it. Bad Bunny has publicly criticized President Donald Trump. He's publicly criticized ICE, and he canceled his U.S. tour because he did not want to put in danger his audience, right? Which is, you know, a different kind of audience that what is expected to be at the Super Bowl. Let's be honest, because a lot of people are saying, well, if you care so much about your audience, then why are you going to the Super Bowl?
Right.
That's a completely
He's being called a
different
hypocrite.
audience. Yeah, the people that are going to the Super Bowl are a lot of these people are very wealthy. If you're paying $15,000 for a ticket,
yeah,
I doubt that the ICE situation might really appeal to you, right? So the reason why he canceled the U.S. tour was because he did not want to put his fans, his super fans, in jeopardy.
So he was worried about people leaving the concert and getting picked up by ICE, not necessarily a total statement towards the government of I'm not going to give America my revenue.
Yeah, of course not. He's a businessman. Yeah, he wants to make money, but at the end of the day, it's all about his image, right? Now, if you think about it, the soccer tournament that was in New York recently, maybe a couple of months ago, Copa Oro, all that stuff, a lot of those soccer games
Shut up,
were...
don't say yeah like you know what he just said.
A lot of those soccer games, they were empty, dude. Like, a lot of Hispanics were not going to those games that normally are sellout crowds because of the fear of the ICE raids. I mean, it happened in New York.
Yeah.
Luca, my producer from the show, he went to New York and he was telling me, he's like, dude, it was crazy to see the stadium that empty. You know, I mean, it's a real thing. I just don't get it, man. I'm like Chop on this one. It's music, man. It's entertainment. At the end of the day, if you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. But these people that are like boycotting, I'm like, dude, how pathetic is your life? If you are going to boycott something, I don't like him, I'm not going to watch it. I'm like, you're acting like a child.
Well, also, like, if you don't like, if you want to boycott because of politics, if you're on the right, then you're not going to be able to listen to any music.
Right.
Because all the musicians are on the left that aren't like country music stars.
Mm.
So you're just never going to listen to music. And if that's how you want to go, like, same thing with movies. Like my mom won't watch half the movies. I'm like, okay, fine. You're just not going to watch any movies.
And why isn't she watching movies?
They're all Hollywood, man.
Oh.
Hollywood, right?
So like the mega superstars.
Hollywood
the mega
superstars are either very left,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
She's like, I'm like, all right, you're just not going to watch movies,
Right.
And you're not going to listen to music like
Choppy and I've always said we're never going to allow any of this to control like our taste buds or our taste.
Never.
His Aunt Surrection or one of them is sworn off one of the ketchups because Heinz.
Right.
I'm like, bro, I'm not eating Hunt's ketchup over Heinz. I don't care who it is. If you think Bud Light's the best tasting beer, I'm drinking. I'm sitting there enjoying my free time.
Right.
I want the best tasting beer, and same thing for music or whatever your tastes are. Because who arguably is bigger than Bad Bunny right now?
Nobody. Not in the Latin market. He's the number one Latin artist on Spotify, on concert sales, on tours. He did 30 dates in Puerto Rico. He did the first residency ever in Puerto Rico where people were traveling from all over the world to go watch him. And then his last show, I think it was the first, week or two was only to Puerto Rican residents. So he wanted to have something for Puerto Rico, then he opened it up to the world. But see, I look at it like this, man. I got a lot of friends on social media. One of my buddies is like a cop in Chicago, and I actually was talking to him yesterday. And he was at some of these, manifestations and all that stuff going on in Chicago. And I was telling him, dude, I'm like, look, I really don't understand, like, even on social media, whenever you get this person that says, hey, give me your political views so I can defriend you right now, because I look at it like, man, if we can't dialogue, if we can't have conversations about political differences, that's a problem, dude. I mean, I look at it like at the end of the day, these guys, they don't give a damn about us. You know, you got to fight for what you believe in, but at the same time, understand that everybody has a different opinion. Just agree to disagree.
Chicaline from La Grande here on 105.3 The Fan. What percentage of your audience is doesn't like Bad Bunny or is criticizing him doing the Super Bowl halftime?
You know what's crazy is, even though obviously he speaks Spanish, this is a different genre that I play on our morning show, right? So Bad Bunny is more of a urban kind of on our station we play more traditional regional Mexican music. There's a lot of Hispanics that are not fans of Bad Bunny.
Really?
There's a lot of
fans.
Why? Number one, the content that what he sings about. You know, he sings and he talks about booty grinding music, right? That's what he talks about. A lot of people think it's disrespectful to women, So
I saw his set during that Amazon show.
Oh yeah.
A couple times us in the room, we were like, "Whoa!"
Yeah, kids, turn around.
Yeah, these girls all had lollipops.
Yeah, it gets a little risky.
What were they doing with the lollipop?
They were sucking them. They were sucking them.
But you know what's crazy is that there is some Hispanics.
That's how Bobby's getting his throat good, fixing his strep.
One of those Halls lollipops. But it is one of those things where there's a lot of Hispanics that don't like Bad Bunny. I've gotten a little bit of both. See, for me, I look at it like, as a Hispanic, as a Latino, I am proud. I'm not gonna say that I'm a super like Bad Bunny fanatic. I've gone to a couple of his concerts.
But it's not because he's too risque.
No,
your Instagram is way worse.
I'm just old, dude. I'm like, he's not.
I would
from
totally
my
go
time.
to a Bad Bunny show.
Yeah,
Dude, I went to two of them. They were amazing.
Your old ass probably looking for Luis Miguel ticket.
Bad Bunny, his concerts end at 1:00 in the morning. I got to be in bed by 10:30. Yeah. But it's definitely controversial, dude. It is very controversial.
Are you disappointed in your Chicago Bears head coach for that rude interview?
Not at all, man. I'm from Chicago, dude. That's how we are. We're just like
you
that.
guys are like New Yorkers.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, just a cleaner downtown. That's the only difference, and a much nicer downtown.
And you're like, this is the energy we need. This is the new hard ass culture.
I mean, I know Eberflus is here with the Cowboys, but I mean, when we had him out in Chicago, I've always wanted I want it in your face. I want a Mike Ditka, right? That's what I want.
Ditka.
I want Ditka, coach. That's what I want.
You change what you're doing.
That's what you got to do. You got to change what you're doing.
All right, well done. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Armando Chicaline from La Grande down the hall saying not hypocritical from Bad Bunny because he was worried about people leaving his show, and he does not think that same audience will be leaving the Super Bowl, which makes sense.
They're not going to leave. They're not going to leave. And, I've seen stuff like, you need to have somebody like from the U.S. to do this. I mean, Rihanna's not from the U.S. She did it a couple times.
Rihanna?
A couple of years ago. She says Rihanna.
Does she?
It's
does. Not Anna?
No, I've always said Rihanna, but I've been told to change it to Rihanna. Bad Bites from Puerto Rico. Hey, guys, you don't need a passport to travel to Puerto Rico. That is the United
States.
That is literally the United States. They can't vote, right? They don't have representation, but it's literally the United States of America.
Below the Belt is brought to you by Window Nation. So I did want to talk about, a lot of times the thing that's as big as the game. My wife and just all her friends. One of Amanda's cousins, Alyssa, she DM'd me when it leaked that it was Bad Bunny, and she DM'd me. She goes, "You better be accurate with this because I'm telling all my friends right now, and I want to be ahead of the game." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It's Bad Bunny." But to me, the goal of the halftime show, it's pretty easy to start off, and I guess Jay-Z had to put out a statement. He's having to answer for this. He picks the halftime show. Get the biggest artist in the world at the time. That's the number one goal, in my opinion. Get the biggest artist. Kendrick last year, I didn't understand all the messaging until much, much later, so I did not love Kendrick's halftime show because I didn't understand much of it. But who else is as big or bigger than Bad Bunny right now?
Taylor Swift.
Mission accomplished. Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift's the only one. Right? Bad Bunny's huge.
And that would have been an outrage.
And that would have.
We got enough Taylor Swift. Will we not have to see her already? She got booed in New Orleans. We just getting jammed down our throat.
Yeah.
That would have gotten a lot.
I listen to a lot of Bad Bunny. I listen to a lot of reggaeton. I don't care that I can't understand a word of what they're saying.
About the beat.
That doesn't matter to me. Yeah, it is about the beat. That's what I am interested in. I'm not singing along to a lot of songs anymore. I'm not trying to. There was a time in my life where I got to learn the lyrics to this song, right? I got to go to the thing. I got to read the lyrics if I can't understand them. I got to learn the lyrics. I don't have to learn lyrics to songs anymore. I don't care. Just entertain me for 12 minutes. That's all that matters with the Super Bowl halftime show.
Oh, Bobby texted about 8 minutes ago. I only have strep, not diarrhea. And I tried Chicoline's deep dish place in Allen last week, and it was great. I know you don't have diarrhea. I'm making it up.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to mess with you as much as possible the way you mess with me when I was curled up in a ball last Friday. I'm just making up every other, any type of disease. Shingles? Send Bobby shingles tweets. Yes, I know everyone's sending. I'm trying to mess with your phone and get you frustrated. I know you don't have diarrhea. You have strep throat. So I'm putting all the ailments out there. So that's Roberto texting during his segment here on DFW Sports Station, 877-881-1053, the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Let's start previewing the New York Jets. Should we be careful how much we're laughing at New York's misery with what could happen on Sunday? Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, followed by Brett Boone on Bruce Bochy's departure, the show of Wales with the 9 o'clock guests after this.
something else to remember that
Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The show of Wales with the guest list has the back-to-back in the final hour of the Hump Day edition.
Okay.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, is set to join us momentarily. And then 9:20, Brett Boone. Thought we were done with Booney for the year. We were going to let him go and enjoy the offseason. Then Bruce Bochy leaves. Let's honor Bruce Bochy with Brett Boone. Does he want that job? And will he stay on with Skip Schumacher or whoever the replacement is? So I'm going to be fascinated to hear from Brett Boone, 9:20, then crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Nick Eatman joining us, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Did you hear Jerry with us yesterday?
Yes.
Did you appreciate or not that we were asking if he was recruiting Rhett Lashley to your Arkansas Razorbacks?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure what I think about that one. I don't think that's going to end up being the move, but I mean, I've heard a lot of other names. I just feel like at the end of the day, I mean, it always comes down to money. I mean, SMU is a better place to win, easier place to win, and they got money. And they used to pay players. I don't know if you heard that, but they used to pay players. So,
how far away are these jobs now in this day and time?
What do you mean? How far are they away?
SMU versus Arkansas is a job.
Oh, I mean, I think it's a better job because I mean we saw it last year. SMU didn't play anyone and got into the playoff, you know, and we saw what happened then. But I'm just saying from a standpoint of no one's ever said a team in the SEC like who'd you ever play? You know, I mean it's every single week. So it's a tough job to win from that standpoint. I guess it's prestigious, but you know, in the SEC. But I didn't think that was going to be my first question.
Well, what did you want to talk about? I was going to ask you.
I don't know. I mean, who's hurt? Who's playing? Or ties? How do we think about ties? Changing the rules? Micah, something? I don't know. You got me off guard a little bit.
Yeah. Well, that's the point of the show. We're not generic.
Yeah, we're guard catchers.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And are you working on a lozenger right now? A Schottenheimer lozenger?
No, I'm not.
Okay. I thought I heard it. Thought I heard it rattling around. You answer. You pick the first question you would like us to cover when it comes to the Cowboys. What are you most ready for?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I do that on my own podcast. I'll let
Yes.
Here's my first question. I got one.
All right.
Where's Bobby?
Strep throat. Maybe diarrhea. We don't know.
Okay. A little bit different.
Yeah, because we already had Reetma come in, and he's doing the Cowboy Hour tonight, and he's like, is there going to be a Bobby replacement? Is it going to be the great Chris Arnold? And you would be the guy to ask, as I think Darren McFadden is sitting down.
Whoa. Well, hold up now. Just a second. Maybe I need to get in on this show.
Oh, now you're going to take Bobby's spot.
Maybe. The greatest college football player never to win the Heisman. Yeah, I think that.
McFadden, I did ask McFadden at the Super Bowl one year. This is his rookie year. I said, "Did you take a pay cut by going to the NFL?"
Wow, no college players ever asked that.
No, but he didn't deny it.
He didn't deny it?
He did not deny it.
Yes. Nick, are the Jets like 0-4 stinky bad, or like should be a little bit better record-wise than 0-4 as you have the preview up on DallasCowboys.com?
Yeah, from a player standpoint, they've got talent, at least on the top end. I mean, when you just look at some of the key players, obviously Sauce Gardner and Quinn Williams and Garrett Wilson, and then Fields. Fields as a runner is very dynamic, and when he was running around for that touchdown against Miami, all I could think of were like the Cowboys linebackers, like, oh man, like this is gonna be bad.
Yes,
and it could be. If you let him run, I mean, it certainly could be. We saw a little bit of him last year. In the game against Pittsburgh, he played pretty well, I think, in the second half. But I just think they have talent. They're a desperate team. I mean, this is very similar when you think about a 40-point. It was a 40-point win. Now this is a 40-point non-loss in a crazy emotional game. You come back the next week, go on the road, and face a winless, desperate team. That's what happened with Chicago, and they looked very flat. And you wonder if they're going to be that way against the Jets. That's where I think the Jets could sneak up on them.
Yeah, and then Fields. Remember him running around a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah, when he was in Chicago. I mean, it was a high-scoring game. Cowboys put up a lot of points in that game, but Fields was running all over the place.
And jumping, too. Let's not forget.
Right.
Did he jump over Micah so he wouldn't touch Micah, and then Micah went and scored a touchdown? I mean, that was like a very odd play.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Nick, what do you expect the feeling to be in the building today? I know that, you were there watching the team walk back to the locker room feeling like they had lost. Steven was in a very good mood with KNC. Jerry was giddy with us yesterday. Do you think they're going to take the approach of that still feels like a loss, we should have won, or, man, we tied a top NFC contender and we know that our offense can be unstoppable?
Yeah, I mean, I think those two sentences that you just said can both be accurate, because you just said we're upset, it was a loss, we feel like we should have won. I think that sentence, we feel like we should have won, can carry you to the next week. Hey, there's nobody we can't beat. We go do what we need to do. We can go win games. We got to clean up things on defense, of course. But I feel like they know what they can do, and maybe that can help them, lift them to say, all right, let's go take care of business here and let's go get on a run. And I think so that mindset, I believe, will be here today. I believe it is in the building. I believe this team thinks that all right, even we've got some key players out and we're still figuring out a way to score a lot of points. We fix a couple things on defense and we should be fine. At least that's what I think the mindset should be.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ. Did you take anything from Jerry with us yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple things that he said just about from the defense standpoint. I mean, he still feels like they've got help on the way. I thought that was kind of interesting. And there wasn't a lot of huge headlines from it. I know. We always listen and we'll put stuff on the website. I think there was a couple things, Pickens and defense, but not. You can tell his mood, like you said, his mood. He was kind of, I don't know if giddy was the word I was going to say, but I mean, you could tell he was he was certainly in good spirits. And I think that he understands that. One month in, we're supposed to get smashed by the Eagles and by the Packers, and that didn't happen. Now, they weren't supposed to get run over and passed over by the Bears, and that did happen. So I think after 4 games, we've seen that this team can play with anyone on offense. They can also make any quarterback look like a Hall of Famer, and that's something that they've got to fix.
What other defensive help is on the way?
I don't know. Jerry said it.
I'm like, whoa. I know, but what was I missing? He's also being quoted on TV as saying, the defense got better as the game. Well, I thought the defense got worse as the game.
Well, they didn't allow a touchdown on the final drive. It was only a field goal.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, I was a little surprised by that comment too.
Savon Ravel better be prime time with the way Jerry's talking.
Holy cow!
Yeah, I'm not one that is expecting Revel to just step right in and be great here. I mean, he hasn't played football since week 3 of at East Carolina. So, I mean, I think he's a really good, talented player, and I think he needs practice and all that. But I'm not sure if he's the help on the way. I mean, Overshown would be the help. I'm not sure when that's going to be. He said sometime before Thanksgiving. I was hoping Halloween would be a holiday that he would be pointing toward before that. But either way, I mean, I think Overshown would be big because obviously he'd be your best linebacker for sure when he steps back in. And then Revel, I'd like to see what he can do. But yeah, I mean, as for like help on the way, unless there's something he knows about that we don't, I'm not sure about it from this roster.
Nick Eatman joining us here, 105 to the Fan. Don't think I didn't pick up on your little Heisman comment either.
He's feisty this morning.
I picked up on it. I don't argue with the pig.
Okay. Peyton Manning.
Thank you.
Peyton Manning, and then McFadden.
And then McFadden.
I mean, those are the 2 best college football players that did win the Heisman, in my opinion.
I think you're right. I think you're right on that.
And McFadden was 2-time runner-up. Still mad at the guys that won it ahead of him, but whatever. It's all good.
One of the things Jerry did say to us, and I had a problem with it, and I don't think it's been talked about enough. He said one of the reasons they don't want to change the overtime is to keep it in a 3-hour window. Basically saying it's TV related. Isn't that a problem that TV would impact how you run your league?
I certainly I don't know all the dynamics of it, but I think it's a problem. And especially I don't think that is a problem because overtime football that runs long, I mean, what are you not going to watch the game? And there's so many. Everyone seems to have this sister network. You could put games on here and start this game over. And okay, well, if you're just joining us, switch over to what is it? ESPN News has got this game. I mean, we see it all the time. Maybe it's not though. Maybe it's not a 3-hour window. It should be 3.5-hour window. I mean, and it is. If you think about it, these games are starting at 3:30, the second wave starts at 3:30. I feel like that problem, it would only happen a couple of times and it would change the way. I mean, I think it just changes the game for the better if you get rid of the ties and figure out a way. I mean, if you're going to do a 10-minute overtime, fine, but I wouldn't be opposed to 2-point conversions. I really wouldn't. I mean, like the football purists are like, oh, gross, throw up. That's not real football. Well, I mean, what do you think about the kicker standing by himself here at the 30-yard line and all the other players are up here? I mean, how weird does that look? But you know what? We just do it. I mean, so I don't know. I would say one way or another, though, you've got to have a winner after every game. You've got to have a winner.
How are things looking on the injury front over there?
Oh, not great, I don't think. I mean, I don't think you're going to see CeeDee Lamb again this week and Booker. And, I think Kevontae Turpin's a guy that needs to be watched and see what's going on with him. If he's a guy that can play, he's got a little something with his foot. And, but there's, I think you're going to see Jaden Blue, which is a good deal. I mean, Miles Sanders' ankle injury, I think is fine, but I think it was very, very close for him to play, Blue to play. I think this will be probably what they need to put him in the game. I think we're going to see his debut this week.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com here on 105.3 The Fan. I do want to ask one more thing from the Jerry interview you guys wrote about. Bobby had expressed some questions about George Pickens and effort throughout the first 4 weeks. Now, the numbers look good. The other day, he was obviously amazing, and then Jerry yesterday was talking about cap space, I'm sure for a reason. Have you heard, seen, or thought about some of the question marks that Bobby has talked about with some of the Pickens all-out effort?
Yeah, I haven't. No, I haven't heard that. That's been a huge problem. I mean, yes, I've seen some of the clips, but I think overall, I mean, I think they like what they're seeing from him. They're like, what he brings to the table. I think the combination of him and CD, not just on the field, but I think they've created a pretty good connection. With this 1-2 punch, and then obviously with Dak. So I don't really feel like it's been a problem. I think there's been some plays here and there, and some, he's an emotional guy, and you see that, and he's got a different way about it. But I think as far as what they're asking him to do and go out there and make plays, and I thought the plays he made showed that he looks like a number one receiver. In that, to me, a number one is a guy that can not only carry and take over a game when needed, but he can do things on every level. He can beat you deep. He can beat you with underneath routes as a possession receiver, a guy that can break tackles, a guy that can go down and get it off the turf. I mean, he did all of that in that game, and so it really helped carry them in the second half and overtime. So I think so far everything's gone well. I don't know about any contract talks, but make sure you do it with the agent if you're going to do it.
Well done, Nick Eatman, feisty beginning and end here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. When did Brett Boone know that Bruce Bochy was leaving? What's Skip Schumacher all about? And does Booney want the big dog chair? Brett Boone on your home of the Rangers next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with...
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
And Frankel, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys in Dallas.
On a 1-1, Ohtani, it's a towering ball, deep right field. He flips the bat and watches it fly 3/4 of the way up the pavilion. Just a mammoth blast for his second home run, and the Dodgers are pouring it on in Game 1.
2 for Shohei on what was a very fun, I think, first day of the baseball playoffs. It's Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Not fun, probably, for our next guest brother, but Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach for now. Maybe moving on up. Joining us here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Good morning, Booney. Thanks for joining us. When did you know that Bruce Bochy was leaving?
It's strange, you know. Our relationship goes back so far. You know, I've known Bruce for the better part of 30 years and played for him, played against him, and obviously this year got to to work with him for the first time. But we were cleaning out. I went to the locker room. I had a flight a couple days ago in the afternoon, and Boch was in there cleaning out his locker and just saying goodbye to some people. And I kind of asked him. I said, Skip, what are you thinking? And he goes, Booney, I'm going to know something probably by the end of the week. And he said, you'll be one of the first guys I call when I decide how we're going to go forward with this. And I got on my flight and I expected nothing. I got off the flight, my phone's ringing. It's Skipper. Booney, I'm not coming back. I said, oh, okay. All right. So that's when I found out, just short of when the news broke. But, I thought I didn't think that the offseason was going to move quite this quickly, but so far it's been a pretty quick moving offseason.
Did you have a feeling one way or the other? Like how much?
I'll tell you, I was trying to read him. If you told me a few months ago when we were going through a tough patch, I'd say I don't know, but he was real. He was baseball. He was focused.
Mm-hmm.
He was focused on this Rangers team and really didn't discuss his future plans with any of us, and nor did we ask. When you're in the trenches down there and you're just trying to win games, really you're not talking about next season or what you're going to do. It's all hands on deck, and he was that way too to the end. It was very up in the air. I kind of had a feeling that if it sounds right and everything goes perfect, I think he's going to give it another shot with the Texas Rangers. Him and CY decided to part ways mutually, and see what's going to happen. I think you're going to start seeing as the offseason rolls out, what Bruce is going to do, if he's going to continue to manage, if he's going to stay with the organization. Those are questions that everybody has, but only he knows, and the Rangers organization knows. So we'll figure it out as time goes.
We got more managerial news coming in. Brian Snitker has informed the Braves he will not return. He will remain with them in an advisory role. So the Braves need a manager. The Angels, Ron Washington out. The Twins and the Giants.
And then the Rangers.
The Rangers.
So,
wow.
And there's some big markets there outside of Minnesota. I mean, those are pretty big towns.
Hey, Brett, describe Bruce Bochy's greatness. We've been wanting to honor him. All the Ranger fans just want to thank him throughout this week of the news. Before talking about replacements, what made him different from other managers you've had? What makes Bruce Bochy great?
Man, what makes him great? Well, first of all, I think with his accolades aside, I mean, the 4 World Series speak for themselves.
Yeah,
I played for Bruce in 2000, just 1 year. And we were a mediocre Padres team. We could hit. We didn't pitch much. But that was my only time playing for him. He was awesome. He was like a big teddy bear. He was a player's guy. He kept the management stuff on the management side, kept it away from the players. And I loved Boch from the day I met him and through that year. And to this day remains one of my favorite managers I played for. I think what separates Bruce from everybody else, and I got to see up close and personal this year, just the day-to-day interact. I rode to the ballpark with him every day from when I came on in May. And the legitimate humility that he had. He is truly a humble man, and I haven't seen, and this isn't taking a shot at other people, but with the amount of success he's had in his role as manager, I've never seen somebody truly that humble. The way he treats people, the way he is unassuming. Sometimes we go to the ballpark and we're at the wrong gate and we're trying to get in and they're telling us to go to another gate. I'm trying to go, this is the skipper. This is Bruce Bochy. We need to get in. And I'll tell you, Bruce really was like, okay, well, I guess we have to walk around. I mean, those are the little things that I get to see behind the scenes that speak to the man himself. He's truly one of the most humble men I've ever been around, especially with the amount of the accomplishments that he's had, the amount of success. He doesn't make it about him. He doesn't want he gushes. I remember when he passed somebody on the list this year and he went to 6th. It's a big deal. And we celebrated in the coaches' rooms for Bruce. But you can tell he's uncomfortable. Like, guys, I know this is nice, but this is not why I'm here. And this is not, we got a game tomorrow against the Minnesota Twins. It's that type of attitude. And most guys are like, oh, yeah, it's no big deal, but give me all the accolades and I want all the. He really doesn't. So that's the one thing that I say separates Bruce Bochy and why he is so unique. Not only that he's beloved by the people that work with him and the players that play for him, but the level of true humbleness. And I know that's kind of a weird phrase. It's very rare in this game, and I've been around a long time, and I've shared locker rooms with a lot of people, and he's right there at the top of the truly the most the men with the most humility. Bruce is right on the top, and it's an unbelievable trait, and it's special, and it's something you don't see every day.
Brett Boone joining us here on 105 through the Fan. All right, you got a 5-month taste of this new life, the coaching
crazy
life. What'd you think of it? Is this something you want to do? Would you like to manage? Would you like to stay as a hitting coach? What do you want?
I got into this and it was out of nowhere, and I came in and we discussed, we've been on the program every week, and we've discussed my experience, and it's nothing like I thought it was going to be. I thought I was going to come in and I was going to work and I was going to pass on a little experience and knowledge and strength and hope. And it was a lot more than that. It was I didn't realize the emotional connection you have with not only the players but staff members and the organization, and how much you care. Man, I had some heartache nights where it's like, when my hitters hit, it was great and we won, and when they didn't, I was just living and dying with them on the daily. We had an unbelievable roller coaster year. And I remember the other day when Bruce was just shaking hands, giving him a hug, and telling him I'd talk to him soon. He said, Booney, it's not normally this crazy, as your first 4.5 months run. We definitely had a roller coaster year, a lot of real exciting times. We're late, we make a run, and we get close to the playoffs, and we rattle off a 16-4, and then all of a sudden we lose 7 or 8 in a row. So it was definitely a roller coaster. But being out of the game, being in the media a little bit, doing the podcast, that type of stuff, and getting back in, as much as I had some sleepless nights, it's like the juices kind of got flowing again. And it's kind of like, wow, being in this, yeah, it's hard. It's tough emotionally. You go to the ballpark and you're there 12 days or 12 hours a day, every day. But I'm kind of back in my element and back where I've been my entire life since I was 3 years old, going to the ballpark with dad, and then my career and after, it's kind of home, me being in that locker room, the emotional roller coaster. And I got a little taste of it. We got close to getting to the playoffs, but I can see how rewarding winning is, and the teams that get to go on to the postseason, get to the World Series, let alone win a World Series. I've won as a player, and I know how that feels, and there's probably nothing that can replace that as a player. But I'll tell you, winning and watching players that you work with on a daily basis, watch them have success, is pretty much as close as it gets to doing it yourself. So I'm kind of hooked on that side of it now. I think being back in the game, on the field, on that side of the ledger, I think I kind of like it. And like I said, there's some misery, there's some sleepless nights, but I think guys like me that are kind of lifers in the game, you kind of like that sometimes being miserable. That just comes with it. It's like when you're playing and you're 0 for 12 and you keep chasing that slider and you're not seeing the spin. It's like you're so frustrated. You can't sleep. You're trying to figure out your swing. But you get up the next day, and that's what you live for. So, I think being on this side, getting a little bit of taste of it, I like it. And, we're going to see what the future brings. I think things are going to start to shake out in the next few weeks and get a little intel and find out where things are moving in the baseball world, and we'll see.
Would you want the Rangers job, manager?
I think at this point, of course, I want to listen. I loved coming back into the game as a hitting coach and seeing how that works and behind the scenes and working with players and how the game has changed in certain ways and how I've had to adapt to that. But I said from the beginning, I think the perfect storm is guys from my generation the way we went about our business, the way we played the game, coupled with the current way and the technology, that there's something in the middle there that can come together. I can learn a lot from the players, and I did learn a lot from the players now. And they can learn a lot from me too. And somewhere in the middle, there's that perfect mix. But I think, yeah, going forward, I've definitely got to listen if there's interest. Yeah, I think one day I want to be a manager in this game, and it's my life. It's what I've always done. It's the game. Everything in my life has been baseball. Everything in my family's life has been baseball. So I've definitely got to listen to any options that potentially come my way. And right now we're in the second day of the off season, and I'm watching a few of the playoff games. Not that I really care about the playoff games this year that much. I'll watch my brother. I'll keep one eye open when the Yankees are playing. But other than that, man, I just want to kind of detox a little bit and relax a little bit and maybe play some golf. So I don't know how much attention I'll be paying to the postseason games. I'll be watching Aaron's games a little bit, but yeah, definitely in the next couple of weeks, I'm definitely going to listen and see if what opportunities are out there. The Rangers gave me an opportunity, and I love the Texas Rangers. I got to meet all the people, and I'm very comfortable with everybody in the organization, and not only the players, but the staff in the clubhouse, from the trainers on down to the front office. Everybody was great, professional, was very welcoming to me. So if the Rangers are in my future in some capacity, I'm looking forward to that. We'll see. Right now, I'm the hitting coach of the Texas Rangers, and we'll see what shakes out in the next couple of weeks.
Skip Schumacher, Brett, is a name that is commonly thrown around. What are your impressions of him, and what can you tell Ranger fans about him?
Skip, I got to know him a little bit this year. He was a consultant to CY, and he would pop into town on occasion for 3-4 days at a time. He was an advisor to Chris. Seems like a great guy. Every interaction I had with him, classy, just good dude. One of the guys, you could sit down and hang out and talk baseball with him. So I got to know him a little bit, was really impressed with him. Professional, obviously has done it before and would be a great candidate. So that's what I know of Skip Schumacher, the little that I've got to interact with him.
Brett, what stage are the Rangers in? Like, we're wondering, are they a win now team? Are they going to spend money? Like, how would you categorize where they are as an organization?
Well, Ray and Neil are going to make that decision, how much money they're going to spend. The owners of the Texas Rangers, Chris Young. I couldn't imagine Chris Young wanting to rebuild. It's just not in his DNA. If there's one trait that Chris has, it's in guys that I've been around and executives that I've been around. I know CY played a long time, but now being an executive, I haven't seen anyone. I haven't met anybody that winning was more important to. I mean, this guy wants to win as bad as anyone I've ever seen. So to see him in a rebuild, it's kind of weird. It's like, well, that doesn't really see why in a rebuild don't really mix. He wants to win today. He wants to win tomorrow. He wants to win every day. And there's no days that he's taken off to try to think, in the future we'll win. So I don't know. I think that's an off-season discussion amongst ownership, amongst Chris, and to see where they're going. I don't see them tearing it down and being a complete rebuild. I think they're going to shuffle a little bit, go in a few different directions. I think the personnel changes. I haven't been privy to that on what they're thinking there. I think as the offseason unfolds, if I'm still a Texas Ranger, I will still have, I'll have a little more information on the moves and the direction they're going to go. I think right now it's day 2, and they're just figuring it out like everybody else. But I think you'll kind of have an idea in the next couple of weeks where they're headed.
Thanks for jumping in the hot seat and answering all the tough questions. Enjoy some deserved time off, and if anything big happens, let us break it here, please.
You got it, guys. Thanks for having me. You guys have been great. I'll see you next week.
There he is, Brett Boone, your Rangers hitting coach for now, brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece next.
After we...
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece Hump Day edition here on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby said he'll be back from his shingles tomorrow.
Shingles, huh?
Yeah.
And I had my physical yesterday. They asked if I want the shingles shot. Can I have the vaccine?
Oh.
Yeah, all right.
Do they never listen to the show?
It's not anti-vax. Okay.
That's your aunt.
Just some of them.
Yeah.
Just some of them. And I was like, well, I've had the shingles.
Suckers and losers.
And they said, well, where did you have it? And I said I had it on my ribs. He goes, that's where you always get it. That's where you always get the shingles. But I'm not eligible till I'm 50.
Now, was yesterday the hemorrhoid charge?
Yes.
Oh,
well,
what?
So, no, not necessarily. I had gone in the past to so I had my colonoscopy, and the guy's like, you're clean. No polyps, no cancer, nothing like that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. He goes, I'll see you in 10 years, but got some hemorrhoids. And I was like, yeah, I know. It runs in the family. Like, my dad used to have
hemorrhoids?
I did not know those to be genetic.
I don't know if it's genetic
To
or
be
not,
fair,
but
I don't know.
my dad had
This
them.
show is stricken by Alzheimer's and hemorrhoids.
My dad had them.
Passed down.
Alzheimer's. I'm more
Hemorrhoids can have a
familiar with
genetic
the
component according to
They do.
AI.
So my dad used to have to wear like butt pads because he would like bleed.
Like Hank Hill.
Oh my
He'd be walking
God.
around just bleeding.
What?
And
At what age?
That's more graphic than I
probably about my age, maybe a little bit older.
Oh.
Yeah, so I remember being like in like high school, and we were playing football in the backyard. He just ran inside because he had popped a Hemi. And he had to run,
my
he had to
God,
run back inside.
dude. What is this?
And so
What is this crosstalk?
He was wearing diapers for the last like 30 years of
they were
his
just
life.
pads,
Oh,
like
pads.
little like pads that ladies
Like
would
a
wear.
female pad.
Like a female pad, but only for your butt.
A male pad.
But no, so like they said when I went to go get this prescription, they go, yeah, we're not going to give this to you. I was like, why not? And they said, well, do you want to pay $1,200 because your insurance doesn't cover it? I was like, $1,200? So I had my physical yesterday, and she was like, well, we'll try to find you with I had two doctors. I had a PA and I had the assistant come in, and the PA was like, well, we'll try to find you something else. But I don't think she's happy with me. I did make a political comment in there.
Oh.
What did you say? And
Well-
what in the world brought a political comment into your hemorrhoid talk?
I was just trying to troll her.
Mark that.
She said, "Cause my back's been bothering me." She's like, "We're gonna give you a steroid. We can't give you a shot because your blood pressure's too high." And I was like, "Okay." And she said, well,
Hang on. You know what he trolled them with, right?
Get the shot.
No.
Oh.
What else is news timely?
Being overweight?
No.
No. An
All right.
overweight general?
They don't know.
So she said, "Take this," and she says, "What do you anti-inflammatory are you taking?" I said, "I'm taking
Tylenol.
Aleve." And she said, "I would take." She goes, "I would take Tylenol." I said, "But with alcohol, you can't take that." She goes, "No, just don't drink alcohol." And I said, "Aren't you worried this is going to give me autism?"
Oh my gosh.
And she looked at me with a death stare of like, "You're not the first one that's asked this, and please don't ever do that again."
Did your brain go, how is this going to go over? Or you were just like, this is
wasn't
a fun
it Julian
thing to say?
that went and got the physical recently, and you were completely embarrassed and can never go back to the doctor?
He was giggling every
Did you
time.
do the same thing?
Yep.
Every time the doctor touched him, it was just,
Hey, bro.
giggles.
Easy, bro. 6'7".
I want every physician listening, if there are any, tell me you have not been asked by your patients about Tylenol in the past 2 weeks. The amount of Tylenol questions has to be up 435%.
Has to be.
Has to be.
Has to be.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
And now
like,
they're going
at
after
least-
Netflix.
Oh, yeah.
I want to check the Netflix
Yeah, I
stuff.
saw that.
And yeah. Go ahead, Kevin.
Nope.
Yeah, no, you were talking. I don't want to cut you
Hey,
off.
it's got to work both ways. If whiny liberals are going to cancel Disney, hey, then whiny conservatives can cancel Netflix. It's whiny both ways.
Netflix
You don't
is-
have to make an announcement
So
about
Netflix
it.
is a
Just
thing?
cancel.
I thought it was the whiny
What's going on
orange.
with that?
Oh, I'm not going to get into it. It's a cartoon. Just Google it.
Google Netflix?
Yeah, outside of your mariachi windows you have
you
opened
can
up
just
there.
cancel whatever services you don't want without making a big show of it.
They're allowed to do that?
They're down 2%. I thought it would be worse. Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we do start the show scouting the Jets because we have now turned our attention to the team in green. And then we also have Jared Sandler in for an entire hour today.
Whoa, that's our
we
bit.
do the baseball power hour.
And he had a pretty cool announcement today on the social media, so I'm going to congratulate him. That's awesome.
You could just do that in private.
What was it? Does that have to do with your wife?
It's the same
No,
thing as
no, that's
canceling
nothing to do with my wife. Hold on.
Are you guys beefing?
This is concerning. This isn't something you feel like he should share in public?
What did you just say?
If he wants to, I said you should just congratulate him in private.
I'll congratulate him in private.
Oh, so I guess I got to go to his Twitter
How do you
account.
not know about
he
this?
put it on
I'm
all social
sorry,
medias.
Kevin.
You're
I am
always on
social media.
40,000
How do you not
things
know this?
going on. I'm not worried about Jared's personal life right now in this moment. I'm trying to, run a morning show on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. We're talking about email issues from Corey that I'm more interested in.
I am also interested in that. Also, are you going to watch this show? Chad Powers?
Hell no.
Oh, man.
I'm waiting to see the Lane Kiffin documentary. I want to follow some Lane. Take over, Corey. Please.
All right. The question is, whenever you get an email that you are attached on, you have now been added to this. So there's like 12 other emails that exist on this. Do you just read what was sent to you? Or do you read the entire chain of
Jared's
emails?
having twins?
He is?
Not one, but two? Congratulations.
Yeah, it's an interesting story.
It is an interesting
very
story.
interesting story.
He's having two kids. Two kids.
I'm very excited for
He
him.
better lie and say they're the same age. Or
Wow.
else every lady is going to judge him.
Man.
And they're 4 and 5 months, and they're going to be like,
Yeah, he's having two kids from two different women.
Okay.
Whoa.
You need to clarify that. That's
Good job, Jared.
Yeah, that is not an accurate.
Those are the ones you got to watch. It doesn't sound like him.
That is not.
Those are the ones you got to have
fair
the side eye on.
description.
Two different.
of-
Now,
You
don't.
messy.
No.
That is an unfair description.
RJ's tried to
of
he
what's
took a lot-
happening. He did not do anything bad, RJ.
Yeah, RJ. So there it is. RJ's trying to figure it out. Sorry.
It's like an SAT question.
Congratulations, Jared.
Somebody you work with is having two babies 1 month apart. How are they not the bad guy in this scenario?
9 months old, 10 months
There's
old.
a whole lot of questions.
I know, but
that
wouldn't you
that
just
I have.
tell everybody they're both 4 months, or else you'll get the side eye from everybody?
I don't know.
Oh,
I think,
are they different? They're different.
Yeah. Yeah, one's a surrogate, one's
No, I get that.
Yeah.
No, I understood that.
times.
But it's a different. They're different. Like
They're like a month.
they're further along.
Yeah,
Oh boy.
1 month.
Yeah, you got to tell them that. You got to lie.
It's a good story.
Who's going to replace Jared on the Rangers broadcast? Because you can't have two kids like that and be traveling
Maybe
like that.
Boch.
You think? Oh,
Or
No,
Red
I
Boone.
don't
Maybe
think
Red
that.
Boone.
Oh, you should have asked him that. See, you would have looked at that ahead of time. You could ask him that question.
that's right, Kyle Yeomans.
Man,
That might be the first time that clip is appropriate.
Kyle's a fantastic broadcaster, so I think that'd be all right. And he
Well,
sounds kinda
Kyle
like
can't
Jared.
do it. He's got 14 kids.
Yeah, for real.
Jared's got 2. He's got
What's
14.
up with the broadcasters?
Did you ever hear my book idea for Kyle?
No.
I think he should write a book called Triplets, and each alternating chapter is about his life as a dad of triplets.
And the Cowboys?
And then the Cowboys triplets, and just go back and forth, back and forth.
I don't think that's that good of an idea.
When's the last time you read a book?
That's a good question.
That has nothing to do with it being a great idea. Or
Hey, that's a fair point.
sorry, Corey.
I read one page of this book the other day.
Oh yeah, we got
What'd
this book
you-
sent to us.
What did you think?
35. Is that a $35 book?
That's 31. 31.
And 40 in Canada?
Yeah, 43 in Canada.
Tariffs.
Yeah, he pulled the LeBron first page or two.
First page.
What did you think of the first page?
A lot of words.
What?
Tell us what it was about.
On the first page of a book?
It's about the National Football League.
Oh my God.
All right, we're back tomorrow. Bobby returns from the wretched, awful case
He's going to be so sad he missed this
of
crosstalk.
shingles and diarrhea and anything else.
Dingles.
He wanted to. Reitma then texted and said, "This is disgusting." He said, "I had shingles so bad on my face, my eye was swollen shut, and had to go to the ER. Then the oncologist."
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that from cancer?
Have y'all seen the commercial about the mites that can get in your eyelashes? and then
What
live
is
there for up to 6
happening?
You see the kid who had the hermit crab pulled out of his ear the other day? I think it was a Texas kid as well.
She saw that, but not Jared's announcement. Huh?
The see masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan.
Playoffs. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, that's a lot of crumbs, Corey Majors, and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing?
Well, Kevin, I tried to get a doctor's appointment today. They said they couldn't see me until February 23rd.
What?
But they said the 9 o'clock or 3 o'clock appointment. So I said 3.
Hold on.
So that I wouldn't invade on the show.
Do you have the greatest doctor in the world? They're like, we're not really available for almost 5 months.
My doctor retired. And so now I have to find a new doctor. And he suggested these doctors, but they're like, you're not as important as your other doctor thought you were. So he was also Adrian's uncle, so that was kind of cool. Like I could get in anytime I needed to. And now they're treating me like a regular patient.
But your new doctor is like is it the Galleria Santa or the North Park Santa? You have to be there like 8 hours ahead of time to get that picture. Well, congratulations to Corey for having perhaps the nation's best doctor.
I'm a little concerned. Do I need to go to the ER, though? That's the question now. Like, since the doctor can't see me.
What's wrong?
Never mind. Let's go on to Alec. What are you up to, Alec?
You know, I've actually had the same issue, too, where my doctor retired, and now I'm trying to find a new one. And remember when I messed up my back in the gym a couple months ago?
Yes.
I tried to get a new doctor to look at that, and there's one right down the street from my house. I was like, okay, cool. They did the same thing to me. We can see you in probably 2 or 3 months. I'm like, oh, well, that's not cool.
Help.
So I went to urgent care instead.
That can be rather expensive.
Oh, okay. Well,
So I'll wait the 5 months.
I don't know if that is the best idea.
It's okay.
No, I don't think that's the best idea.
Just blood in places I didn't expect blood is all I'm saying.
Oh.
So.
All right, well, we're not going back to what happened in that crosstalk. We're moving ahead, all right? Stick around, because coming up at noon, we're going to do something a little different. I know people are amped up for the Cowboys. We're going to do the Baseball Power Hour with Jared Sandler. But right now, let's talk, of course, about the Dallas Cowboys getting ready for those winless New York Jets. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 13, and we'll start to scout the Jets.
Crowding the line here. They do bring pressure. Fields launching to the end zone again. Jump ball. Garrett Wilson. Touchdown.
Now, as you can probably... It's so weird. Now people are making comparisons for how long they've had to wait for tickets for concerts and stuff. I don't think that is like exactly the same thing.
I like it, though.
But
I like it, though.
I hope the Jonas Brothers goes well. All right. So for the Jets, as you can imagine, as their record would reflect, they have a lot of problems going into this game. Not to say that the Cowboys don't have a lot of problems as well, but I want to throw this bigger picture problem out about the Jets. They hold the worst record in the NFL over the last 10 years at 56-109. And if you don't think that's particularly relevant for this year, fair enough, where the Jets are 0-4.
Oh, okay. All right.
But they got run by Buffalo. The other 3 games, though, they lost by a combined 10 points. So they have been competitive in these games against teams like Tampa, teams like Pittsburgh, that maybe you have varying degrees of expectation. I know people don't particularly have degrees of expectation on Miami, but in the games that they were close in, some of them were against better opponents. So perhaps a little bit better than your run-of-the-mill 0-4 team would be.
Yeah.
I guess is what I'll say.
Okay.
I'm not saying they're good.
They do things, though, that the Cowboys are bad at.
True.
Defensively, which is a lot of things. They have a running quarterback.
That's true.
And that's usually a bad thing for the Cowboys.
So let's talk about that. Justin Fields. He had a 43-yard touchdown run on Monday night. That was the 4th 40-plus yard TD run of his career, which is scary because you go back to it's still the Philly game, right? That has Cowboys fans on edge about the running quarterback for this season, is it not?
Yeah, but I mean, Kevin, go back to the last 2 years. It feels like, whatever it is about the Cowboys' talent and pursuit up front, Daniel Jones tore us up. Like, there were lots of nights where
Josh Allen has done it.
Yeah. Other days we'd come in and we'd just be like, dude, the running quarterback. And it seemed like any time a running quarterback was coming up, that was our first concern.
Right.
And this hasn't changed anything. Russell Wilson could have done a lot more. He was like, why should I do that? I can just throw it deep. Caleb Williams could have decided to just throw it deep over everybody.
Well, and that is daunting if a quarterback's not like, how will I beat you, but by which method will I choose to take advantage of your deficiencies on defense? Well, let's go back to Justin Fields. So I told you about the long touchdown run. He has 4 40-plus yard TD runs in his career. That's tied with Lamar Jackson and Cordell Stewart for the most by any quarterback in NFL history.
You can break one off.
Yes. And so I think that is going to be a primary concern, is not only how he can beat you with his legs, but will he beat you with a lengthy score? Fields has 259 yards rushing so far this season. That is first among quarterbacks, but also 15th among all players.
Oh, wow.
So it's not quite traditionally like Lamar Jackson level, but still scary for a team defense in the Cowboys that has struggled to steal off the edges, particularly against quarterbacks.
Now, one of the positives is Justin Fields does not have much success passing.
That is fair.
Against anybody, really, but against us specifically, too. So the Cowboys can probably feel pretty confident there, but again, because their pass defense has been so poor,
yes,
you have to do something about that. Jordan Love doesn't like, he would rather throw the ball than take off running. So like that was very evident last week. Justin Fields would rather take off running than throw the ball. So
I could see
where is the balance of how you cover and then how you come back and make sure that he doesn't get any more yards or that first down that's a backbreaker.
So are you curious if they will dare Justin Fields then to beat the Cowboys with his arm?
Yeah. I think
would that be your strategy? You're like, I would rather you try to defeat us with your arm than defeat us with your legs.
Yes.
Okay.
It would be my strategy. But Kevin, because the defense has been so bad stopping anybody from throwing on them, I think that Eberflus is like, I still have to do everything I can to figure this out.
Yeah.
And maybe whenever his guys are completely healthy, he'll feel more comfortable playing more man. Like if Diggs and Bland fully recover from this, and obviously when Rebel gets back and just dominates and takes over. But whenever those two are completely healthy, I wonder if he goes, okay, now I feel comfortable sticking in this man. We're done with the zone. We'll flash zone here and there.
In the fantasy purposes, are we starting Dak against the Jets or Fields against Dallas? I would definitely start Dak against
anybody.
The Jets. That probably is true for a variety of reasons, but we can dive more into that tomorrow as well. If you are so inclined to be involved in such plays, I think the over-under might be of fascination when it comes to this game because the Jets defense has some issues as well. But let's talk about the primary issues that have really collapsed the Jets so far this year. Turnovers and penalties. Turnovers and penalties. The calling cards of subpar teams, right? Don't you think that's fair to say? If there's a subpar team out in the world, there's probably a decent shot turnovers and penalties are problematic for them.
If they're a subpar team, discipline is probably the first thing. What comes from lack of discipline? Those two things.
Yeah.
Your penalties are going to happen because you're not disciplined enough to stop yourself from hitting somebody when you shouldn't. You're not disciplined enough to stay in your stance until the ball is supposed to be snapped. And whenever you say, I should just throw this ball away.
Yes.
And then you decide to throw it to another team.
Yes.
Or your guy your running back isn't disciplined enough to hold on to the ball. Yes, those things come from lack of discipline, and those are two huge factors.
For the Jets, would you like to start with turnovers or penalties?
Let's go turnovers.
All right, turnovers. You can look directly at that Miami game on Monday night and say they lost that game because of turnovers and penalties, and I would make an argument that turnovers were the bigger deal. All right. So let's start with Braylon Allen, who, of course, then left the game with an injury. He had a fumble that looked like it was going to go to the end zone. Instead, the Dolphins punched the ball out and then moved 96 yards the other way to take a lead. All right? Jets fumbled again on the next possession, and then the opening kickoff out of the second half. They fumbled on that possession as well, which gave the Dolphins another scoring opportunity. That swung the win probability 29% in that game. Really? So I think you can look directly at that last game. Again, not against a good team in the Dolphins either, and the turnovers really killed them. And then factor in that the Jets don't turn the ball over. Like, I mean, their defense doesn't force turnovers. As for the penalties, the Jets had 13 penalties for 101 yards. Now, I'm going to warn people for your watch.
Is that a lot?
Yes, it is. But just wait till you hear the next number. I'm going to warn people for Sunday when they listen right here on the Fan or watch the game. The Cowboys were called for 11 penalties against the Packers. So you have a matchup with two teams who in their last game combined had 24 penalties for 196 yards. So
feels like it should be a lot more than yards.
Okay.
I don't know. It feels like it should be like 460 yards.
So what is that? Like 8-ish yards
that's not
per
too bad.
penalty?
That's not too bad at all.
So probably not a lot of pass interference penalties. So if you're looking for a lot of like pre-snap penalties or holding penalties, well, this might be the game for you. And Aaron Glenn was really upset about it. He goes, look, very disappointing. There is no way you can win any game with 13 penalties and 3 turnovers. And so supposedly he had an even fierier speech in the locker room to get after the Jets. So I don't know what impact that particularly is going to make. But if you're looking for somewhere where you can take advantage of the Jets have done a really good job of fumbling themselves. And then we talked about the really dark quote from Breece Hall yesterday.
Yeah. Poor Breece Hall.
I mean, that wasn't a really intense
quote. That was
a
weird way to end a segment too, Kevin.
Yes, it was.
Can I throw something into the conversation here? Do you think the George Pickens Sauce Gardner matchup is going to be fun?
Yes, I'm very excited about that. And you know, Sauce Gardner said something that I have not done the research on this whatsoever. But did you see like his proclamation, I guess, about officiating?
Did he roll out a scroll in his proclamation?
I'm sorry, I did probably overhype that. He just made a statement. Like it wasn't. But if he did, I would be inclined to probably, listen to that a little bit more. He said that he thinks sometimes the officiating is tougher on the Jets and maybe more specifically on him because they lose. And so he kind of compared that to, like, in the past, teams like the Chiefs. And he put out this, like, kind of general assertion that teams that are winning get fewer penalties. Not that they're winning because they're getting fewer penalties. He's saying they start getting penalized less because they're winning teams. And he feels like the Jets therefore get penalized more off of the idea of your team's not good. You're probably doing something wrong. Flag.
That could be a possibility.
It is. Like, I have not researched that.
You could also be poor, discipline.
Look, the cause and effect could work the other
and
way.
Playing against an opponent that's that much better could be
Absolutely.
the factor. Well, I wanted to throw this into that then. Last year, Sauce Gardner versus George Pickens. 5 receptions, 111 yards, and a touchdown.
Wow.
Often when Sauce was covering Pickens.
Because Sauce is a phenomenal cornerback. That's impressive.
After that game, George Pickens said, I wouldn't say it's extra special. A lot of guys are good around the league. It's a lot of good players. Just because we're playing him doesn't mean you get super, super excited. I want to do that to every DB. And I love that mentality.
Yes.
But he basically said that Sauce wasn't that special, is what I heard there.
I mean, look, I get it. If you, I don't know if I'd say torch, but if you have a really good game against somebody like that, I understand how you might want to
Hopefully
celebrate.
Hopefully he can say the same thing after this one.
Yeah, but
that's not that special. But
Sauce is a really good player, but George Pickens is coming off at a phenomenal effort, and if he's able to have another phenomenal effort against Sauce, then
when you said that, I thought that you were saying it as George Pickens, and you were saying George Pickens did this.
No.
This, and I was like, oh man, Kevin's talking as George Pickens in the third person.
I will try to announce when I do an athlete recreation in the third person.
Yeah, I like it.
I will try to make that announcement ahead of time. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to do some NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Prescott under center, back looking over the middle into the end zone. Hung on, Ferguson. First touchdown since the Truman administration. Touchdown Ferguson, and the Cowboys have regained the lead over Green Bay.
Upon fact-checking that, we believe it was the Biden administration that he scored that touchdown in. Right now, we're going to do some NFL overreaction or reality, and I'm going to start with this. NFL overreaction or reality. The play of George Pickens on Sunday night makes you think the Cowboys can cope without CeeDee Lamb.
1,000%. Now, here's the thing I've seen, and I think everybody out there is going to say, hey, Corey, pump the brakes a little bit. If you paid attention to George Pickens in Pittsburgh, where he didn't have a really good quarterback, do we agree on that?
Yes.
He had inconsistent numbers, and he had inconsistent moments. We saw the drop the other night. We've seen drops before. That's going to happen.
At least with that drop, it felt like a common trope of I looked ahead and down the field for my open space.
And those are
it's still agitating, but I get that a little bit.
It's a weakness for every receiver. Yes. I think it was a Cincinnati game last year. He disappeared. And I was like, whoa, and there were targets in his direction. He did not fare well. Drops were a big deal. And so I think that's the version of Pickens that we can get. They schemed wide open passes for him. Then they also said, go win a ball, and he did. So these are the two things that I know he can do very well, and I think they can continue to scheme that. Now, the problem is, actually, it's not much of a problem because Dak was really good at it the other night. Dak's got to spread the ball around and not zero in on one guy. And because the more he does that, and the more this run game stays consistent and good and strong, the better off it's going to be because that'll keep the space for him to work in.
Alec? Corey said 1,000% overreaction or reality. The play of George Pickens on Sunday night makes you think the Cowboys can cope without CeeDee Lamb, which hopefully will be shorter than we think.
That's a reality for me. I don't know if I'm 1,000%, maybe like 750%. But I do think that his skill set is 100% good enough to move the ball downfield. And I think that as the weeks go along, and, I've heard the different TV broadcasts even mention it too, after like talking with him and the coaching staff, like he's still learning. Like, obviously he knows the identity of the offense. He knows exactly what they're trying to do, but they had him stuck at the X position when CeeDee was healthy for a reason. They wanted it to be, hey, you're always going to be in this spot.
Right.
You're just going to be running a route or blocking a different way each play. We want to keep you in this spot. Now, it kind of does limit the offense, but now it gives them time to really focus in what he is really good at the X position. So if they can just continue to exploit what he is good at, he's really good at those things that he's known for. All the high pointing, contested catches.
Oh, you saw the high pointing.
Yes, and one thing that I think is underrated just as a skill of a wide receiver in general that he's elite at is the late hands. Whenever he's got contact in front of him.
Yeah.
Like he flashes those hands up at the absolute last second to try to catch the ball, which makes it infinitely harder on the defensive back in front of him, even if they are covering well. So I think he is good enough, and I think they can cope.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Packers were crowned as the NFC's best team way too early.
Did they crown themselves too early,
because the players like, we might go undefeated.
Yeah, we got Micah. Look at us. We're going to be fine. And I think they also were like, hey, Christian Watson's coming back. Whether or not he stays healthy for more than 6 minutes in a game, different story. Way too early. And I will say that this league every year has been flipping my mind upside down lately. There are some things that are going to be automatic. Some things that you expect that don't happen. The Bills, I feel, I'm pretty comfortable there. The Ravens are where they are right now. What?
Yeah.
So there are things that kind of flip my mind around, but people wanted to jump on, all right, they have Micah. Jordan Love's back, and he's going to be back to 40 touchdowns. You're right, man. They definitely did.
They did it to themselves. They really did, the coaching staff, the players, because I knew they were going to be really good. And after one game, I might have even still rode with that idea that, yeah, they're probably the best in the NFC, probably one of the best in the NFL. But they've shown that the offense can be shut down by decent pass rush. So I do think that they crowned themselves champion a little bit too early.
Okay, let me ask you a bonus question, both of you guys. Based on that phrase that you just used, overreaction or reality, the Packers are really good. I think I'm in the overreaction category now.
Well, okay. Do you think the Lions are really good?
Yes.
Okay. I think the Packers are good. So I'll say that's not a complete overreaction, but I'll say overreaction because...
And yes, I understand what happened in week 1.
Really good is... Yeah, no, really good. Watch the Lions right in the last 3 weeks.
Yes.
That's a really good team.
Yes.
But I think the Packers are good. The Cowboys expose some of what they do defensively. They definitely exposed that. But their offense was still able to produce against the bad Cowboys team. They couldn't produce against the Browns.
Yeah.
Really good defense.
Right.
So I think they're good, but not really good.
Yeah, I'm right there with Corey, overreaction, because I do think a really good team does beat the Browns. I do think they're able to score 21 points, which is a lot against that defense, but it's because they're getting the ball on offense a lot because the opposing offense stinks.
Can I suggest we take a look at something with the Packers as well? This is the second straight week they have been in absolute control of a game and fumbled that lead away. Like a pretty big lead. I think both of them were 13-0 against both of those teams. So just keep an eye out on that.
So they need to score 14 points. Because 13 is not good.
We still need to have a more in-depth conversation about that blocked PAT at some point. All right. Unrelated to football, overreaction or reality, you pay attention to the way actors and actresses drive in movies, and it drives you insane. I don't know if you've ever watched this. This is a big pet peeve I have, and then I promise we'll get back to football. They drive as if they're on Lombard Street in San Francisco. They're clearly going straight, yet they're moving their hands up and down.
It's called acting, Kevin.
Okay, but you're going straight.
You have to give the impression that the steering wheel doesn't work
Okay,
like
I get
a
it
joystick.
in a chase scene, but when they're just like, yeah, I don't know if we should punish Brad for what he did at school. Like, I don't need that in that scene. But they move their hands crazily.
Are you driving right now? Text in. Hold on. Never mind.
No.
Never mind. Don't text and drive. I think there's another thing you're not supposed to do and drive.
Drink.
That too. You can have water while you're driving.
I don't.
Kevin,
take a look.
I don't think I've ever paid attention to how my hands move on the steering wheel.
They don't move like that.
I just sit there and hold it straight.
Exactly. Because you're just going straight.
But what if my alignment's off? What if one tire's a little flat?
Okay, you know what? I will concede.
It's going to pull.
I will concede in a singular situation. Every person who drives in almost every movie is driving like with their arm. It's like they're jazzercising or something for an old-timey
You make
reference.
that steering wheel look very huge,
Yes.
too.
That's another thing.
Are the steering
Watch
wheels oversized
in movies. Their steering wheels on these cars are too big. They're too big. Those are the two things that bother me in movies. Is that and when a husband and wife or really close people are texting for the first time ever. And they're like, oh, hey, are we doing this or what? And you're like, that's the first text y'all have ever had, huh?
They delete them all the time.
Every single time.
Every time.
With your wife.
Man, I think what drives me nuts is whenever the background in these movies is like the background is closer than it actually should be. And
Yeah.
I'm like, what's going on around them does not match the way that they are supposed to be driving. Or that somebody will stare at somebody for a very long time to have a discussion. I'm like, you got to be paying attention to the road right now. What's happening?
From the 940, sorry, Corey, I can't drive. It's not July 4th.
My
also,
apologies.
from the 214, what did Brad do at school? And from the 469, Kevin's right. That irritates the hell out of me. Alec, have you ever noticed this? And does it bother you? And then I promise I will return to football.
I've definitely noticed it, but I don't think it bothers me. If anything, it gives me something to laugh at.
Okay.
That's like, again, kind of like how you're like, hey, Warning, not related to NFL or anything about the segment we're doing. That's how I am. I'll just laugh about it, and they're like, what's funny? I'm like, look at how he's on the steering wheel. It's stupid.
Thank you. NFL overreaction or reality. The Giants are cursed. So they get a huge win when their brand new rookie quarterback's starting, and it's going to be a feel-good week, except, of course, for Malik Neighbors is hurt and now out for the season.
Part of me wants to say overreaction because I don't believe in curses. Because curses aren't real. However, I've said that the Bears have been cursed for like the last 50 years with quarterbacks. Maybe even more. It goes back to 9. Even Jim McMahon wasn't that good.
That's true.
He was awesome, though.
That is a weird dynamic. He was awesome, but not that good.
Yeah.
And if you're from that time, you totally get it.
Yeah, you get it. So I don't think it's cursed, but because this is the nature of the sport. You're going to have injuries. You're not going to have a completely healthy team, Kevin. I do like this, though. I want to buy in with you here. It's just I've said things in the past that I can't let, affect my future.
Alec,
I think.
It's a lot of personal backstory from Corey in that answer. NFL overreaction or reality, the Giants are cursed.
Consistent Corey is what I've always called him. I'm going to say reality because I do believe in curses. I am unlike Corey in that respect, especially in sports. I do think that those things, it's kind of like, the laws of motion. It's just going to continue to go that way. And it feels like ever since the Giants' last real playoff run with Eli, like ever since then, I don't know who irritated the earth, but something is going on with that franchise where they do not get nice things to exist all at one time. You get the new rookie quarterback in, and what happens? The flashy wide receiver one is out for the year.
Yeah.
Like, nothing can ever go consistently well for them at the same time. That team just hates prosperity.
NFL overreaction or reality, you could definitely see the Ravens missing the playoffs. They're 1-3 now. Since 1966, just 11% of the teams that started 1-3 make the playoffs. So that's essentially 1 out of every 9 of them.
Reality. Ooh. I wouldn't have thought that coming into the season, obviously.
For sure.
But at the moment, it definitely is one of those, like, losing Lamar Jackson for, it could be that could be an injury that plagues him for all season.
Yes. The last I saw is he could miss 2 to 3 games, but I think what you said is probably more prominent.
Yeah.
Is
it's going to affect his play.
Maybe he plays, but how good is he?
It'll affect his decisions and who he is completely. Now, maybe it makes him a better quarterback. Maybe it's something that he's
Could
like,
be.
you know what? I'm going to show everybody how I'm just a passer, and I will dump it off instead of taking off running.
Right.
But because he knows if he takes off running, he's going to hurt himself. But I think that's because they've been so poor. I don't know if you know or not, Kevin. No defense has given up more points.
I was aware.
Than the Baltimore Ravens.
The Cowboys are really close.
I mean, the gap is enormous.
No, it's
them
1 point.
Other teams. So I think that I think like they just don't have the team to sustain it right now. But this could be a great opportunity for let's say it is Cooper Rush that steps in because Lamar Jackson needs a couple games. Now you lean heavily on Derrick Henry and hope he doesn't fumble.
Yeah.
But you lean heavily on him and he says, I got this. So that could be an option too.
It's sadly a reality because I had them atop the AFC, but they've just shown that no lead is safe enough for them. They've shown that no string of consistent drives and complementary football is good enough, and they've shown that no amount of talent is good enough right now just because everybody is so beat up on that defense specifically. You're without your quarterback now for at least a few games, it sounds like. Again, another team that seems to hate prosperity because this team, unlike the Giants a question ago, they actually have everything. They have all the tools. They have everything in front of them. They just can't execute in the way that you expect. So it's difficult, but, I do think that they could miss out this year.
Man, that is a blistering takedown of the Ravens, especially since I think pretty much everything that you said is exactly right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. We got a quartet of Game 1s, and who is going to win all the awards next on The Fan.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Swing and a line drive. Ripped. Right field. Back. Gone. Leadoff homer. Shohei Ohtani, a low liner over the right field fence. And just like that, the Dodgers take a 1-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Selfish self-promotion here. I love that play because I went higher on Shohei Ohtani to have 1.5 hits, RBIs, and runs. And in the first at bat, he hit that. Part of a 3-play. Aaron Judge, Ellie De La Cruz, boom, boom, boom. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. I know we were watching the Tigers-Guardians game here. Was that the game that kept your particular attention yesterday? Was there another game you focused in on? I know Bob Nightingale said it was going to be the Red Sox and the Yankees. I did end up seeing a lot of the Dodgers-Reds game, even though it was lopsided most of the way.
Yeah, for a second, Kevin, I know we left here yesterday with the game on.
Right.
But for a second there, my brain I was like, man, there's nothing on tonight.
Yeah.
Because locally, there was nothing of true interest.
Right,
So I had to, but then I went, oh, crap. And then Carter had a football game. So I had to kind of keep track of everything through that. But yeah, man, that Red Sox-Yankees outcome and that 454-foot home run from Shohei Ohtani, those were the two things that lit up my night, man.
Yeah, and Shohei Ohtani was outstanding, led the Dodgers to victory. The Reds made a brief push that made it feel like it could be interesting, and then the bottom of the half of the 8th, I want to say, the Dodgers tag back on 2 runs to let you know that the game really was over. They take a 1-0 lead in that best-of-3 series.
Is Skubal the best pitcher in baseball?
Man, it's hard to argue against that. Yesterday, he was ridiculous. Now, in hindsight, it looks like even having a foolish discussion, but somebody asked about pushing on underdog with their Skubal going higher than 7.5 strikeouts, and they went from $780 to $1,400 off of that. And we're like, yeah, I don't know, that's a lot of money, blah, blah. He had that by the 5th inning, I believe. He went on to throw 7 2/3, 14 strikeouts in that game, unbelievable.
I love, and we've seen like Nate Eovaldi in big games change.
Yes.
You know, like you see a guy all
For sure.
season, you're like, okay, he does this. And then it's like, hey, we need you to go out there, pitch 8 innings of scoreless baseball and maybe save the entire bullpen. They're like, got you. And then they turn it up just a little bit.
Yeah.
It's amazing to see the best pitcher say, oh, the moment is huge. Let me make a statement for my team about what I plan to do for the rest of the way.
Hey, and they really did need it because Gavin Williams was phenomenal yesterday for the Guardians as well, but Skubal ends up tying a 53-year-old Detroit postseason record. They get the 2-1 win, and all of a sudden, a lot of pressure on Cleveland today as it is a win or go home game 2 for them. Now, let's go to the Yankees and the Red Sox. This game had a crazy finish. And when I say crazy, it had literally never happened in the history of postseason baseball, which I did not realize until after the fact. I was just like, man, Yankees, you got to think you got to score in that situation. Although I was glad they didn't, because I cannot find a scenario in which I want to root for the Yankees. The Red Sox win that game 3-1. Part of the reason the Yankees became the first team in MLB postseason history to have the bases loaded with nobody out in the bottom of the 9th, not score a run, and lose the game.
Really?
It's never happened.
Why?
Ever.
Why?
I just think...
Why has it never happened?
I would say the logic of it's tough to keep someone from scoring, not impossible, of course, but tough to keep somebody from scoring when they have the bases loaded and there's no outs. I would say it's even tougher when that team is a playoff team, and I would say it's even tougher when it's the bottom of the 9th inning and you kind of feel like the game's probably on the line.
Is Aroldis Chapman good?
Yes, he has had a phenomenal season, magically. Who knows why that is?
Because he's a very big, strong man who throws very fast.
Yes, he is
Kevin,
very big.
I have a question.
Throws very fast.
I have a question regarding his strikeout stance. When he strikes somebody out, because he's a lefty, he's coming over to the right side and he stares down the dugout and
Man, by the way, take a look at Skubal's victory pose yesterday.
Yes.
That's pretty intense too.
It is a showman's kind of thing.
Yeah.
And as much as you guys love wrestling because of the dude on the microphone,
Sure.
the moves,
The
like there's
pageantry,
there's so much more than just oh my gosh.
Yeah, I
Did you
agree.
see what he did with his full Nelson?
Yes.
And that's
I agree with that.
I love that part of sports.
Me too.
I hate when a cornerback does no whenever he did nothing. Like we hate that. But when you do something special and you back it up and you do something, I love those kind of celebrations.
Yeah,
just
no,
like Skubals.
I agree. And like most scenarios you'll find that Aroldis Chapman is in is a high stakes situation.
Oh,
So-
for sure. Yeah.
so you can understand.
And
that.
especially when it's against the Yankees.
Yes, absolutely.
If I can't root against the Astros in these playoffs, I will root against the Yankees.
Agreed. Now, this one might hurt you to hear just a little bit because this guy used to be on our team. Go ahead and give me cut number 3 because the Cubs got back-to-back home runs.
Kelly with a high drive to center field. Merrill is back. Sheets at the wall. And this one's gone. The Cubs smash out of their slumber with back-to-back home runs in the 5th.
Now, the Cubs would go on to win that game 3-1. But if you want to talk about teams that are really slumbering, well, for the Cubs, that was their first postseason win in 8 years.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of wild, right?
I didn't even realize that.
But the Padres, in the last 33 innings in the postseason, the Padres have scored 1 run. 1.
That was yesterday.
Yes, that is correct.
Because yesterday's score was 3-1.
That is
so based
man.
on your facts, Kevin.
Look at that. Like, nothing gets past Corey, the Machine Majors.
No, don't say that. I don't. There's somebody else that has that nickname.
No, but see, unlike that person, I gave you that nickname. You didn't make it up for yourself. All right, so, but like seriously, if you're San Diego, you have to go into this and you're like, well, our backs are against the wall and we score 1 run. That's probably not going to cut it. Dylan Cease or no. And then also you wonder if their front office is already thinking, what 18 trades can I make once we lose this game and we have to reboot the team yet again?
That is true. Crow Armstrong had no hits. 3 strikes. He's a person I'm following.
Sure.
Because he was an all-star. He had a great season. He made some special plays in the outfield. And I know you were all over him early too.
Yeah.
So that's tough for him.
I mean, look, you're going to depend on him to help get you through it. One thing I would say about PCA is the last 2 months of the season.
Struggle.
He really did struggle because it looked like for a while, and I know Schwarber kind of moved into that void, but it looked like Pete Crow Armstrong might be able to make a run towards Shohei for MVP. And he just fell off the map. That did not end up being a thing, and good for Schwarber, but I think we all think it's going to be Ohtani that's going to win MVP again.
Real quick, Kevin, somebody texted in, just got pulled over for texting y'all, and I told the cop that Corey told me to do so. He said Tolo, then gave me a ticket.
Oh, man. That story had a huge M. Night Shyamalan turn in it.
I think what I appreciate about that police officer Tolo right there is that he did his job.
He did.
He didn't show favoritism to anybody, but we would like to enforce that being a Tolo does have perks. So if you can help us out, police officers.
Yeah,
the police are on their way, mofos.
Also, how often do police give out those driving and texting tickets? I remember when that came down.
You really want to test it?
No, I don't. But that was going to be the biggest thing in the world. This is going to change driving. And then it felt not that long when everyone was like, never mind.
I just started this year. I'm sorry.
Not
2 weeks ago.
Not texting and driving.
Texting via talking.
Oh.
Talk to text.
Okay.
Don't like it.
Is it because you have to over-enunciate everything? Because Jess will do that and she's like, tell them I will be there at 3 p.m., period.
And then it writes out period. And you're like, son of a gun!
It's a weird deal. All right. Of the games today, how many of these series do you think continue? So, all of them, game 2, it follows, I believe, the exact same time schedule as yesterday. You had 2 home teams win, 2 road teams win, if I have that correctly. How many of these series continue?
I think Boston and New York will continue.
I could see that.
I don't think Detroit and Cleveland will.
See, I'll say it will, but that might be personal bias. I like the Cleveland story.
I think Lad and Sin. I think the Lads are going to win that one today, 2-0.
Okay.
Chicago. So I'm going to say 3 of them are going to continue.
Okay. Ooh. All right. Spicy. But another quartet.
2 of them are going to continue. 2 of them are going to be done.
Okay. Another quartet of playoff baseball games today. And I think that is super exciting. Sorry, I did not get to talk about the award winners and whatnot. Perhaps we'll pick that up tomorrow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, we got some Mavs and Wings news next on The Fan.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Fellas, how you doing?
Man, we're doing well. I wanted to
Better
talk
now, Mickey.
Yeah.
Better now?
Yeah,
See?
now that we got you on.
I like that. Also, random baseball question for you. Do you actively root against the Cubs in the playoffs?
I finally conceded. I think it was during their run to the World Series in 2016.
Right.
I actually pulled for them.
Okay.
Might have been the first time.
It was kind of a sympathy thing because they,
It was like, yeah, and it's Chicago, and it's like, okay, they've suffered long enough. And I'll tell you a funny story. My very good friend and former college roommate was the staunchest Cub fan ever, right? I don't know if I told you, the same guy that was a Bears fan.
No.
Oh, okay.
And so... And we'd go back and forth, White Cubs, White Sox, and we were covering a game in Lincoln, Nebraska. He was working, I can't remember where he was, and the Cubs were in the playoffs. And we ended up finishing working, went to a sports bar, watched the playoff game against San Diego, I believe it was. And it was a close game, and the Padres hit a home run in the bottom of the ninth to win, and I just couldn't contain myself. And I went, yes! And he goes, I knew you weren't pale and full. It's just, you're born into it,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
And that Padre was Bruce Bochy.
No,
Okay.
I mean, that would be amazing.
Story.
Yeah, and so, but when it got to 2016, I said, okay, the animosity is enough, and I was pulling for him. So, yeah, I'll be interested in watching and, hoping they win.
Now, we wanted to talk with you about this yesterday. Stephen, we've asked him a couple of times. In the last 2 weeks, Stephen Jones has specifically talked about the balance between wrapping up the tackle and trying to punch the ball out. And I know we've talked about this with you some, but this is now 2 straight weeks that he's brought it up. And I think fair to say 2 straight weeks that the Cowboys have had trouble finishing off tackles, have they not?
Brian Schottenheimer talked about that on Monday, saying he wouldn't give a number, but was saying it was an inordinate amount of missed tackles.
Yes.
In that game. And he's right. I mean, we could see that, right? And, he was talking about how they kind of preach about keeping the ball carrier in a cup, like surrounding him and making sure it's more than just one person trying to tackle. I think some of those missed tackles, it was one guy in the open field trying to bring somebody down, and that's not what you want. So, yeah, from a defensive standpoint, as if they don't have enough problems in coverage, then it's like, okay, well, what about tackling?
Right.
And they didn't do a good job in the run game. And you had this feeling they were doing well in the run game, stopping ball carriers, and then all of a sudden Josh Jacobs just started running through tackles, and they didn't do a good job. You're exactly right.
Mickey, one of my favorite experiences, this actually happened to me twice now, Kevin. One of my favorite experiences working at the Cowboys website with you as I was an intern there was talking to Aaron Glenn. I got a chance to interview him and have a conversation with him multiple different times. He was the nicest guy.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
When he was a cornerback, under Bill Parcells. And I remember one day Jean-Jacques Taylor walked up while I was interviewing him, and Aaron Glenn said, let me finish with him first. And I was like, man, that was so nice that he did that. But Aaron Glenn was a great ambassador for the team when he was here. What do you remember about him? What has he grown into since he's now a head coach for the Jets?
He was the best. He was one of those guys that you could do an interview with, and he was a straight shooter. Mm-hmm. No matter if it was good or bad, he didn't sugarcoat things. And I absolutely loved talking with him. And I remember one time he had a group around him, and I was standing on the side locker next to him listening. I had my foot up on the locker bench, and everybody left And he looked at me and he goes, "Okay, what do you want?" Just like that. I said, "Oh, he read me, right?" And we got along really, really well. And yeah, he was one of my favorite guys. And I was, any chance I got to say something, I was like, well, somebody needs to hire this guy as a head coach. I thought he was a really good defensive coordinator, and just his ability to command a room and carry on a conversation. And, and I hadn't seen him in quite some time. And when we went to the Texas Pro Day, he was there. And I went up to him. I said, "I don't know if you remember me, da-da-da." I said, "But congratulations on the job." And he was like, "Oh, yeah, I sure do, and I appreciate that." And we had a nice little conversation. So, yeah.
Did he ask, "What do you want again?" First?
Yeah, right. Yeah. You got anything else you want? And so, yeah, I think he's good. And the fact that he blew up in the locker room after the game this past Monday night, it's like, well, good on him. He's the head coach. You let him have it. If they turned the ball over, 5 times and had 13 penalties in the game for more than 100 yards, I'm sure he was pretty upset. So, yeah, glad you asked because, yeah, I thought a heck of a lot of him, not only as a player but a person in that locker room.
But I still hope he's really sad.
No, we definitely want
Yeah,
to lose.
you still want him screaming after the
Be a
game.
nice guy and still lose. That's fine. Yeah.
Thoughts on, again, you're always kind of, churning the bottom of the roster or the practice squad. Buddy Johnson picked up by the Colts, and then Paris Campbell on his way back to the Cowboys.
The practice squad.
Yeah, to the practice squad, yes.
Yeah.
Anything particularly notable about either one of those for you?
I hate losing Buddy Johnson. I thought he was a good depth guy. On the defense at linebacker, I think they elevated him once off the practice squad, and a good special teams guy. But he was on the practice squad, right?
Yeah.
So that kind of tells you that they, thought they can hang on to him, and he got poached. And when those guys get offers, you might want to stay here. He's from here, but you're guaranteed when they poach you off the practice squad. 3 game checks on the 53-man roster. So you can't pass that up. So yeah, you hate to see him go. As for Paris Campbell, I mean, he got hurt. They released him injured. But if you don't give him an injury settlement, then you can re-sign the guy at some point. I don't know if the practice squad counts or you can do it to the practice squad. But I always thought when I was looking at the wide receiver room, and that was before Mingo got hurt, I thought he probably was going to be the odd guy out, just looking at who they might keep and they had extras. So, I think they saw it as an opportunity to have a veteran guy on the practice squad that if they need another wide receiver, they could, basically elevate him. I don't know how long it's going to take Mingo, and they may make the move today to start his practice period, 21 days, to get him back on the roster now that CD's out. We'll see where that one goes. So, yeah, I think he helps from an experience standpoint most of all.
I know the Cowboys and the cornerbacks were trying to further my idea that Bland and Diggs don't get along by not letting Diggs start. I appreciated that on their part. That being said, do you feel like or get the feeling that from Eberflus that as those cornerbacks get healthier and get their feet back underneath them better, they're going to try to push for more of a man and be more of a man defense, or you think they're going to try and stay with some of this zone stuff?
Yeah, I think they would trust those two guys on the field at the same time playing more man maybe than mixing in zone, because I always think you play zone because you don't trust your corners,
right? Yeah,
and so you're sitting there going, okay, let's keep everything in front. And Diggs, he was having a little, and I don't know if it was a leftover knee thing from the surgery or if it was a new thing, but, he was limited early in the week in practice. And there was times when I think they were doing their stretching and stuff. He was on the stationary bike, so you knew something was bothering him. So I think, they were like, okay, let's not overdo it. Let's, kind of ease him in there, maybe just use him on nickel. And I bet they didn't think they were going to play Bland that much first game back, but I don't think they had any other choice. If they get him, get Diggs ready to go and ready to play football, and then you can get Kalen Carson to start his practice coming off of IR. Josh Butler, I don't know that he's ready. Ravel is not going to be ready to play, but maybe they get some reinforcements at the cornerback position if they get all those guys healthy. And I think they found something in Stewart. I think he's played pretty darn well.
I can see that.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if that's what he was supposed to do, but he let on that first big play on the first possession. He didn't reroute the guy coming out of the seam, and that's got to be the responsibility. Even if you're playing zone, you got to get your hands on the guy. Don't let him have a free release, which helps the safety in figuring out, okay, where do I have to go? Where am I threatened? And boy, poor Bland was threatened by two guys on that play.
Yeah, I think that play.
Not fun. That's not fun.
I know it's early, but I think that play might be emblematic of all of the.
It was all of our
Well,
biggest fears
didn't you
at the same
just
time.
say, "Oh, here we go again"?
Yes,
Right?
yes.
Because I did.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's like, come on, you can't keep giving up those big plays like that. At some point, the coverage has got to improve. Now, it got somewhat better, but then they kind of leaked in the running game. The Packers ended up running for 160 some yards.
I honestly,
and that had to do with a little bit of the tackling you guys brought up.
Yeah, and that's why I walk away. I hope this makes sense. My biggest issue in that game was the run defense, because I was already kind of anticipating some of these pass defense issues. This is the run defense that I thought failed when they had been pretty good so far.
Kind of
this
their
season.
calling card,
Yes,
right?
Yes.
And it just leaked. I'm not sure. Now Jake was a good running back, but yeah.
Sure.
So now you got to go up against a Jets team that probably wants to run the ball. The quarterback probably wants to run the ball. But when they faced them last year in Pittsburgh, he ran 6 times. I went back and looked. He ran 6 times for 27 yards. But the darndest thing was he had his team up 17. It was 17-13 until Dak hit Tolbert with 20 seconds to go, and the Cowboys won 2017. So, his Fields' numbers weren't great. He was 15 of 27 for 131 yards, got sacked 3 times, but he had 2 touchdown passes, and he ran but just for 27 yards. And, unfortunately for him, they only started him the next game, and then Russell Wilson took over.
Right.
I just think you've got to be careful with him. And I think that the rushing touchdown he had in the game Monday night, was it near the end when he went 42 yards?
Yes.
I don't know if that was garbage time or what.
Ooh, let me go double check on that. Actually,
but I know he ran for a 42-yard touchdown. So you got to keep an eye on him for sure. Make sure you're better off keeping it in the pocket and having him throw the ball than pulling it down and taking off and running.
As always, thank you very much, good sir. We'll
Okay.
catch up with you tomorrow.
Good to be with you.
Bye, Mick. Kevin.
Yes.
I have news.
Oh.
Well, I have thoughts.
Oh.
Well.
Oh, my God.
I have a post on a message board.
Is this going to turn into, I talked to a friend of a neighbor?
Kevin, have you ever heard of TexAg's message board?
Yes, I have.
On TexAg's message
no.
board, it says, "Howdy, Ags. I have relevant news. Sooners quarterback John Mateer will play versus Texas."
Whoa!
Quote,
how the hell do they know that?
Well, here you go. I was in Chipotle tonight in Norman, Oklahoma, and Mateer was hold on. Hold on. Chipotle sources. Matir was in line in front of me. The tortilla presser asked Matir how his hand is doing, and Matir said, great. Matir then said he is 100% going to play versus Texas. Here's to hoping Matir leads the Sooners to shut out the Horns. So I screenshotted that and sent it to one Carter Freeman, who is our guy for when it comes to that stuff.
By the way, we're debuting a new college football segment tomorrow.
He then sent me this post of the tortilla presser guy.
What are you
standing
doing?
there, thumbs up with John Matir.
Is this real journalism?
I don't know, but I think
it's right from the source.
I think it's so much fun. Yeah, it's right from the Chipotle. Thank you, Lucy. It's right from the Chipotle source.
Okay. But
and
just
pictures and everything.
But just for the record, if I told you that and you hadn't seen it and I said, all right, Matir's going to play at the Cotton Bowl because on Texags, somebody posted that they ran into him at a Chipotle, you'd be like, what the hell are you even talking about?
I'm just glad the tortilla presser's asking the right questions. You know, like that's the important thing.
Good
He's
for
doing
him.
the journalistic work that every reporter should be doing out there.
You know what? Also, not so good for the guy behind him in line who didn't bother to answer that question and waited. You know, I like that. It's kind of like a give and take. All right, what would you like? Also, are you playing against Texas? I think that maybe is the way that the service industry should be.
Do you want this food clean or not? I'm just saying.
My
Give me the
goodness.
information I need.
Yeah. A couple of years ago, another quarterback wouldn't tell me if he was playing, and that's why Chipotle had its problems. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus, oddly enough, I have more fun stories about injured athletes next on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Noel just completely overmatched. 5 strikeouts in a row, 8 of the last 9.
Derek Skubel's 14 strikeouts ties the Tigers' franchise record for most strikeouts in a postseason game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, could you have ever conceivably heard of a band called Derek and the Dominoes? Also,
man, there are a lot of people out there like, yes, Kevin, of course.
All right,
that's
just checking.
7 vinyls.
Also, there's no way that band has 7 albums, right? Brian Snitker will not return as the Braves manager. Did not get a chance to mention that in Baseball Nuggets. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, ironically enough, more fun stories about injured athletes. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. No, I promise, we're not making light of anything. This is just fun stuff. One thing I think is totally ironic, and then another story, I totally respect the commitment to the bit. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. Stories from the NBA and from the NFL. We'll get to that here momentarily, but gentlemen, I was asked a very intriguing question that I'm totally stealing and taking credit for by a friend. The question was, what's an everyday issue that annoys you that no one has produced a solution for yet? 877-881-1053.
Traffic.
And that was my immediate answer.
I mean, I'm going to think a little more, but that's the first thought that comes to mind.
That was my immediate answer because the kind of traffic that's not really caused by anything other than people being outside of their house. What do I mean by that? No accidents, no construction, nothing. You're just sitting there. And once you get past that area where everything kind of opens up and everybody gets up to speed again, you look around and there's nothing going on. And there was nothing going on. People were just moving slow. I'm like, okay. Well, that was kind of pointless. You just wasted 5 minutes of my life that I'm never going to get back. And it still annoys me. I know it's going to happen. I work in downtown Dallas. I live in Grand Prairie. There's going to be traffic. That exists. That's a thing. Everybody deals with it. I deal with it 5 days a week. But I still get upset about it. And I'm like, how can we not just like get up and go yet?
I'll submit to you, how have we not figured out how to handle the devastation of the paper cut?
Sorry, what?
Like, the paper cut is the worst. And we don't have some, like, little neutralizing spray that immediately is like, and it takes care of it. And you're like,
would you carry that around in your pocket?
Yes, I would.
I don't even,
because
you know what?
people would need it.
I don't want to say it, but I'm going to.
You don't paper cut?
I don't know the last time I got a paper cut. You know what's going to happen?
Nice.
You know what's going to happen? This this
Corey,
box of Coke Zero, I'm going to run my finger along the edge, and it's going to cut my finger open and be like, damn it, Kevin.
Hard cut.
So specific.
So you would carry around, for the very rare occasion, well, you use paper. You deal with paper more than anybody I know.
That's true. And if not that, I might have a more relatable one, because Corey is part of the problem over the years with this. We haven't solved the problem of the IT people not expressing outwardly or inwardly that they think we're stupid. Hey, I called you because I realized I could not handle this situation anymore. Please be kind and just be like, hey, I appreciate them reaching out to me and saying, I need help, instead of being like, hey, dumbass, just reset your router. And you're like, well, thank you.
Listen, most IT people are in a office with no windows, with a bunch of servers to talk to. And when I say servers, I'm talking about computers, not people that are bringing you Chili's chips and beer. And then getting arrested for throwing those chips at you for not tipping them.
What? Did that happen?
Yes. To somebody at a Chili's.
What's crazier, that or I knew an IT person once, they were walking by and they were drinking coffee and I go, oh, you just installed Java.
Gonna let you sit in that one for a
you
minute.
guys.
This is your segment, and he's trying to do
funny.
that. Can you believe
Screw you guys.
Gonna let you soak in that one for a little bit.
You guys
Thanks,
are
Kevin.
jerks.
Oh, yeah, I know, and I wear it with pride. 877-881-1053. Something in life, an everyday issue that annoys you to no end, and nobody has thought of a solution quite yet.
Allergies.
You not laughing at my jokes.
Allergies. Dude, like, I know I can take Allegra every day.
That's right.
But can't I just get rid of my allergies? Can't we just be like, hey, I guess the vax situation would they have a vaccine for allergies? Would the country accept that?
Good question that I'm not going to answer. I'm right there with you, though, because I've noticed anytime I do go down the allergy medication route, I end up getting the worst ones available that make you super drowsy and you just don't want to do anything after. And I hate it.
Because they like don't operate heavy machinery, but it should really be like, don't make any plans at all.
Literally, stay inside after taking this.
Yeah.
And it's literally, you think, because like Claritin, for instance, the tiniest little pill ever. And you're like, this can only help, right? Nope, it knocks you out for the rest of the day.
Really?
And it is incredible. And some of these,
the one that says non-drowsy?
Yes, it feels like the ones that say non-drowsy are actually the worst.
Oh, man.
That seems confusing.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, and I don't like it. 877-881-1053 to the fan text. People are talking about your joke, Kevin, and I don't like it.
Do they like it?
I don't know. It seems like somebody actually has a follow-up to it, and I'm not going to read it. People giving you some advice for your paper cut situation too, Kevin.
That's a super glue. It's pretty heavy suggestion there.
That sounds kind of extreme.
That's what I know. I've seen it used on many different occasions. Super glue is a fantastic option to seal it. That's the big deal. I don't know. Now, here's what I don't know. Do you like pull it out in a clump later? How does that work? Do they file it out? Drill it like they do at the dentist?
I don't know.
Oh, that would be scary. For the 214 athlete's foot.
Oh.
I'm sure there's a few different like injuries and stuff that you can think of that it's like theoretically there are solutions out there, but it's like
Okay, then I know what it is.
it lingers.
The sprained ankle.
Yeah.
Why are ankles not stronger? It just seems so susceptible. In life, in sports, our ankles are too dainty.
Some of the best athletes in the world.
Yeah.
Sprained ankles.
Ooh, from the 682, price is not automatically including tax. That's one of the few changes that I've liked about the entertainment industry here recently is that Ticketmaster is forced to show you the price after fees.
Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
We helped make that happen,
We
by
did.
the way.
Yep.
That's one thing I used to love about Whataburger is the price for something would be like $4, and they're like, we already factored in the tax for you.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, thank you very much.
There's a car wash by my house that I'm like, it's perfect because if you pay for a $15 wash, you get $15 put in front of you. So, guys, I'm going to ask you to read the fan text because we are getting a hotline call.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
oh.
Hotline bling.
Do you think... It feels like Mike Bassick is usually in on petty irritants like this.
Oh, yeah. He has lots of things that irritate him.
Him being interested in that. Somebody said...
Spam calls?
Yeah, okay. And so I know you've brought this up. I swear I block those calls every single time.
They find a new number.
Yeah.
They just add another digit to it.
Yeah, the area code was the worst thing that happened to us when it comes to spam calls because then they're like, ha, now I got even more options.
Yeah, and I know people are saying there are allergy shots. I want the one that lasts for the rest of my life, that it fixes everything. Why haven't we gotten that? I've had allergy shots, Kevin. You know what they did? I had to go in there and they would give me shots in the back of my arm. My arms would puff up the size of softballs and I'd put ice packs on them. And they were like, don't worry, the venom is going to take care of you. And I'd be like, what? You just put venom in me?
Oh,
what?
No.
I rejoined at the wrong time.
Somebody said corns.
Oh.
Like on your feet?
That's kind of gross.
What is a corn?
I honestly don't know.
Do I have a corn and I don't know it?
I don't know. Are you going to look? He's going to look it up and describe it, Alex. So I think you should just
I don't like where this
push
is going.
on through.
Yeah, I don't like where this
and
is
I didn't
going.
see the follow-up to my joke. So for the people saying read it, I didn't see it.
Well, it's too far buried now.
Damn it.
And we don't do that during my segment. You could do it during Gridiron if you want. Or maybe entertain Jared Sanor with it whenever he's here for a whole hour today during the 12 o'clock hour. Appreciate the interaction there, 877-881-1053.
Somebody said brushing your teeth, such an inconvenience.
I feel like there's an easy solution to that. Just do it.
Hold
It's
on.
essential.
No, you can't just answer your question by saying the fix is just do it.
Yes.
What Nike said?
I don't.
Okay, well, this is the anti-Nike campaign. I thought the whole point of the question was, this is not going to judge people.
But yeah, the point of the question is there is no solution. There is a solution to having clean teeth. You brush your teeth. You use mouthwash. Fluoride even. You go through all the stops because you want people to enjoy your presence because your breath does not stink.
Yeah.
Trust me. Important life advice.
Oh, okay.
Because at 24 years old, I'm the perfect age to be giving that life advice. 877-881-1053 if you've got more everyday issues that annoy you to no end, but nobody has produced a solution for it yet. Guys, do you want to start with an NBA player's injury or an NFL player's injury that is not stopping them from having fun?
NBA.
All right, You chose the ironic one first. LeBron James, you might have heard of him, plays for the LA Lakers, one of the best to ever do it in the game of the NBA. But something interesting, JJ Redick, the head coach of the Lakers, held LeBron out of practice yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Due to, quote, nerve irritation. Well, also yesterday, LeBron was on the Twitch stream of Kai Cenat, instead of being at practice with quote-unquote nerve issues, where he was partying it up and having fun with the really worldwide global streamer now, Kai Cenat. If you haven't heard of him, you've seen him on social media, trust me.
He got a badass watch too, right?
Yeah, he gifted Kai Cenat a watch, also cut off all of his hair as part of a bet payoff.
Whoa.
So yeah, he was having a ton of fun. Didn't look like that quote-unquote nerve irritation was getting to him very bad because he had to miss practice for it, but he would not miss Kai Cenat's Mafia-thon stream, which has raised a bunch of money. It's broken a bunch of records, doing a lot of good things there.
Okay.
But interesting that he missed practice with nerve irritation. And then on the flip side, a real injury in the NFL. Malik Neighbors, the 22-year-old star wide receiver, unfortunately for the New York Giants, has torn his ACL. He's done for the season. But one day after tearing his ACL, he said, I'm not going to miss this concert that I got tickets for. He was spotted at an NBA YoungBoy concert just one day after tearing his ACL, which he was backstage with the rapper, took a picture with him, and gave him a game-worn jersey that was signed. He is in crutches, a full leg cast, and everything. And he still showed up to this concert. He said, I'm not missing this for anything. To which I say, I kind of respect the hustle there.
Yeah.
You know, if you're going to be on the VIP list where they're going to say, hey, come backstage, we can do a little jersey swap thing. He said a torn ACL is not going to stop me from seeing one of my favorite performers, which I respect it.
I like that.
I do too.
What a fascinating edition of AM on the FM today. I feel like we solved a lot of problems and only created a few. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are these 2-2 teams contenders or pretenders? Next on The Fan.
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Empty set, 3 to the right, 2 to the left. Shotgun snap, Bo to the end zone. Ball is caught. That is a great catch by Cortland Sutton. Denver touchdown.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about 17 minutes away from the start of the Baseball Power Hour with Jared Sandler. But right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it, rip it.
Now, a couple things. If you have not heard the news, as we predicted a few weeks ago, Dylan Gabriel, not Shedeur Sanders, will, of course, be the Browns' next quarterback. And Joe Flacco, I was fascinated by this response. He goes, I don't think I foresaw it. Which, did you not?
He didn't see this happening, huh?
Yeah. Should he have?
When they drafted him. That should have been like an instant, guy, we got your replacement.
And then we drafted 2 of them.
Really hoping one of these works out so we don't have to go to you anymore.
Yeah.
But if he was being told by the people in the room, you have to believe the people that are telling you, you know?
You know, that's a fair point.
If somebody's saying something, you try to say, okay, I'm going to trust them for everything they are, but you also have to be like self-aware. You have to understand what's going on.
I would have thought he would have been like, oh yeah, no, I saw what happened. I get it. But apparently not. All right, let's go from that to Colton Miller for the Raiders. He, in fact, has an ankle sprain and a hairline fracture that he suffered in Sunday's loss to the Bears, and the Raiders went ahead and put him on injured reserve. Let's go from that to Lamar Jackson. In case you missed it earlier, there are reports circulating, though nothing confirmed just yet, that Lamar Jackson will miss 2 to 3 games due to his hamstring injury. Corey, do you appreciate the irony of the fact that Dylan Gabriel is going to start for the Cleveland Browns at a time that Shedeur Sanders turned down the Ravens, even though right now their quarterback is hurt and logically he could have been starting for them?
Dude, no. They have Cooper Rush.
Okay.
Like, how could you possibly go to anybody else, like another young backup that you have investment in when you have Cooper Rush? Nobody would ever do that.
I think pretty easily you could do that.
Let's say you
would.
Let's say you had Trey Lance.
Yeah.
As your backup. Then
I
your
would
starter
wait
got hurt
until the last game of the season when it was irrelevant.
Yeah.
And then let him walk for nothing. Yeah. Sweet move, Cowboys.
Sorry, that was sarcasm.
What's your point?
That's
I mean, I felt like that was my point.
Yeah.
Sweet move, Cowboys. All right. Quinyon Mitchell, we talked about him yesterday. He was named the NFC Defensive Player of the Week. In terms of Offensive Player of the Week, hey, congratulations for the Cowboys not having it be somebody they played against. It was instead Puka Nacua, who is the Offensive Player of the Week for the NFC, and for the AFC, Patrick Mahomes.
4-touchdown Patty. He's
right.
back.
Hey, they
Dude,
look great.
I was trying to figure out the number because Tom Brady's 620 something like that.
Oh, touchdown passes?
Yeah, and I was trying to figure. He's got to 250. He's 30. How many more years? How many more touchdowns per year? I was trying to figure out like what range
he could throw another 300 to 320.
You think he can get there?
Maybe not.
He's going to have to play a lot longer. Like,
yeah,
Tom Brady played
at a really good high level.
Yeah, Tom Brady played a long time. I mean, you could, if you were born, you could drink by the time he was done.
Okay. Who do you think will be the final undefeated team standing? Will it be the Bills or will it be the Eagles? You don't get to look up the schedule.
I feel like I need to look at the schedule here.
You just have to go through.
Well, the Eagles have the Broncos coming up, and so that one's. I feel like that's a tough game, but not one that they can't lose. They can't lose. I think it's going to be the Bills.
The Bills are a slight favorite for that. Now, who will be the last winless team? The Titans, the Jets, who obviously you have coming up on Sunday, or the New Orleans Saints?
The Titans are keeping it a buck.
They ass right now. That's a direct quote.
The Saints just don't have the talent.
Agreed.
So I can't decide here. Like, as good as Kellen Moore had them prepared to play against the Bills, they actually looked pretty scrappy and good.
I agree with that.
But it was what it was. I think it's going to continue to be the Saints.
All right. Now, believe it or not, the betting odds are pretty strongly in favor of the Titans being the last winning team left in the NFL. All right. The 2-2 teams in the NFL, pretender or contender. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have 9 of them. Let's see where you fall. Arizona Cardinals, contender or pretender?
Pretender.
Atlanta Falcons, contender or pretender?
In that division, contender.
Ooh, so the Falcons. The Chicago Bears.
I'm going to say pretender. I thought they should be better, but they're not.
Yeah. I mean, look at
that game last week. They shouldn't have won, yet they were able to somehow come away with the win.
Look at that point differential that they have, and consider that they walloped the Cowboys. Like, they have a bad point differential, and they beat the crap out of the Cowboys.
Cowboys they're a late season team. Is what I would say if I'm a
So when
Jerry
the
Jones,
schedule gets significantly tougher,
that's when they Dude, hold on. Don't act like that's not the Cowboys. These easy, cupcakes they have early, they're like, what are you talking about?
Okay.
Hold on. There's pressure on us. Got it, guys.
Out. What about the Vikings?
I think with J.J. McCarthy, they're contenders.
Okay. Even though he's not good.
He's not good.
But
Kevin O'Connell's really good, though.
He is. What about the Washington Commanders? Contenders or pretenders?
It's interesting because last year they were riding high off, very similar to the Rangers with Bochy. They were riding high off of new everything, and they felt really good. And right now they kind of look like they're in disarray and don't really understand what their order is supposed to be. I think they're still contenders. I think they're still contenders.
All right. I think I know your answer in these next two. The Bengals and the Patriots.
Pretenders. Pretenders.
Okay. Now, the Kansas City Chiefs.
Contenders.
Now, I think this is the most interesting one, which is why I waited for last. The Denver Broncos. Because the Denver Broncos are the team that came in with a lot of fanfare. They lost 2 just achingly close games to the Colts and the Chargers. And then the other 2 teams they've beat are not very good. The Bengals with no Burrow, and then, of course, the Titans are terrible. So it kind of feels like you're like, I don't know, but you do have the Eagles this weekend.
And their schedule lends itself to think they're going to be okay. Because they do have the Eagles, like you said.
Right.
Then the Jets, then the Giants, then the Cowboys and Texans. And I feel like all of those are winnable.
And I wouldn't disagree with that. I'm just excited about the Eagles game, so maybe we can figure out a little bit more of like what they actually are.
I understand that. And I still think, and I know the scores against the Colts and Chargers, they still have a really good defense. And you can hang your hat on that while your offense is trying to figure it out. I don't think the way the Cowboys are doing it, you have a really good offense, but your defense is trying to figure it out. I don't think you can hang your hat on that. I think your offense, as you saw against the Bears, can be inconsistent at times.
Right.
But if your defense is good, it keeps you close in games and keeps you capable.
Now, you mentioned the Commanders as one of the contenders, though. By the way, so my list of contenders for you on the 2-2 teams: Falcons, Vikings, Commanders, Chiefs, and Broncos. Does that sound right?
Yep.
And would you put the Chiefs at the top of that list?
Yeah, just because of history. Like what they are. Their record is what they say they are, right? But their history tells me that they can turn it up a little bit.
And then good news for the Commanders, Jaden Daniels has been medically cleared to play. I know he talked a whole lot last week about, hey, I want to play, but he just hadn't been medically cleared. Is that something that I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't play him, but are you going to keep like a closer eye on him, or do you think Washington fans are going to keep a closer eye on him just to be like, I'm a little nervous?
Oh, yeah. Dude, but you were last year with his rib injury, too.
Okay.
And he played through it, and sometimes he was better, and you're like, how is this possible that he's better with this? And maybe it is because he just hung in the pocket or got rid of the ball, did smart things with the football, the ankle, being able to run. Like, that's another thing you concern yourself with. But if he's a good thrower.
And he did say he's going to practice in full today, so keep an eye out on that as well. All right, one more thing for the Buccaneers. Bucky Irving still getting more opinions on his lower leg injury, but he was on crutches. So while it says his Week 5 status is up in the air, I don't know. I still will kind of default to, if you're on crutches on Wednesday, I think that feels like a decent shot.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Not going to
I
play.
have no clue what you're talking about.
That feels like a decent shot, is what I'll say. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for baseball in Texas with Jared Sandler. We will get it fired up for the next hour. We will be talking baseball, and we'll do it next right here on The Fan.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Pre-curb?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, we are going to bring in Jared Sandler because it's baseball time in Texas. This is going to be our Baseball Power Hour. Jared, welcome to the program.
Thanks, guys. It's great to see you.
Yay!
I haven't been in studio in a little bit.
That's the spirit, especially around such a holy time.
That's right. Yeah, it's very fitting that you had me after your Germany trip a few weeks ago, months ago,
gosh.
whenever, a few hours before the start of Yom Kippur. We can all repent for our sins together.
I wanted to give you an opportunity to labor before Yom Kippur started. All right. So I think, and I know you have talked with G-Bag and Sean and RJ, and they talked with Brett Boone this morning, but is it fair to assume, I'm of the assumption that they might have a managerial search, but the managerial search is over and Skip Schumacher is your next manager?
So I guess I'd say this, and I'm not like, there's no winking, like I'm going to say one thing. I think we all believe that Skip Schumacher is the leading candidate by a long shot, but I don't know for sure, right? I don't know what he wants. I don't know, if this is what the front office ultimately will want. I think here's what I'd say about Skip Schumacher. He is very highly regarded. He is in a place of leverage because it's not like he needs to beg for a job. I mean, we talked about it. I'm sure you guys have discussed it. He opted out of a managerial job.
Yeah.
Like he turned down an option that was his for a third year with the Marlins. They wanted him
because they weren't up to his standard. So I think that, the Rangers will have conversations with Skip Schumacher and figure out, is this a fit? Is this a match? And, I think a lot of people like to try and connect dots. Skip Schumacher has a son who is starting his senior year of high school, or started, but he's committed to play baseball at TCU. How much does that play? I don't know, because when you're managing a major league team, it's not like maybe you can have lunch with his son a little more often, but it's a time commitment, right? So I think that what I'll say about Skip is he is so well thought of around the organization, and in his 1 year with the Rangers, he is very well thought of, and a lot of people are really impressed that when he was brought in, it was understood that he could be the next manager, and he understood the stigma there, and he wasn't around too much to cast a distracting shadow. And I think a lot of people really appreciated the way he went about his role and his relationship, understanding what the conversation was surrounding him.
What did he do?
It's a good question. I think
for lack of a better word, maybe consulted and or advised. That was his title. It's tough to know, but he was around and he got a lay of the land and obviously brought a perspective that was made up of experiences outside of this organization, both as a manager and then also as a player for the Cardinals. Listen, I don't like the Cardinals as much as the next Ranger fan, but the Cardinals have a great reputation of having, a way of doing things and teaching things, and maybe that's gotten away from them a little bit, but it certainly was alive when Skip was playing there.
Was it like a lot of conversation, consulting, maybe with Chris Young?
I think it was more front office level.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
I think so. That's not to say that Skip didn't have conversations with the coaching staff, but I think, his conversations were probably more directly with the baseball operations department.
That's beneficial to understand. He has that connection there.
Now, the next question, and what would happen, let's say if it was Schumacher, what would happen with Boone and Maddox? Am I wild to think they would do everything to keep Maddox and they would thank Boone for his service?
I think, so here's the unique thing with Skip. He was around for a year, so he got to kind of observe. I think there are people who maybe they realized it. Maybe they were smart enough to know that this was a possibility. Maybe they didn't. But, there probably were indirect job interviews, so to speak.
Okay.
Just from observation standpoint. I think with Mike Maddox, he lives in Fort Worth. He's maintained, that is his residence even when he wasn't working for the Rangers. So
it
I think
kind of be a similar situation.
Well, yeah, and I think he's at a point where does he want to learn a new manager, right? He and Boch got along so well. And what's interesting about that is Maddox wasn't Boch's guy, right? I think Boch, and I could be wrong, I think he would have loved for Dave Righetti to be the pitching coach. That was his guy. But, there was a mutual respect, and they ended up, I think, getting along, personally, but also professionally super well. Does he want to learn a new manager? Does he want to fit in with a new manager? I think that's a question in his career he'd have to ask. And then, for Brett Boone, what does he want, right? It wasn't like this was a part of his plans necessarily.
Yeah.
So what does he want? What does Skip want? And then for Skip, who does he want to bring in? I think for any manager, you need to have a say in this, right? So who are his guys and who would he feel, who does he believe in? I think it would be, it's too tough to know, because he had 2 years with the Marlins. So you can look at his Marlins staff and say, oh, maybe this guy made a bit, but who really knows?
Now, I know we all love Bruce Bochy, what he's done for the game of baseball, what he did specifically for the Texas Rangers. With that in mind, I hope this question makes sense. Does him no longer being the manager perhaps benefit the Rangers in terms of moving them forward a little quicker? Because it feels like they're going to go a decidedly different direction without Bochy than they would have otherwise. And that might just be my opinion, is I thought they would try to reload more or less kind of what they were doing.
You feel like what
shot.
They did what too much of was the guys that won the World Series.
Yes, correct.
They were like, we'll give you every chance.
And I understand why he was loyal to those people. I really, really do. But I wonder if we were going to see kind of a redux of that in 2026, whereas now it feels like we're going to go in a maybe dramatically different direction. Is that perhaps better long-term for the team?
Well, I think just like in any sport, when we talk about roster building, especially let's say football, right? You got a 4-3 defense, maybe you got a 3-4. There's certain guys that fit better in this scheme or that scheme. I don't think it's any different for leadership. I think that there are certain, whether it's the manager, a coach, someone on the baseball ops side, not everyone can be everyone or be everything to everyone.
Sure.
And so I think, the front office basically, made the decision with Boch that maybe where he is in his career and his desires don't match up at this point with where the Rangers are and where they want to go. So I think that's definitely possible, Kevin. I think that's ultimately it was the burden of the front office to make that determination, because you don't just let a Hall of Fame bound manager go. I try to make this clear with G-Bag and Sean and RJ. I've worked with 3 managers now. And whether you agree, whether it was on them or other people's fault, fair or unfair, right or wrong, the first 2, when they left, it was becoming a tougher situation to bear. That's not the case with Bruce Bochy. He was still beloved. It wasn't like he lost the clubhouse. It wasn't like, oh gosh, there's no way that this is tenable. That wasn't the case. So to make that decision, I think the front office had to come to the conclusion that you kind of inferred there.
So it wasn't unbearable. He saw the direction they wanted to go, and he didn't want to go in that direction, or also because they said mutually he didn't fit the direction they went ready to go in.
It's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I can't. It would be unfair for me to say without being in those conversations. But
you could see how someone might infer that.
Sure. Yeah. I think. I know that Bruce Bochy had a desire to come back, but maybe it just wasn't the right situation after, discussing some of the details with Chris Young and whomever else was a part of those conversations.
Did he have the roster for success this year? That's frustrating. That's a frustrating question.
Here's what I'm going to say, and Jared might very much disagree with me.
Because I personally feel like Bruce Bochy's like, I don't care who you give me. I'm going to try and figure out how to win. And he probably was frustrated that he couldn't figure it out this year.
I think on the field they had a roster that could win, but perhaps in the clubhouse they did not.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of talk about the clubhouse, right?
Thanks a lot, Kevin Pillar.
I will argue it started before that just because of the different nature of, and I'm just going to use him as an example. This doesn't have to be good. This doesn't have to be bad. But fair to say that Marcus Semien and Corey Seager are vastly different people in terms of the way they might or might not interact with the rest of the team.
Well, I think there are more similarities than what.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Both guys are intensely committed to their routine and what they feel like is best for them to do to get ready. And listen, I know Marcus's last couple of years haven't, been up to par, but he had a really impressive career, and what he had done was obviously a big part of that. I don't think anyone would argue that Corey Seager, isn't ready to play. And he does for the time he's missed. Let's first of all, the appendectomy. Like, what's that? That's bad luck, right?
Yeah.
You take that away, he was going to play, a pretty decent amount. And I don't think people see. We always talk about, he missed 2 weeks. I don't think people realize all the work he put in to play through stuff, right? So their routines have both worked for them.
Individually,
but I think that here's what I would say. And there have been a lot of conversations about this, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Corey Seager is indisputably one of the best hitters in the world. I don't think that the question it should be, well, why is he not doing more of this or that in the clubhouse? Is you got 26 active players. That's 25. Let's separate position players and pitchers. You got 12 other position players who can check some of those boxes. Let Corey Seager be Corey Seager, which is one of the best hitters in the world and the best player on this team. It's about finding the right 13-player mix or 26-player mix. I don't think it needs to be put on one guy.
Kind of like with Luka, right? You're trying to find the team that fits with him. That makes sense.
I can
understand that.
And there's no doubt, guys. I'll say there's no doubt that the clubhouse mix, the clubhouse dynamic, was not something that was super additive or positive towards getting the most out of this group.
Okay.
And it's
tough to pin down, right? You can't look and say, well, he chases too much in the clubhouse, right? You can look at a guy's hitting so it's just tough to find that mix.
Is this, and this kind of stems off of Corey Seager, but this can be about any year of the clubhouses that you've seen. Is it tough, or do you think we've bypassed the era of like what Pilar talked about is let's all go to the movies and like do this or that together? Because fair to say that that's not, Corey Seager's not going to be the guy that's like, everyone come watch a movie at my place.
Well, but like, it's interesting that people have come to that conclusion. I would tell you that
if you disagree, please.
Corey Seager's not the guy. Listen, Corey Seager loves his couch.
Yeah.
Okay. He loves hanging out on his couch. Those guys in that clubhouse, they love Corey Seager.
Yeah.
I think a lot of those guys, they flock to Corey Seager like as a as a friend, as a person. They know that he's got his own routine. And some guys might look at him and say, well, this is the best hitter on the team. Maybe I should try that. And maybe they do, and maybe they realize it is or isn't for them, right? The fantasy football stuff, like people might think it's silly, but like you got a long season.
Yeah.
And come July, fantasy football talk starts taking place. And then come August, you got drafts. And these guys are mock drafting like crazy.
Yeah.
And he is right. I mean, no one loves fantasy football maybe more than Corey Seager and then Patrick Corbin, right? So the days of guys going out and, I just watched the Cowboys documentary, The White House.
Yeah.
You got it. Like the pre-social media era is different. Now, do I think that it's beneficial? Team dinners and yeah, absolutely. That stuff can't be forced. You can't force people to do things. And I think that there are players in a clubhouse whose role, Austin Hedges. Like Austin Hedges is the greatest. We just came from Cleveland. Tom Hamilton, their radio guy, said Austin Hedges is the most valuable 150 hitter I've ever seen.
Hey, got a walk yesterday.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
He was on base, baby.
So there are guys who they're connectors. And again, it goes back to not everyone can be everything. But you've got to check these boxes. And to me, you got one of the best hitters of the world. And, listen, Aaron Judge, he's a unicorn. He does check all those boxes, right? But I don't think it should be a knock on Corey that it's not his personality to be a connector.
I bring up Barry Bonds a lot in that because Boch coached Barry Bonds also. A guy who he had two lockers. He had a recliner next to his locker. He was very individual. Amazing hitter.
Yeah.
For reasons that we will not discuss right now. And also a great hitter before that as well. But I bring him up a lot, and somehow Bochy was able to navigate that and still have wins and success there. They didn't have the World Series with Bonds, but I bring him up in that conversation because there were other people there that were able to be the vibe. Like some people are this, and some people are there for vibes, and some people are there for that, and everybody needs to kind of know their role. And in 23, everybody did know their role.
Was Marcus Simeon beloved in that clubhouse?
Yeah, Marcus. I think there is that, like, where they differ. They're both the different personalities, right? But yeah, I think there's a ton of respect and admiration for what Marcus has achieved and what he stands for and who he is. And like people see him, he's got a starting line. He's got 4 kids with a 5th on the way. And he like finds a way to balance being dad and being baseball player and like all those things.
Kiddos at Sandlot.
Yeah.
After they won the World Series, they had all of them up there on the.
Let me tell you something. You guys like cards and stuff, right?
Yeah.
If you can find a way to get baseball cards for his 2 oldest kids, maybe could be worth some money one day. The youngest boy is a little too young. I mean, he probably gonna be a stud too. Marcus and his wife both were professional athletes, so that's good.
Look out.
Yeah. No, Marcus is absolutely. They both. That's the thing. I think there's been a lot made of this that wasn't made in 23. Why? Because the team was winning.
Yeah.
That is not the reason why the Rangers have come up short the last 2 years.
They couldn't hit the damn ball, Kevin.
Yeah, well, maybe one of the other additions they made wasn't so great. All right, so we can talk about that with Jared Sandler. We'll continue the Rangers Power Hour next right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
3-2. Swinging a ball hit in the air to left center field. Rodriguez back on the track at the wall. He reaches out, and that ball is out of here. Just beyond the wall in left center field. Corey Seager leaves the yard. And the Rangers on top 2-1.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We continue our baseball power hour with Jared Sandler. Now, I know the start of this question might sound kind of jokey. It most certainly is not. What, if anything, can be done to protect Wyatt Langford and his obliques? Specifically, just because you saw 3 times this year. I believe it happened last year as well. And I know we kind of had some fun with it of like which oblique is the most important. But for a player that, like, I think we all have hopes and dreams that he'll be the next like franchise player for this thing. Is there anything that can be done to be careful with that? That doesn't alter his style of play, I guess.
So this is becoming the Tommy John equivalent for a hitter, and thankfully not as severe, but like a lot of hitters, especially guys who swing hard, you're seeing more of this. My first answer, my amateur medical answer is the offseason will help.
Yeah.
Right? Because this if I remember correctly, he had a little side thing in spring training and then had a side thing, I think, that happened against the Cubs at Wrigley, maybe the second game of that 3-game series. And he dealt with it on both sides. I think typically, it for a hitter, it's maybe that front side oblique, but Wyatt dealt with it both sides. So to what degree was he playing through that and compensate? I don't know, but I'm hopeful that it's just the off season, right? Because you don't want a guy to have to change what he does, like swinging. And he definitely took a step forward this year, but like I wonder,
not as big of a step as I had hoped, I guess I'll say.
And to what degree was he held back by the fact that he was dealing with 2 obliques that weren't close to 100%?
How do you go ahead?
Do we have a comp for him now after because Trout was the comp by Mike beforehand? And I don't know if that was fair or not. And Mike, he can change his mind on that if he wants to. But is there anybody that you could look at around the league that you've seen that you're like, that's very similar to him, or is Trout really still the only one with the speed, the arm, all the things that he does?
Yeah, I hate. We like almost never compare guys who we really like to like the
Nemo,
But like no, I mean Trout is to me, the apt comparison, the athleticism, the body type, the explosion, the power speed combo. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you could find others, but kind of that bowling ball type of build. There is some similarity there, and that's encouraging. I know that Mike Trout has had some injury issues here recently, but he had basically a decade of dominance, right? And if you told me that the Rangers could get a decade of that from Wyatt Langford, and then maybe have to deal with some hurdles along the way, I would say, unlike the Angels, I hope the Rangers would be able to take advantage of that decade, right? The Angels just weren't able to.
No, obviously, significantly less hype, but this is somebody who I feel like turned a lot of heads in spring training. We fell in love with him. We've seen glimpses of him in the last month of the season. How do you feel about Alejandro Osuna, both the player and then maybe his short and long-term spot with the Rangers?
Yeah, I think he definitely goes to spring training not as a surprise who's going to be the talk of camp, but as someone who I think will be looked at to contribute, especially, I don't know what it looks like, when the Rangers say we're going to cut payroll. That doesn't mean that they can't add good players. It just means that for every dollar in, there probably needs to be $1.50 out, or, whatever the formula would be.
Yeah.
But then, that typically when you've got a guy in your 40-man roster who's a pre-arbitration player and thus, not someone who's making a lot of money, you'd love for that guy to be able to contribute, and that guy's probably going to get opportunities. I think the question...
Starting right fielder?
Well, I think the question for Alejandro Osuna and starting right fielder would suggest that there's no Adolis Garcia.
Correct.
And let's just call a spade a spade. It's very likely that Adolis Garcia has played his last game with the Rangers.
Are they just going to non-tender him then? And
I think the challenge with Adolis, if you are trying to cut, and this is where, again, if you're cutting payroll, and I'm just trying to get confirmation of the number here, but Adolis had his extension come to an end this year, he'd probably make in arbitration in the teens and millions, right? So can can you get a team, if you're going to trade him, that team's got to be willing to pay him that. Now, it would be a 1-year deal because he becomes a free agent and clear of arbitration after this upcoming year. Maybe there's a team that looks at Adolis and says, hey, you played great right field last year, which you did, and we think that we can get you back to closer to that 2023 form. And if there's a team that's pretty fired up about that, maybe they are willing to take that on. I just think that, Adolis has had a great run with the Rangers. He will always be revered and beloved by the fans. And some of the fans who became frustrated with him, hopefully, in time will recognize what this guy brought. But I just think that that's a spot where if you're cutting payroll, that would be a likely changing the guard.
We've talked about this quite a bit, Corey and I, on the show. I realize you couldn't have won the World Series without any of the players. I get how that works. But if you're saying, there's a handful of players that you really could not have won that World Series without, Adolis Garcia is 100% in that handful.
Nathan Eovaldi.
Yes. And
Jordan Montgomery.
Absolutely. And Corey Seager, I think I would put in that list.
Can I add some? Can I add 4 names that just kind of tie in our conversation last segment? Will Smith, Travis Jankowski, Brad Miller, Austin Hedges. Rangers don't win the World Series without those 4.
They
maybe
all
not. Maybe
they all had a moment.
Or
something.
I'm not even talking about a moment on the field. I'm talking about what they meant to that group in the clubhouse. Those guys were incredibly important.
Now, if we're talking about the clubhouse, and we talked with Boch about this past Wednesday, what has happened to the confidence of Josh Young? And am I reading this incorrectly if I believe perhaps he will not be on the Rangers next year?
Well, and Josh is an interesting one because he's also arbitration eligible, but not going to command the type of salary that Adolis Garcia will command, just given the way the dynamics of that all. Josh is a Scott Boras client, so Scott Boras clients don't typically sign extensions.
Yeah.
Now he's not coming off a great year though, so I think
Would the Rangers sign him to an extension?
They could.
No, I'm saying philosophically.
No. But I think whenever you got a guy who is likely to hit free agency, which is the Boras clients, then you're working on a clock.
Yeah.
And now you're wondering, all right, how can I maximize value? How can this, with all of these guys, right? The question is, how can this guy best serve the organization? I hate to frame it like that, but from a baseball operations standpoint, that's a big question they ask. And for a lot of guys, it's that guy best serves the organization batting third and playing left field, or that guy. But sometimes it's, hey, maybe he best serves the organization by, let's look at what Nathaniel Lowe brought last year. They got Robert Garcia. Now, I know some fans were kind of off on Robert Garcia because he had a rough stretch. The guy had a sub-3 ERA. If you tell me I can get a reliever with a sub-3 ERA, that guy's going to be in my bullpen, right? Maybe he's not the closer. Maybe he's not the 8th inning guy. A sub-3 ERA plays. I'm not saying that's what you're getting for Josh Young. I would hate to think that if Josh Young wasn't a Ranger that he would just, be non-tendered. He's young. He was, a few years removed from being the starting third baseman for the American League in the All-Star game. But I think they've got to ask themselves a question: how does he fit? And if they want to get more athletic, or they want to get more on base, because that's Josh Young. Even in his 2023 year, he wasn't a super high on base guy. He was a guy that had extra base hit pop. Well, last year he didn't really get on base and wasn't hitting for extra bases. So what is his path to being the guy that can contribute to this team? I think they got to ask that question, and is it attainable here?
Not just about Josh Young, but this team
He's
in
a good
general.
defensive third baseman.
Okay. Well, I mean, and look, I thought the Rangers defense, unless you have thoughts about that.
No. Listen, the Rangers
defense
set a major league record for fielding percentage.
Was significantly better this year than it was last season, and it felt a lot more reminiscent of 2023 on the hitting front. Not just Josh Young, but overall, is there going to be an overhaul in plate discipline approach? Because if you look at when the Rangers fall to 0-1, I know that's disadvantageous, but they're in the bottom third of the league when it comes to average and everything when they're in an 0-1 count.
Yeah. No, and it's tough when you're not putting yourself in favorable positions to succeed, right?
As they frequently do not.
Right. I think it was frustrating. This year was frustrating on a number of levels. Corey, did you ask Kevin, did they have a roster that was fit to win? And they did, right? There's way too much talent. And also, even if the lineup didn't reach the bar that was set, which was a high bar, understandably so, I I just mentioned best fielding percentage in Major League history in a single season. Whether you want to use that as the determining factor of how good a team was defensively, it is certainly a part of the story. They were outstanding defensively. We've talked ad nauseum about the pitching. They didn't need the hitting to be the best in baseball, right? If it was just average, they would be playing right now. We would not be having this conversation. Sure. I think that's kind of what's frustrating. And then when you really want to get granular and break down the hitting, the chase, and the feel within a game, like, hey, this guy's thrown 89 pitches through 5 innings or whatever. We can knock him out this inning if we remain disciplined, and then it's a 5-pitch 1-2-3 inning, and now we got to see this guy in the 7th inning who's kicking our ass, right? So it's just little things like that it's not seen in the box score, but those are the things in the margins that help separate a good offense from a great offense from an elite offense, or on the other end of the spectrum, a good offense from maybe a slightly below average offense. Why, the Guardians aren't good offensively,
right? But
they do certain little things that help them that maybe the Rangers didn't help themselves at times with this year.
Got 2 things here. One, sources. Ken Rosenthal's sources, that is. Albert Pujols is believed to be the Angels owner. Artie Moreno's leading choice as the next manager.
Do you think that's because he's still on the payroll?
Probably
and they're like,
so.
I'll get
Probably
a discount.
And
as a part of the special services. Yeah.
So let's stick with Young. Let's assume Seager's still around, and
I don't think Corey Seager wants to be the manager of the Rangers.
No, me either. Third base is this Josh Smith's chance. Is that his place to be an everyday player?
Could be, but
Why would you do that? I'm sorry, Jared. Why would the Rangers go into the season thinking that, given the way the last 2 seasons have ended, though?
The way he's kind of declined by this
a lot.
Yeah.
I think, listen, Josh Smith is, first of all, congrats to Josh and his wife, Claire.
Yeah.
They just had a baby girl.
Hey, do you want to hand out more congratulations?
Well, to
you, Jared. Congratulations, dude.
I just set myself. I didn't mean to do that. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Said you knocked up 2 women.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's where his mind went.
Yeah.
Wonder what thoughts have crossed his.
That's the least surprising thing ever.
Right, yeah. Huh?
And for Choppy, that just made sense,
And you know what? If my response was, yeah, RJ, it was a mistake, you'd be like, oh, cool. All right. Cool. It seems like I tried that once. It didn't work out for me.
God.
Let's
go back to Josh.
Yeah. So Josh, I think to y'all's point, like the versatility's there. He is definitely the type of guy who you feel like he fits on a winning team.
I do.
But he's got to that second half swoon. It wasn't great, right? Sprinting through the finish line, unfortunately. Now, he did end the season with an even 700 OPS, which is, it ticked up a little bit at the end. But here's the thing that's interesting to me about Josh. 2 years ago, in a down year, right, for the team, not him, but in 2024, he hit lefties really well. He actually hit lefties better than righties. But this past year, he couldn't hit lefties, right? It became he had to be a platoon guy. So now, thankfully, from the platoon standpoint, you face more righties than lefties. But my question with Josh is he a platoon player? Is he a guy that can face lefties and righties? He might be better against righties than lefties, but can he be competitive against lefties? And then also, Josh definitely has a place, again, when you're going to cut payroll, having a guy that can play multiple positions and play them well, there's value there. I think the question is he an everyday fill in the blank? Is he an everyday this? Is he an everyday that? Or is he a guy that just is going to bop around? And Josh has said before, he's like, I don't like the excuse. Some guys say, well, my hitting has suffered because I play so many different positions. Josh has said on this radio station, that's BS for me. Maybe it's true for other, that doesn't work for me. That's not ever an excuse.
No matter where I stand in the field, I still stand in the plate the same, in the box the
exactly.
same spot.
We still wipe our butts, right? And so he's got to, I think, do it for a full year. Now, does that mean that they aren't willing to give him that shot because, they love the makeup and the work ethic? They very well might, but, I think that there's still an element of that dangling carrot for him.
Now, if we're talking about full season performance, it feels like one of the biggest advancements that the Rangers made this season, even if the season didn't end where they wanted, was seeing a full season of really solid pitching from Jack Leiter. How confident do you think that makes him? And then y'all as fans and broadcasters, how confident does that make you in Jack Leiter going forward?
I thought some of the progression from Jack Leiter was really, really impressive. And whether it was his ability to get the car, back in within the lanes in the middle of a start when he had a bad inning, or the growth of the changeup, the fact that the pitch that I think a lot of people thought would be his best pitch has been maybe not the worst, but it hasn't come close to rediscovering its dominance, and that's the slider. The aptitude that he has, he obviously the bloodline helps, but he just gets it. There's something about Jack, he gets it, right? I talked to him after his final start, and he was fired up about that final start, but he
doesn't have somebody in his ear that's saying excuses are okay either.
No,
he has somebody in his ear that's no, there's no room for excuses.
I hated it, but I loved it. After his start against the Astros, we all thought this kid is running on fumes. I mean, he has not pitched this much ever in his life, and never at this level, right? And there are a lot of people, and scientifically they can discuss how one inning in the major leagues is more strenuous than one inning in AAA and one inning in whatever. He wore it after that Astros start. He's I let the team down. No, you didn't, dude. You didn't let the team down. But
that's leadership, dude.
The willingness to look in the mirror and just feel the competitiveness. Now, I can sit here and tell you that, and I've said this before, I've said it about Jack, I can't play both sides of the fence. Progression for baseball players, pitchers, position players, it's not always linear, right? But he definitely took a great step forward, and I think there's a lot of hope and expectation and excitement that he's going to continue to progress. And hearing him talk about the ways he can progress only make you want to buy in more, because he can really break it down and explain. I asked, I was like, Jack, how excited are you about the year you had and the growth you had? He said, yeah, I'm excited because of the areas in which I came short, and understanding the roadmap to try and improve upon that next year. And just the way he's wired, you want to buy into the person.
Can I ask?
I absolutely agree with Jared on that.
Yeah, agreed. Now,
every time we've ever talked to him at spring training, those are the exact qualities
phenomenal.
I like.
I know we should probably ask about Jacob Latz, and I will, but I wanted to get your kind of on the farm opinions of David Davaio, I believe, and Jose Corniel. Where are they at in their progression? Because both had really good seasons in the Rangers minor league, but where are they realistically at in their progressions in vis-a-vis the big club?
Well, Jose Corniel was the minor league pitcher of the year in 23, and then got hurt in 24 and missed most of this year because of injury. He made his major league debut in game 162, was in a tough spot, had a great first inning, and then, coming back out in extras, he obviously gave up the walk-off. But I fully expect Jose Corniel to be, he's a starting pitcher, right? So now, same thing as Kumar Rocker and other conversations. He's coming off of Tommy John. He didn't have, I'm trying to look right now how many innings he threw. Let's see, 38 innings of competitive baseball this year. So he is not going to throw 150 innings. So does that mean that the Rangers find value for him in the bullpen this year and then get him back stretched out as a starter the year after? It's very possible. The Rangers are going to have to basically rebuild most of their bullpen. There's an opportunity there.
Right.
Jose Corniel, though, is I think a guy who they believe will be in their starting rotation in 2027. Whether it's in 2026, I think is kind of the question I just asked based on the help or the health. David Davaio, thankfully, was healthy. And, he's not like a baby. He's 23 years old. The way he progressed, and I'm just looking to see innings here split between high A and double A. He ended up making 12 or 11 double A starts. He pitched over 100 innings this year. I don't know if he's a guy who is going to break camp with the Rangers. I think in a perfect world, and it's never perfect, but health-wise, you've got DeGrom, Evaldi, Leiter, Latz, I think, right?
Okay, and that's a logical question.
I think you probably sign, let's say you sign a depth starter, a Patrick Corbin type. Kumar
because
Rocker
you didn't
is still
say Rocker as
Well, I think with Rocker, he's going to have to earn it again. I don't mean that in a negative, but he showed this year flashes. He also showed he wasn't fully ready. there was still growth to be had. And so how does he look in spring? You tell me Kumar Rocker's in the rotation on opening day, not the opening day starter, but in the rotation.
gotcha.
I'd say, yeah, I could see that. If you told me that he was in AAA, I'd say, yeah, I could see that. And let's not forget how little professional work Kumar Rocker had below the major leagues, right? He barely pitched in the minors, all things considered. So with David Davalillo, my guess is he's not an opening day rotation guy, but I would, if he stays healthy, I'd fully expect to see him at the big league level next year. Now, remember, last spring, and we do this every year, and I'm guilty of it, as Emiliano Teodo, if he stays healthy, he's going to be up. Well, he just didn't have the year that there were some health issues, but so he's got to do it, right? And sometimes when guys realize they're knocking on the door, that becomes a mental thing.
We always say, and I don't mean this as a joke, I feel like you know baseball probably better than just about anybody I know. Do you know the historical trends or what baseball tells us about the Tommy John person who came back and had their first big pitching output like DeGrom, what their follow-up year looks like?
Well, yeah, I think a part of the challenge is that a lot of this is so inconsistent, but I think there are a lot of people who believe that, you get 5 years, like when you have Tommy John, when you get a new UCL, you're getting a new fresh ligament. Your body is 30, however many years old, but your ligament maybe doesn't have the wear and tear that would be commensurate because it's new. That's not to say that it's the same as an 18-year-old, but it's not the same as a 37-year-old. So I think there are plenty of people who believe that Jacob deGrom has a really good 2026 ahead of him because he now can build. Like 2025 is not supposed to be the flash year, right? Your first full year back. He barely pitched at the major league level the year prior. It was just to get his toes wet.
Yeah.
So I think there are a lot of people who believe, a lot of people would say too, that it looked like he ran out of gas a little bit towards the end, which to be expected. The fact that he stayed healthy was huge. And then, listen, I know people's minds go to David Wells if you're of that era, or Bartolo Colon if you're maybe of a little bit of a younger fan. Those guys are exceptions. The fact that their bodies were what they were, and make no mistake about it, Bartolo was a big guy. He was in incredible shape relative. I'm not saying he was perfect, but he was a lot better condition than people thought or would have guessed.
For a big guy, yeah.
Jacob deGrom is a supreme athlete, and that works to his advantage. He is we're talking elite. If you put him on a football field, you would be amazed at the things he could do. If you watched him play basketball, I'm sure the way he moves and the explosion, I think that is something that is really working for him, as opposed to if he was just kind of a relative to other Major League Baseball players who are all exceptional athletes. If he was just an okay athlete with an okay body, maybe it has a shorter shelf life. I think people are really optimistic that 2026 is going to be better than 25 for him.
I know there's a lot of younger players we're keying in on. I would like to ask about two lefties. Will one continue to eat brisket sandos here in DFW? And also, will Jock Peterson? What happened there?
Well,
what's the future?
Because that was a disaster.
Yeah,
it was not. With Jock, the challenge is, let's just take Marcus Semien. Marcus Semien did not have the offensive year that he would have wanted, that anyone would have wanted, right? I mean, he went from being in a leverage spot in the lineup to being dropped down. Marcus Semien still was giving you great defense, and when he got on base, which obviously wasn't as much as you would have liked, but when he got on base, he was an asset. The problem with Jock Peterson is he's not an asset on the bases. He's actually a good fundamental base runner. He's just not fast anymore.
Yeah.
And he's not playing in the field. Now, Jock post-injury was better, but wasn't, post-injury, he's still 706 OPS. So I wouldn't even say that you would want that. You need Jock, and we were talking about this at the end of the year. Whether Jock hits leadoff for you or not, you need Jock to give you the type of production where if you feel like, hey, we need to change things up, let's put Jock in the leadoff spot, because he can be a great on-base guy, and he does work. He does have good at-bats. He didn't pre-injury. I thought the at-bat quality post-injury was a lot better.
Yeah.
But they need Jock to hit the ball out of the yard, right? So Jock,
does
last
he need
year,
to work harder? I'm just going to go out on a limb and say this for myself. We talked about it. I know he's a fun-loving guy, But man, in spring training, was he D'ing around a lot. And
if you're winning and you're winning your at bats,
yes,
you're winning those things, you can do that.
Yeah, no, that's fair, right? Like there are things that when you're producing, you get away with things. It would not be fair for me to comment on the work ethic because I do believe that he does work hard. If someone said that, hey, you're coming off a down year, can your body be in a better position to help you succeed over the course of a 7.5 month season when you consider the work that is put in spring training? And honestly, it's 10 months. These guys don't just take the whole offseason off.
Sure.
Then maybe, I just went here and I talked to you about how Jacob deGrom and just how good a shape he is. It would be unfair for me to say that, well, the counter, couldn't be true as well. So I'd say this, if Jock hit 30 home runs this year and had a good year, I'd probably be like, no, hey, it just,
that's what works for him.
That's why a lot of fans love him because they're like, hey, he looks like you and me.
Yeah.
But he didn't. And so how can you get better? I think there are baseball elements to it, but I think there are also physical elements that would maybe, be beneficial.
Did you get a vibe for how he fit in the clubhouse? Because I will say, just once again, perhaps there were rumblings that maybe he didn't fit in super well in the clubhouse either.
Yeah, I think one thing I'd say, and maybe you guys saw this in spring, sometimes clubhouses, even good clubhouses, can be cliquey. The pitchers talk to the pitchers.
Yeah.
The relievers really hang with the relievers, the position player. Because, especially during spring, you spend the most time with your positional group.
Right.
Jock would talk to everyone.
Yeah.
Now, Jock is like ADD. Like, you can almost never get him sitting still unless he's playing cards.
Yeah.
And he'll just bounce around and talk to anyone. And he talks to the Spanish speakers. He talks to the English, he breaks down the walls of like what would be a click.
The number one time we saw that was actually with Zach and Eric because he was like blown away in a positive way by their interview. And he was like running around trying to talk to these guys.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
I forget what they were at, like favorite hot dog or something about hot dogs. But yeah, I think it's tough when you're a new player. And Jock he wasn't just underperforming. He was like really bad.
Historically bad.
He was really bad. Now, he didn't like show up pouty to the field or anything, but I think it's probably tough for you to like have an impact. Past teams, like teams that Jock has been on, like talking to guys, because I'll say this, Jock has never turned down an interview, but Jock isn't like, at first, Jock, it was a little tougher to connect with Jock. It wasn't until, there was time where, we found some common ground. We could talk football or whatever, but Jock is everything to his teammates, but like he pours himself to his teammates, not so much to us. And that's okay, right?
Sure.
But I think it's tougher for him to be the guy he wants to be because the guy that other guys said he was who played for him previously were like, yeah, I don't know how he is to you, but man, we love Jock, right? And I think it was a little tougher probably for him to be that guy.
Somebody did ask about Brock Porter and our future there, Kevin.
He's no longer a starter, right? Like if he's going to ever make it, and that's a big
Is our
it's
rotation going to look like Evaldi, DeGrom, Bradford, Leiter, Latz? Is that what we?
Well, I'd say I'd caution you on Bradford just because he's probably not back. I mean, based on when he had Tommy John, you're looking at post All-Star break at the earliest, and then again, some guys when they immediately come back from Tommy John, they can be productive right away, or they can be inconsistent. Like look at Christian Javier for the Astros. He came back. He had a little bit of runway, right? It wasn't like a DeGrom, hey, you're just going to make 3 starts in September. He had a little bit of runway to ease in, but they still would give him an extra day, and the results just weren't exactly the same. They were inconsistent. So I think you got to look at Cody Bradford as 2027, and whatever you get out of him in 2026, you're pumped about it. Because I just think it's tough to put the pressure and expectation on a guy who's not going to be ready from Tommy John until All-Star break or shortly thereafter.
Do you think Brock Porter's ever going to pitch in the big leagues for the Rangers?
Man, I really hope so. Now, he's still young, right? How old's Brock Porter? You guys know? If you had a guess?
23?
22. Okay. 22. He'll turn 23 in June. He's still young. There are plenty of examples of guys who they just get off to a really, really rough and rocky start and find, they clicked. Someone gets to them, right?
Sure.
it's not with Brock from everything I've heard, and because he hasn't been around, hasn't been in big league camp. I haven't gotten to know him a ton. I had a conversation with him a couple years ago. Seemed like a good kid. But talking to people, it's not a lack of willingness. It's, maybe some of it's between the ears, right? He had a good year last year, right? I think it was a step forward, but it's a step forward as a reliever. I'm just looking, he didn't make a single start last year. Now, that doesn't mean that he can't build on that and become a starter again. Yeah. But I definitely think he's not, I don't think he's like a top 30 prospect for the Rangers anymore, which isn't the end all be all, but
it's disappointing given the way it.
And that's fair, right? I think it's fair to say that I think the hope was when Brock Porter was drafted at this time, going into the 2026 season, you would ask about Brock Porter the way you asked about David Davalillo and Jose Corniel. And we're not.
Yeah.
And so I think that's obviously disappointing.
Kevin, we didn't even get a chance to get into Kyle Schwarber and Pete Alonso. Do you think there's a chance we can convince Jared to come back someday and talk to us again?
Maybe in another week. But we have to get it knocked out before the spring.
I think
else then we're due.
I always love talking to you guys. It's great being back. It's great seeing you guys.
This is awesome, man.
Thank you very much, Jared. And I know this is a very busy time for you, so we appreciate your time, Barry.
No, always. I'm thinking of all the popcorn I've spilled in those two seats over the years, and I haven't spilled.
I know how I knew who to blame.
Well,
exactly
the morning guys had it the hardest because they had to show up and clean up my mess.
Yeah, no trust me, we lived in a house with you that we got blamed for being dirty. So I'm aware. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is Jared Sandler right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
It's going to be some Would You Rather Cowboys edition next on The Fan.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Corey Majors, we've got the C Block coming up, and I'm going to give you this option because in about 25 minutes, we're going to have our old buddy Paxton Pomacall on the show. So in celebration of that, we are going to do a giveaway for an FC Dallas package for this weekend that will include 2 bowl tickets for the game on Saturday, a Tundra Platinum parking pass, a pregame sideline experience, and a $75 concession card. I will let you decide when it's time for that giveaway.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. I did not expect that. Caller number 9... Now will win that package that I just described. 2 tickets to the game on Saturday, plus a platinum parking pass, plus a pregame sideline experience. I've done that before. It's super fun. Plus a $75 concession card, all courtesy of FC Dallas. And we'll talk with Paxton Pomacall in about 25 minutes. But Corey's always there to help you out with these giveaways. Now, C-block me.
Okay. Kevin, I just wanted to say thanks to boss man Gavin Spittle for providing me with enough Coca-Cola Zeros to keep my wife satisfied.
I just need to know which characters are on those cans.
So there's only these 3 characters. By the way, I've been bringing these Coke Zero cans to Kevin because he's a big Star Wars fan. This is the Star Wars edition. And my son pulled aside a Darth Vader one, and he was like, Dad, did you know that the Darth Vader ones are the rarest of them all?
Oh.
And I was like, awesome. So like there's only 1 can. He was like, no, I mean like the cases. And I was like, that's not that rare then, son. But
so I don't need to go to eBay and see
I brought Kevin one. Then I found out their Coke Zero has 3 cans or 4. Coca-Cola has 4 different characters. And then there's like 4 other ones that you can only get if you go to Disney World's Pro Shop or whatever.
What?
Yeah, not the the Disney store.
Yeah,
at Disney World.
All right.
You have to go to Disney World or Disneyland to get those. So
I'm on my way.
I got some work to do there. But yeah, this morning I called in to Sean and RJ, asked for Choppy's help because my wife gets upset when I take the last Coke and don't tell her. Then she also gets upset whenever I take the last Coke and tell her. So I was very confused about what I should do. Choppy said switch to Pepsi. And then she's never going to get mad if you take the last Pepsi.
Ooh, okay. What percentage
he
of
also
people
said blame it on the kids?
Oh, yeah. That's
he and Peyton agreed on that. I thought Sean maybe had the best idea. Sean said if you take the last one, get in the car before you leave, Instacart some Cokes to the house. That way it's there for you. I was thinking about you.
That's nice.
I replaced what I took from you, and everything's good now. So
that's nice. What percentage of people do you think care in a restaurant if it's Coke or Pepsi? Just the product line.
Going based off because I know I care. So I'm actually a bad person for this because Plano is a Pepsi city for whatever reason. I don't know. It's ridiculous. But when I was working, it would probably be about 10% cared. Like it wasn't really that much. It wasn't really that much. Some people would say, I'd say we have only Pepsi, and they'd say then I'll take tea. And so yeah. So that's where I stand on that. I have a question before we dive into Cowboys Would You Rather. Are we oversaturating trying to get teams to jump off sides on 4th down?
Yes. You know what I really think teams should do now? Like I've thought this for the last couple of years. Do your same, hey, I'm going to try to get you to jump off sides. And then wait till it's under 5 seconds and then pretend to walk away because everybody thinks in the play is a non-play. And then you just turn back around and snap the ball. I think you can get those first downs all day long.
I'm right there with you. I just feel like we're at a point now where no teams are jumping off sides on the 4th down because they're like, you're not going for it. You're just trying to confuse us, and it's not working anymore. And the defenses clap because they were disciplined. Like, come on, you're supposed to do that, guys. Don't jump off sides.
And look, I told you it goes back to my previous theory. I was like, no, that's not fair. We stopped you. Punt the ball. Even though when it's my team, I'm like, you better go for it. But yeah, I thought that for a while is once you get into that like 4, 5 seconds, everyone assumes you bluffed them. So if you make that turn and pivot right back and snap the ball, you can get them.
All right, Kevin, let's dive in. Alec, are you we got our winner.
Yeah, it's Bo in Fort Worth. First-time winner for you right there.
Congratulations, Bo.
Do you know if it was spelled B-O or B-E-A-U-X?
Not an X. Yeah, take the X out, and then you're right there.
Okay.
Oh, B-E-A-U. Your face, Kevin.
Nice. Hey, you get to go to FC Dallas on Saturday. They've been on a roll, and those games are super fun.
I think I have another watch party coming up on October 11th, I believe. I think I am at the Bearded Monkey in Forney on Monday, so be ready for that. And then we're at Uncle Julio's off of Lemon on this Friday.
You're welcome.
For the Friday football feast. Time for Cowboys Would You Rather. Would you rather George Pickens be a number one receiver in the league for the next few weeks, or Diggs turn back into a shutdown
Diggs.
corner?
All right, look, I loved watching George Pickens on Sunday night. I really did, and I'm excited about that possibility. But our secondary is a flaming train wreck, and it feels like in the train is also burning hair. That's how bad that this secondary is. So I will vote that.
That's just one shutdown corner.
Yes, I know. But every time the ball goes up in the air now, be honest. Every time you see the ball go up in the air, you're like, crap.
I do hang my
First
head
down.
and just fear.
Yes. Whether it's a penalty, whether it's a blown coverage, you know they're going to get it.
Alec, would you rather George Pickens be a number one receiver in the league over the next few weeks while CeeDee Lamb's out, or Diggs turn back into a shutdown corner?
I think I'm going to go with Diggs being shut down again as well, because the defense is absolutely atrocious as constructed currently. And I think as constructed currently, the offense can be good enough if Pickens has, I don't want to say like a game where he disappears, but if he's a little bit off, maybe a drop in there somewhere, they have other guys they can look to. Kevontae Turpin looks like a wide receiver. Hey, when you put him on the field and you actually throw the ball to him, good things happen.
So we should get Kevontae Turpin and Jared to talk.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
What do you mean by that?
I remember distinctly a moment. Never mind. That just I just want everybody to know Kevin and Alec hate offense. And George, I'm pulling for you. All right. I hope you become a number one receiver.
Hold on. So that's your answer?
Next question. Would you rather Dak Prescott continue to play at the level he's playing at, or Javonte Williams average 150 yards per game?
Holy crap.
I know, that's why I made this one tough. Because Dak's playing at a very high level. And
he is.
And what he's doing is he is carrying the offense. It is helpful that they can run the football.
Man.
If they could run the football better, even better than they are, would that help Dak even more?
I'm going to say Javonte Williams, because I've clearly already undercut the passing offense with my answer to the first question.
They don't have to link. They don't have to mutually link together.
I wasn't sure if this was like a continuous adventure. No, I seriously, I think I would take Javonte just because not only will that steer your offense, but that gives you another opportunity to shorten the game. And as we established with my answer to the first question, connected or not, I need us to shorten these games.
I was going to say Dak just to not make sense, because I'm not afraid to sound dumb, unlike Kevin, because he's smart. But Kevin actually convinced me to go with Javonte because the idea of shortening the game, because your defense is not stopping people.
Correct.
So if I can shorten the game guaranteed with 150 yards from my running back one each game, I probably have a chance of just getting the ball last and winning last second Tampa Bay Bucs style.
Man, that question was tough though.
What you wear a team out late in the game too if you're able to run the ball that effectively, and if you have a lead, even if it's a close lead, you feel comfortable saying just give it to that guy, he'll tote the rock. That being said, I would love Dak to be potentially second in MVP voting again.
Well, and that's the great thing about both of these questions so far. I see the appeal.
Whatever you guys
the options on both.
Whatever
sides.
you guys agree on, I'm gonna say. Obviously, you didn't like Dak, and that's why y'all chose Javonte there.
Hey, ask me another passing offense question, and I'll try to go against it again.
Would you rather Tyler Guyton and Terrence Steele continue to start, or Nate Thomas take over one of those positions? He can't play both. Well, I mean, he can, but he can't play both at the same time.
You know what? I'm ready to shake it up. I'm going with Nate Thomas.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, Guyton has the concussion. We're still waiting on confirmation there, and we did get confirmation earlier from Schottenheimer that Mingo and Kalen Carson, their practice windows have been open.
And I would think that Carson would theoretically be closer because I know the discussion was that they were hoping Carson could practice this week. Question about Nate Thomas and Tyler Guyton then. When Tyler Guyton was no longer out there, before you knew he was being evaluated for a concussion, did you think it was possible that he had just been benched?
Yes. Because there had been some moments in that game. There was also some moments on Terrence Steele's side.
I agree.
And honestly, Kevin, didn't it feel like Terrence Steele was benched?
Yes.
Whenever Nate Thomas went out there and was playing right tackle, and you're like, well,
that is-
obviously Nate Thomas is the better option. And Nate Thomas won a lot of times.
Absolutely what I thought could have happened.
Alec?
It's tough because I know what those guys can be. At least Guyton, I have an idea of what he could be, right? But he's not that right now. Terrence Steele, I've been kind of over for a while now. So Nate Thomas looked better. And to Kevin's point, I thought somebody got benched when he came into the game, and I was all for it. So I think that emotion right there, the idea that I was excited that he was coming into the game, not knowing that there was an injury involved, the fact that I was excited tells me all I need to know. I don't even need to think about it anymore. I think he needs to start.
Some people are like, hold on, what if the 150 yards is like an 80-yard and then...
You know, that thought did cross my mind.
275-yard runs.
That thought crossed my mind. I will play the law of averages and say that's not how it plays out every single week, but I did think about that.
He runs twice for 70 yards, 75 yards, and doesn't get a touchdown, and you're like, dadgummit, we can run for a lot, but he can't score.
That feels very much like a Twilight Zone way of ending this.
Well, okay, then I'll leave it at that.
I just no. That question.
Okay.
Not the segment. Ask another question if you want.
I have another question.
All right.
Would you rather Miles Sanders come back and be a healthy backup for this team, or let's see Jaden Blue time?
Jaden Blue, for sure. Sorry, Miles Sanders. I know you're inexplicably averaging 6.1 yards per carry. I didn't factor out that one long carry, but give me Jaden Blue.
Yeah, I don't get anything out of the Miles Sanders experience other than experience. I don't get anything that changes the game for me. Jaden Blue, 0 experience, but he can change a game with his skill set. So I'm taking Jaden Blue.
Yeah, he can have that one run that turns into the one, and then that whole place is a different venue.
Yes,
so.
I agree with all of that.
That's C Block, ladies and gentlemen. Also, it's senior skip day at Plano, I guess. That's what my kid told me.
Let's hope. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's Tom from My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or did they yell this right before the dance performance?
Oh, no.
Plus, we will talk from FC Dallas. It's our buddy, Paxton Pomacall, next right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's Beckers, a deep one. Is good! Paige Beckers from Caitlin Clarkland.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for my buddies in 8887-7881-1053. If you have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, we will talk with Paxton Pomacall from FC Dallas in just a few minutes. But there's a couple WNBA things here. First of all, it is unfortunate. Do you blame the coach? Do you blame the front office? As the Dallas Wings did, of course, say goodbye to their head coach after an WNBA worst 10-34 season. But to be fair, I think they won 9 games the year before.
Oh, nice. Good for them.
So,
9 games is important.
But I mean, I realize adding Paige would make you think that the dynamic would change, but it didn't.
Well, so what? They were a bad defensive team.
And they had a lot. They ended up, especially in the back half of the season, they had a lot of injuries. But the defense was problematic.
It does kind of look like they were prepared to make other additions and shake this thing up. I mean, they shook it up a little in the midseason.
Right.
The GM told us that he's traditionally been an offensive-minded coach in his past, and so he knew that there was some work that they had to do defensively. So hopefully that can change. But she's a star player, man. We have one. So hopefully that can turn out for him.
And from the 903, by the way, this is going back to the last segment about Mingo and Carson. Do they have to wait the 21 days to play now? No. It just means you've opened the 21-day window for them to return to practice. Theoretically, they could play straight away this weekend. It's just if you don't have them out there by the 21 days, then you have to make another roster based decision with that. All right, let's go from that to this person had to apologize. Yeah, the Florida A&M University band announcer, he made people upset when he was introducing the Alabama State dancers on Saturday night. Let's go ahead and go to cut number 14. I want you to listen very carefully to his announcement and how the people react.
Congratulate them. They're now the new face of Ozempic.
So he introduced the opposing dance team as the new face of Ozempic, and people in the crowd did not respond well to that.
Was he saying they are fat?
Yes.
Or they've lost some weight?
No, I think he was saying that they are fat. Both schools apologized. The person who said it apologized. And this feels like something that might have flown in the past, but you had to know that this was going to get you in trouble now, right?
Do that,
I really have no idea how he thought this is going to be okay. Maybe he was like, it's funny, and that's going to trump everything else.
I remember our drill team in high school, the drummers would hit the cowbell, and then they would moo at them, and I was like, and our band director mooed at them once.
Oh, my gosh.
He had a loud
Really?
speaker. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
that was insinuating that they were cows.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Or heifers, if you will.
I guess good for that person that it took place then, not now, because that feels like that would get you fired.
Because it was a different time.
Straight away. That actually does feel like sometimes people be like, it was a different time. You're like, this was 2 years ago. We have pretty much the same social norms as
This
then.
is 1995, 96, 97.
Yeah, that definitely.
98.
Stop
I
it.
wasn't in high school that long.
That definitely, yeah. If you're wondering, Corey was in high school for 6.5 years. So, yeah, it was a different time. All right, well, not everybody learns that it is no longer a different time because the Colorado football team and Colorado the University was fined $50,000 and publicly reprimanded because the student section had derogatory chants aimed at Mormons during their game against BYU.
What are we doing, dude?
Yeah.
What are we doing? I guess, you know what? Freedom to say what we feel whenever we feel. at any moment.
Just as long as people understand that does not mean freedom from consequences.
No, we need to get back to being able to say how we feel about things, Kevin.
Okay.
Openly.
Look, I have said this many times. I would love it if society to a point was more honest. This society will crumble in 3 days if everyone is honest all the time. Crumble in 3 days.
Kevin, Glenn Gulletson has said that Jamie Benn is back home from the hospital.
That's good.
That's good. Back to you.
All right. Thanks. All right. Let's go back, believe it or not, to the WNBA. And you might be like, I already heard the Wings coach got fired. Surely that's the most.
Got to be the only news in the WNBA.
Wrong. Let's go to Nafisa Collier. Apparently, and I've been learning this over the past couple months, everybody hates Kathy Engelbert, the commissioner of the WNBA.
They do.
So
you just learned this?
No. I've been learning
okay.
Everybody seems to think that.
Gotcha.
And so one of the things that she said was that the commissioner, the WNBA has quote, the worst leadership in the world. And somebody asked, do you expect to be fined for what you just said? And she said, seems like all of free speech is being fined right now, which again, I'll go back to this. Free speech means you will not be thrown in jail. It does not mean that there will be no other repercussions from your company or the public or
the person that you
whatever.
said something to.
Yes.
You can say something, doesn't mean they won't punch you.
Yeah. It's just, and I know it was in an exit interview, but that doesn't mean, it's not like what's said in the exit interview stays in the exit interview. But I am surprised at this point that Kathy Engelbert still has her job because it feels like every corner of that league thinks that she sucks.
Here's what I think,
job.
Kevin. I want the ranking of all of the leaderships from Collier.
Ooh, like in terms of across the sports and everything?
Yeah, well, just all the leadership.
Okay.
Like what's her top worst leaderships?
Oh, okay.
And then we'll start and then we'll go 5 top worst, 5 top best.
Okay.
Is that right? Yeah. 5.
I mean, look, Alec understood.
Yeah.
You know what?
That's a good question.
That's a fair point. He looked as though he might have
perplexed as
understood.
hell.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie.
Dumbfounded.
Yeah. What was being said. All right. Now,
can we play all the Bochy drops still? Like, is that still?
Yeah.
He just because he's not here.
For sure.
Doesn't mean he's not here.
We will only put a moratorium on it if he goes back to whatever team and then we play that team in the World Series. Then for that couple of weeks, we'll stop. Now, speaking of the World Series, or I guess playoff baseball, we've talked about the Monday Night Football doubleheader or the kind of like conflicting Monday night games. How do you feel about middle of the day playoff baseball? Because I feel like when we saw that with like the Rangers and the Blue Jays, a lot of people complained. I love it just because there's TVs in our studio and it's perfect. But what do you think about that idea for the fans of Detroit and Cleveland?
We had it. My first experience with it was the Rangers against Tampa Bay whenever in the 2011-2010 year. And I was so excited about it. We all left early and hung out and watched the game. So it was a lot of fun. But I understand people have to work. But, we have more access than we ever have before to these games.
I appreciate that you're still here doing the show. Right now, let's turn our attention to the pitch. Our old buddy Paxton Pomacall from FC Dallas. Good afternoon, sir.
What's up, guys? It's been a while.
Dude, we haven't talked to you in like 8 million years.
I know.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, just waiting for the phone call.
Okay. Well, you know what? We're here to help out. But is the reason that we're not invited to your wedding that we haven't talked to you in so long?
I can neither confirm or deny that.
I get it. I do. All right. Well, we've been helping people out on your team this season. We got 2 players right after we interviewed them. They made their MLS debuts on the first team. And then we got Norris on the US U20 team straight away after he was on with us. So we're going to help you get back on the field, back in the lineup, and ready to rock and roll.
Give me your good juju. I need it all.
Okay. Now, speaking of that, how is the knee feeling? Because I know there's been plenty of ups and downs in the entire process.
Yeah, the knee feels good right now. Obviously, I came back earlier this season and then had another little setback, which was frustrating to say the least. But now back with the boys training and finally off the injury report and hopefully available to play.
We had a former NFL player tell us a long time ago that whenever you're injured, whenever you're out for a while, you're dead to the team. And I've always been kind of curious, what can you contribute? What's Coach Quill wanted you to contribute during this time?
Yeah, I think last year, since I was on season-ending IR and had the major surgery, I was much more not involved with the team. I definitely spent a lot of time at the clinic doing rehab and away from the group. And I feel like this year I've been much more involved in pretty much all the meetings, trying to be a leader and filling that void, of a guy that's been at the club for a long time and instilling the values that we have here for the guys that have come in and that are new.
When you can't show your example of something, is it a lot of relying on the relationships you build?
Yeah, I think now that I'm back on the field and able to train and play, it solidifies those bonds, and your word can only go so far. And yes, I've been at the club a long time, but a lot of guys don't know the history, and so it's like when they come in and see I'm not playing and I'm trying to be a leader, it's much easier when I can get on the field and battle with them and sweat and shed tears with them. And at that moment, that's when you build that leadership and that bond.
How impressed have you been by watching how well the team has played? Because, I mean, if we're being honest, a couple months ago, it looked like playoffs were not going to be happening whatsoever. And then obviously you guys go into these last handful of matches right in the mix to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think there's definitely been a shift, not just in the games played, but if you come out and watch our trainings, they're super intense. Everybody's fighting, battling. The culture's definitely shifted, and the results are reflecting that. And I think obviously we hold our own destiny in our hands. So playoffs are definitely attainable at this point. And like you said 2 months ago, it definitely didn't seem like that was the case.
Can you tell us any more about that shift? I know you said not just playing style, but in the locker room. Was there like a big come to Jesus meeting or anything, or what happened?
No, I think it's just guys stepping up in the right moment and, saying enough is enough, and not just having one or two leaders, but everybody dictate the intensity of a session and everybody putting in effort. And when you have that, a total of 25, 26 guys all with the same mindset, all working towards the same goal, and the intensity's there in training, it translates to the game, and obviously you can see that.
That's an interesting point too, because sometimes the coach carries all of that. Sometimes he lets the group patrol itself, and lets it. How's Quill's style evolved while he's been here?
No, I think you hit the nail on the head a little bit. That's at the end of the day, that's what Quill wants. He wants fighters. He wants guys that believe in the system, believe in the team, believe in the coaching staff, and ultimately believe in each other. And so when guys started realizing what he wants and what kind of coach he is and what kind of style and culture we have here, then it translated really well. And you see guys that were not playing as well at the beginning of the season start really coming into form, and it makes things difficult for Quill to pick a lineup, and then now you have all this competition, and that's exactly what he wants. So we're definitely moving in the right direction, and hopefully we can just keep this momentum going.
Now, you just told Corey that he hit the nail on the head a little bit. Is that an expression that you think is going to catch on?
Maybe. I don't know. Is that not something you guys have ever heard before?
No, you hit the nail on the head, but I've never heard somebody say you hit the nail on the head a little bit.
Yeah, that's going to bend the nail.
Yeah.
I couldn't give them all the credit.
Okay. All right.
Appreciate that.
Now, one of the things that we'd love talking to you about, Paxton, is you'll tell us the truth about things. And I wanted to know if I could ask a question about one of your teammates.
Oh.
Perhaps. I might not give you the answer you want.
Yeah, the phone might cut out right after the question if he doesn't like it.
That's fair. So I want to ask you a question about Lawless.
Okay.
Because we talk with somebody from the organization every single Wednesday. We've been doing so all year. This goes all the way back to a question I asked Lawless at the end of February of this year. Every single Wednesday, I get people making fun of me on the fan text asking if I'm going to mess this up again. Did it ever come up in the locker room? One of the first questions I asked Lawless was it weird to have a birthday on Christmas? And he said, not really, because he doesn't celebrate Christmas. And everybody has made fun of me for that for the last 7 months. Did he ever mention that to the rest of the locker room?
No, he did not. That's the first I'm hearing of that. So
thank God.
What's funny about that is when I'm traveling with the team and healthy, Lawless is actually my roommate, and so him and I have gotten to know each other pretty well, and he's definitely a man of faith and honestly one of the nicest, just most humble human beings I've ever met. So
he seemed like a great guy. I don't know why Kevin wanted to offend him.
The best guy ever.
Yeah, no, he was awesome and very generous with continuing the interview, because we were at Rangers spring training at the time, and one of my co-hosts ran out into the parking lot at the Rangers complex and flagged down another Ranger to tell them excitedly what had just happened. And that was Marcus Semien. And Marcus Semien laughed and goes, "Oh, probably not get him back on the show." And it was just a really sad thing. And to this day, every single Wednesday, people dunk on me and be like, "Hey, you're going to ask him about Christmas, or you're going to ask about Jesus and all of this stuff?" Every single week.
If there's anybody that could happen to and not hold a grudge and just be all smiles about it, you want it to be Lawless. I promise you that.
There you go.
I love to hear that.
Guy.
Please tell Lawless that we said hello, and I still think about him quite frequently. Absolutely, man. Paxton, thank you very much for your time. So glad to hear we're feeling optimistic, especially getting you out there for these last few games and hopefully heading into the playoffs. Would love to talk with you again.
Absolutely, guys. I appreciate you having me on again.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Paxton Pomacall right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we have interviewed him for years, and I remember a couple of years ago he made the mistake of saying that he would do an interview with us every day.
That's true.
If we wanted. And I think Corey speculated that he would get tired of that after the second day.
He'd be like, "No, I'm not going to do that." But every time he talks to us, he sounds like he's like, "You know what? I remember these guys. I like them."
Absolutely, and I'm so glad to hear that Lawless just kept that to
we
himself.
really do rely on people liking us.
Yes.
A lot.
Very fair. A lot of Corey's identity is tied to that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak it out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And Bregman down the line. That's a fair ball off the wall. He'll head to second. He will be in there with the double and insurance from Trevor Story. It's 3-1 Red Sox.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We were going to maybe talk about playoff baseball. We have found something far more interesting to discuss. Well, also want to shout out D&M Leasing for facilitating this crosstalk with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is he today?
Amazing. Hey, how are you?
Dude, I'm doing awesome, but we just struck up a conversation that Broadus did not have to call me out for because I was definitely interested. What's the job you could tell people so they don't ask you any follow-up questions or get involved in your conversation? Because if you're like, oh, I host a radio show, they're probably going to have questions. But, like, what's the job that you could say and they're like, oh, neat.
This is funny because one time I was playing golf with a guy and I was like, man, I'm going for 5 hours here. Everybody out here is a sports fan. I don't want to talk sports for the next 5 hours.
Yeah.
So I told him, I said, I'm just a grocery manager at the grocery store. Because I'd worked at a grocery store like 5 years earlier and I had a little bit of familiarity with the job.
Lingo.
So he turns into motivational speech, man. He goes, man, I noticed how you said you're just a grocery manager. Never say that about yourself. And then he goes on and on about that. He's trying to give me a pep talk every other hole. So
was that worse than it would have been otherwise?
I imagine so.
He was trying to motivate you the whole time.
But me and my buddy were having the best time laughing about it when we got back to the cart.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's groceries.
Do you guys brought us? You said insurance sales.
Yeah, I thought anything where you're having to like maybe that you're used to, like if you get to somebody that talks for a living like that, because we talk for a living, but if you say, hey, what do you do for a living? Well, I'm an insurance salesman. Do you immediately then go, oh man, I do not want to talk to you because you were just going to keep talking and talking.
Trying to close me.
Yeah.
Exactly, probably.
Exactly. You're going to lean over and say, well, what are you doing for your future? What do you know? And you're going to get all these questions and all that.
Yeah, you become a customer real quick.
I mean, nothing gets insurance salesman, but if you're in any kind of industry where you're selling stuff, I could see people kind of like, oh, okay, great. Good to do. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that makes a ton of sense.
So, like a hedge fund?
Does it need to be something that people don't like really understand and they don't want to let you know they don't understand
like
it?
Chandler on Friends. Nobody really knew what he did, and so they'd just be like, whatever. He does accounting or something.
R.I.P.
Oh man, that is true.
It's just true.
How long ago was that? Like a year?
Some about a year.
It's been a while.
Okay.
Ketamine, huh? How about it?
Hey,
we're gonna have a good show today with Eric.
Sorry about that.
Now, you had day playoff baseball yesterday. Yeah. You've got it again today. Is there a particular team that y'all are rooting for in these playoffs since the Rangers aren't there? And, of course, we don't have the Astros to root against.
I'm pulling for the Padres.
Okay. Because of any particular...
Their uniforms are sweet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you like that if they lose today, they'll start lining up their 18 off-season trades to
make themselves better? I like the Friar guy on the sleeve. That's my favorite aspect of the uniform. I love the fact that it's a brown uniform with some gold in it or yellow in it. Yeah, and they have various combinations. So that's why I'm pulling for them. But yeah, I kind of look like the Friar guy, don't I, a little bit with the hairstyle?
I could maybe see that.
I could be a Friar mascot. Maybe.
Very Franciscan.
I would love to see him.
With a brown robe.
Yeah.
Swinging a bat.
And the rope tied around as the belt.
Come on, Chief.
I could
Squint
absolutely see
bit.
that. No, I
Squint
can
a
see
little
that.
bit. You can see it. Yeah.
If I sat next to you on the airplane and you said, "Yeah, I'm a friar,"
Yeah.
I'd be like, "Yeah."
Would you talk
are.
to a friar?
I think I would. Try to convince him to stop using canola oils and whatnot.
Bad for your skin?
I think it's bad for everything.
Is there a particular team y'all are?
Man, I do like the area of San Diego.
Okay.
But for whatever reason, the team has never resonated with me. I think I'm going to go Cubs because that was my grandpa's favorite team.
Okay. What does San Diego stand for anyway? Like, what does that mean?
Ooh, Santiago.
Carmen, San Diego.
Can I say that?
Okay.
You can
So
say-
when I was a
you can say
kid,
vagina.
I was really dumb then too.
Say vagina.
You can say
It's biology.
Mm-hmm. I really feel like y'all should have gone for it and not just kind of beat around the bush as long as we're using those.
Well done there, Kevin. Well done.
When I was a kid and I played Where in the World is San Diego, I kept trying to fly the plane over to California because I thought it was like a town around San Diego because I was an idiot.
It translates into St. James.
Okay.
Santiago.
Starts with a D and
San Spanish for saint, the word saint.
All right.
And it was named after the Spanish explorer Sebastian Vescano. Sound like a shortstop. 16. He might have
Trying to
played.
mean double play that guy.
He might have played. He might have played for the Padres. But yeah, in 1602.
He discovered San Diego, played shortstop, couple-time All-Star.
Hard shot to Sebastian Viscano. He flips to second. Well, there's one. There's two.
Vizcaino.
Yeah. Vizcaino.
I can see you working over there. I always do root Red Sox against Yankees. Yes. Is everybody with me on that one?
Oh, I hate the Yankees. Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, especially now with the internet introducing me to Hogdale. You guys met this guy yet?
No.
He's a rabid Red Sox fan who has apparently been calling Red Sox games like play-by-play style, not safe for work style, like in his mom's basement.
It's
And he
brilliant.
just got the call up to Barstool to do it during
like a kid.
the rest of the playoffs. Yeah, just like a giant, huge kid.
Interesting.
And he's hilarious. And we may or may
And
not
by
be
that, you just mean fat.
playing some of his sound.
Well, I was going to ask, are you more invested in that or the world's fattest bear competition?
I do love the Fat Bear Week.
Okay.
I do.
It's Fat Bear Week?
Yeah.
We had a murder last year.
Yeah.
By a bear?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We had bear on bear crime.
Oh.
This thing can get weird.
That's for the mic back.
What kind of bears we talking about?
Bears.
Fat bears. What are we
Bears, the
talking about?
animals,
Okay.
not the larger gay gentlemen.
Okay, that.
Kevin.
Yeah, you don't know that terminology?
After last
No,
week.
I
I would
appreciate you
be-
explaining that.
I'd be a
Haggy.
bear, right? Hey, what do you guys got coming up on the show today?
Pure gold as always. Bear man. Thanks for asking.
Large gay man.
David Hellman joining us at 3:00.
All right. Ask
Speaking
him
of
about,
a short gay man.
ask him about Bear Week. All right. Roll home with the G-Mag Nation. We have the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow right here on 105 through the Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night.
G&M Leasing Studios.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show here. It's Back to Work Wednesday with the Cowboys, and a number of news items are they're coming out of the Star right now. They're not all good. So we'll open up and talk to you about those and update you on what we got. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, Super Bowl champ. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 52, fixing to go 5 flawless. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo, and of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. You got to report that Kevontae Turpin's status for Week 5 is in question. The All-Pro kick returner suffered a foot injury against the Packers. He's not out there for the portion of practice open to the media today. Brian, what do you know about Kevontae Turpin right now?
I don't know yet, and I've reached out to some folks in the organization. They might be out on the practice field right now. So by the time our show, we get into it maybe an hour or so, I'll have an update on you for that one. How about that?
That sounds good to me. Be unfortunate to have to go without him, although you do have Flournoy coming around. Tolbert might have had his best game of the season as well, so it wouldn't be an ender, but man, he really helped you in special teams as well. We do have some good, as Lamb and Booker are doing well. And Ashadi said they're progressing. We're going to see how the week goes with those guys, but not going on IR to say the least for CD Lamb. That's a sigh of relief. They are opening the practice window for Jonathan Mingo and Kalen Carson as well. So they got 21 days to get ready and rock. Although Revel not on that list. That kind of surprised me.
Yeah, this is kind of where we're at. Let me kind of walk you through what we're going to do here, all right? So you got Mingo and Carson today, and then once you start that clock, you're committed to returning guys, or they revert back to IR. So you got, that's the idea. So you have to do this kind of like by need. So it sounds like to me they're going to slow play some guys. Sometimes you just have to, they're kind of all ready, but you got to slow play them.
You want to stagger them and layer them?
Yeah, you got to keep them in a holding pattern because you only have 8 total moves back.
Okay.
So you got to make sure that you're not doing everything, like once you're starting, you have to make sure that like, okay, we're going to try and get this guy back, but they're in the process of, maybe there's some guys that are probably eligible to start practicing and things like that, but they just kind of have to wait and, like you said, to stagger them to make sure that they don't use all their moves up at once.
And then, of course, we got an eye peeled for Tyler Guyton news as he remains in concussion protocol, and his status for Sunday at the Jets is undetermined. Broaddus has a full report on the Jets offense coming up for you at 3:40. Looking at them, they could run the ball well. They have a pretty good offensive line. Obviously, Garrett Wilson is tough, and Justin Fields can make your day miserable with nonstop first down scampers on 3rd and long if you're not careful. So I definitely see why Vegas sees this as a close game, and fingers crossed that the Cowboys can prevent the Jets from lighting up the scoreboard, because I think in the 2 full games Fields has played, 75% completions. QBR number really impressive. Like, he's efficient. He's taking care of the football, and obviously his ability to run it has them as one of the very few teams over 5 yards per attempt on the ground in the entire NFL. Then you got to worry about Breece Hall as well. So there's a lot, and Brian will have a full report on those guys coming up at 3:40. We'll get some detailed thoughts. Okay, do the Cowboys need to look into Eric Kendricks? He was in Baltimore today.
Yeah, he was.
He's ready for a return. Apparently, he said he's in tip-top shape.
I don't think that there's any interest there. If there was, I think that they'd already kicked the tires on that. I think that he was definitely a Zim guy. As soon as Zim left, for whatever reason, I don't think that this organization was super interested in bringing Eric Kendricks back. So I think he'd be a great fit for Baltimore. He's been making appearances on the NFL Network, and he said he's staying in shape. He's ready to play. And, that's a defense that certainly could use some help right now with how banged up they are. But I don't think if there was interest, I think it would have maybe already happened for the Cowboys.
Can I ask you guys this question? If you had to trade for a big-time player, big-time edge or big-time linebacker?
I think the edge.
Yeah, I'm trying to zero in on Max Crosby.
That Max Crosby stuff.
Or Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be the edge for me, and I think that it's really because you have Overshown's return lurking. And again, you don't know how he's going to be coming back from that injury, but you've also invested in some young players that they kind of need to see, can these guys play with Maris Leofau. So
don't you kind of feel that way about the edges though too?
No, I don't. I think Sam Williams is a free agent. I don't think he's going to be here. Fowler.
How about
Ezra Nealon?
Yeah, how about those two?
Yeah, but they're rotating those guys so much to where I think that you still an edge isn't really stopping their growth in my opinion.
Micah Parsons had an incredible game the other day, right?
Yeah.
They still gave up 40.
Yeah.
It bother you guys a little bit?
No. So I think your secondary is going to be better.
Yeah, we saw that with Green Bay, right? Their secondary wasn't better in that game.
No.
I mean, it is an
So what are you saying?
With a pass rush, no.
Like it doesn't matter?
No, I didn't say that at all, Zach. Don't get defensive with it.
I'm not defensive. I just don't know like what you're trying to really get at with
I'm
this.
really trying to get at your linebacker room sucks.
Yeah, it does suck. But
but your edge group, you actually have legitimately young players. Your linebacker, if when you watch these games, that you can kind of see that the linebackers are really the biggest problem. I
agree 100% they are. They're really bad.
To me, I'm just trying to say that I would probably trade for linebacker myself.
Yeah, I just don't know.
But you have young, to your point.
Yes,
they have young defensive ends too.
And it sounds like there just are edges on the market that would be like that's a massive impact.
Roquan
player.
Smith. If you had a chance to get a guy like a Roquan Smith,
100% being on that. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, but I don't know. Like if there is a name out there, then I'd be absolutely open.
That's
to
their job to go find a linebacker like that. You got to. If you're going to make one of these trades, you better go get Roquan Smith or somebody like that. That's going to be a difference maker.
I mean, it's hard to snap your fingers and make a player as good and as young as Roquan Smith available. I just think that Eric Kendricks was in your building at 138 tackles last year. He's better than anybody in your room, and you're passing on this. What's he going to be? $3 or $4 million? We don't have to give up a 2 or a 3 for a good, young, promising linebacker. We need to patch the damn problem right now.
Yeah,
I'm with you. That should be an easy no-brainer. I mean, who knows behind the scenes? Maybe he doesn't really want to be with the Cowboys. Maybe the Cowboys don't want him. Whatever.
Maybe they don't like
is,
what they did to Zim or something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
somebody's
don't know.
jealous of his hair. I could see that.
Yeah, that hair is impressive.
That's a hair factor.
Maybe they didn't get along.
Enviable
hair beef.
There's a hair rivalry. You can see that. Vic Fangio on the kicking balls in the NFL, he's gone viral. Says the guy in Dallas is going to hit a 70-plus yarder this year. You can book it. Said it's almost like a performance-enhancing drug that baseball players used to hit home runs, their ability to take these kicking balls with them. Nobody ever gets a chance to touch them but them. I think they might be doctoring these balls.
They are.
They might be engineering them for the perfect flight.
Well, they used to not be able to have any type of contact with them all. I need to ask Bucky Buchanan this question because I'm hearing that maybe you get him a certain amount of time before a game, not like days before a game.
Okay.
I need to ask that question.
Fangio was like, you get to take them home with you and practice with them.
That's how I took it. I thought the new K-balls or whatever, because it used to be it was like an hour before the game or something. Yeah. You could get them to start to try.
Let me ask Bucky because if that's the case because I've seen him take quarterback balls and like take baseball bats and throw them up and hit them and knock them around and scuff them up, rough them up. You can look at college football now with the way the footballs look. I mean, the footballs they don't even look like football. They're like these just dark brown. I mean, like, you think, oh, well, it's sweating on. No, they rub those things up, and give them some, some stickiness to them. But I need to ask because, like I say, I think the kicking ball stuff, I don't know if it's 3 or 4 days before that you get to rough them up like you do the quarterback balls.
I've just been thinking that they have found better athletes, taller guys, longer levers, just hitting bombs. But I think I think Fangio's onto something. They're probably overinflating these things. We're seeing more kicks blocked because they're low, and that would be a symptom of an overinflated ball as well. Because the less inflated, the more of a dent you can make in that thing and elevate it. So, I thought, man, soccer players, better athletes, but it has jumped so much so quickly to now, like McManus is like 58 yards. Yeah, no problem. That would be like a show-stopping Sports Center leading play 10 or 15 years ago. So
yeah, I mean, and you even have guys like Nick Folk, who's been kicking for forever, he's like 40 years old now. He's the Jets kicker. And I'm pretty sure he just set a new career high on Monday night, the other night.
Wow, that is something.
Cowboys legend Nick Folk.
That's right.
Yes, I think
started his career with the Cowboys
before I started working here.
Found him at a Walmart.
Like 08.
Yeah, he hit a 58-yarder. It's a career high. So,
wow. Yeah, that is something. Okay, so we're hearing that Michael Young to the Angels thing is just a non-starter, not going to happen. I wonder if CY would consider him for the Rangers job, but Evan Grant writing this morning, well, we've all suspected really since the guy was hired last year, Shoemaker, for all intents and purposes, writes Grant, this list starts and ends with Skip Shoemaker. There was speculation when they brought him in last year that he was here to get comfortable and possibly replace Bruce Bochy in this scenario, and I think everything's just a formality up until that point. I guess as long as you're winning, that grandfatherly approach for Bochy is perfect. But I do wonder if he got soft in his old age. He told us a great story one day of how he used to get ticked off in the minor leagues and throw oranges or grapefruits up against the wall one time.
Oh, yeah.
And he said the way that his players looked back on him, he's like, I don't want to do that again. I think after a career in baseball and a career of managerial freakouts, maybe you just decide I don't want to talk to my players like that anymore. And I think there's room for that less and less in today's game. But that's like substitute teacher mode. If you know you're not going to be held accountable, if you know no discipline or uncomfortability is coming as a result of you doing things the way that you want to do, and then maybe you got a clubhouse to get right, and I think we all love and appreciate Corey Seager. But if that's your tone setter and he is solo man in his own world, and you cannot take him out of that, or he's going to have a fit. You might need a different manager who can at least set the tone, or maybe go to Corey Seager and more strongly request that he participates in team leadership a little bit more. I think that'd be appropriate. Tigers and Indians playing game 2 right now. Detroit can advance after kicking away the division. They are up 1-0 in that best of 3 series. Here, let me get the live scoreboard up here
tied
for
at
you.
1 right now in the 7th.
Tied at 1. Okay, end of 6. You got Padres and Cubs
started,
underway. That is scoreless. 1984 nostalgia for you Gen Xers out there. Lee Smith on the hill. You got Red Sox Yanks tonight at 5 o'clock, and then Dodgers Reds at 8 o'clock tonight. Those games all on ESPN. So hopefully you are enjoying your playoff baseball, even though the Rangers are not participating. Mavs training camp this week in Vancouver, BC, up there at Simon Fraser College, popular spot on the West Coast to have these kind of things. Cooper Flagg rave reviews in his first practice. His competitiveness, his unofficial debut in a Mavs jersey is going to be Monday preseason opener in Fort Worth. Are they playing this at Dickies Arena?
Dickies Arena. Yep. Let's go.
They're going to take on the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder. So I know a lot of Thunder fans in town is probably excited to go see their champs, but Mavs fans are going to be ready to rock for the debut of Cooper Flagg. That's going to be one of those preseason games where the vibes and the excitement is just massively different for good reason, as Mavs fans are excited about what this thing might be. And they're talking about playing a different style of hoop now for the Mavs, maybe going even more defense first, maybe more team ball on offense, similar to the Indiana Pacers. I think that'd be appropriate.
Inside out, I guess they'll play with the bigs and let the bigs kind of facilitate some offense.
We know Nico loves the defense.
Which, I don't know. Like, is that Anthony Davis's game? Is he capable of doing that?
Being a facilitator guy?
Yeah.
I like
dump it down to him and then let him make the decision. Do I want to kick it back out?
That's a good question.
I like him on the high post a lot more attacking. I thought low post basketball kick out was forever gone and extinct. I think if you want to play a style that takes advantage of your length and your size, you need to play great defense and get in transition and hot potato that thing. We don't need to be relying on any one guy, whether that's a Luka, a James Harden, or a post player with questionable passing ability to run the offense through. That's interesting. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We got Wolchuk's top 10 on the other side. We'll get your G-Bag of the Day champion in there as well, buddy. What's the subject matter?
All right, well, speaking of hair, it's National Hair Day. I've got the top 10 best mullets in sports history. 877-881-1053. When you think of the mullet, who do you think of? That's next.
full of V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair from your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it. Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Greek Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
RunChickenRun.com.
All right, the champ is here. We'll get your champ here in 2 seconds. We'll get Wolchuk's top 10. Flagtober 2025 starts Saturday at Tolbert Garage Door 30 in Mesquite. Cannot wait to get this thing started and hand out to everybody who wants one a G-Bag Nation flag. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. It's the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius with your champ.
I like Yardbird's little catchphrase right there. Run, chicken, run. Because if they only knew, we look at them chickens and be like, oh my God, look at the thighs on that damn thing.
Yes. Give me 2 of those things right over there. Just cut it in half, put it on the grill.
I'll take the family bucket so nobody's left out.
Yeah. All right, G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan 530. Replay the champ right about here. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. This will be going for day number 2 for this champion audio. Our general right here, Gavin Dawson, is a big fan of the fat athlete. But what were you talking about here, my man?
If he doesn't want to live in Miami, he cannot take a pay cut and get cut. Tyreek has 0 guaranteed money in 2026.
I just wanted to see him stand up and like shake that thing out one time. You know,
one time.
Just like, oh my goodness, I couldn't. I mean, after the first time or two, I was like, man, I can't look at this anymore.
Oh, just the
Go
way
see
it was.
Byron Jones put it back in place.
Yeah.
I walked right into that one.
Very descriptive. Very descriptive.
I
You
didn't
guys
even
got
notice oh my goodness.
fantastic imaginations.
One time.
Yeah, one time for your mind. Just once. You could have shook that thing out. We watch it on television. I got to go to bed. Shake that damn thing out one time for your boy Dawson.
I can't believe you guys' minds are in the gutter like that. Just want him to re-straighten his leg out for crying out loud. Guy was out there with his career on the line.
That didn't clean it up at all.
With suffering.
You want to see him straighten out.
Screw you guys.
Yagada.
Let's get Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Here's the Woolly Bully.
All right. Let's talk hair, shall we? Gosh, that is fantastic. Oh, man. All right, we'll get to the top 10 mullets in sports history here in just a second. National Hair Day. So shout out to all my hairy people out there.
Were you thinking about doing body hair?
I considered it.
Vinny Testaverde?
I would have had to name myself number one, just out of fairness. Vinny, yes.
Travis
that guy.
Frederick?
Travis Frederick,
Very hairy. Who is like the hair in a locker room setting, Brian? Can you think of it can even be a top 3. It doesn't have to be one if there's more, but what's the hairiest individual you've seen? Because you've been around a lot.
I have been around a lot of locker rooms.
Parcells?
Oh, jeez.
Was he hairy?
There's no way he was. He wasn't a manscaper though.
No,
you got bushwhacked.
But
you did.
Poke your eye out, kid.
It's pretty well documented.
Oh boy.
There's no way in all hell Parcells was a manscaper. So when you got big tuna'd, you got big hairy tuna.
You got whacked in a different way.
I heard it was big.
Give me his body type, and then ask the question again.
Oh, you think it was covered?
Given his body type, then ask the question.
Given his bushwhack, didn't you? That question?
No.
Oh.
What did you initially say?
Fupa.
Oh, that one.
So it was covered.
I said yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess you can really.
It was hiding in the forest, or was it covered by the meat?
You just kind of turtle
belly meat.
The turtle shelled.
Yeah, it was inside the shell.
Yeah.
I was like,
He was a prairie dogger.
I was like I was looking at everybody's nameplate on their lockers. I was just like,
Fair enough.
I go, don't do this to me.
Don't do it.
This to me.
Don't do it.
Peace upon is right around the corner.
Keep my eyes up or down. Not down. Now, before we dive into this, I thought you'd appreciate this, Brian, because LSU's pretty high on this list. Brian. College baseball players that are participating in the majors right now. Which college has produced the most major leaguers this past season? If you had to guess one college, is there one that comes to mind? There is a Ranger from this prestigious school.
Vanderbilt.
Vandy's number 3. Vandy's number 3.
That's a good guess.
Arizona is 11.
Okay, wait a minute. This top 10, what are we doing again? It's just...
I'm just
doing
giving this
hair.
before
I
we
got
get into the
confused,
10.
man. The whole
I like to just try to give
Parcells
something.
thing
I
threw me
learned
off.
this from CA. I can be as goofy as I want.
No.
If you lead in with sports, then it's still a sports segment, right? And then we can get into
So
whatever
we're
other
guessing
crap
the
we want.
top
That way
10.
you can't text us, stick to sports. Because I did. I sprinkled-dinkled sports.
So top 10 baseball players from colleges?
Yeah, which colleges have the most major leaguers right now in 2025?
Cal State Fullerton.
No, they're not in the top 10.
Okay, let's go.
Don't think two.
Let's go
niche
to
here.
Oregon State.
You're messing up your average too, bro.
Let's go to Oregon State.
Not Oregon State.
I mean, LSU.
LSU's at 2.
LSU's at 2.
LSU's at 2. Florida at 1.
Florida.
Okay,
Florida's got 17. LSU's got 16. Vandy's at 15. So there's the top 3 for you.
Oral Roberts.
Yeah, Tulsa, stand up, bro. What's
Oral
up?
Roberts. Good,
Yeah.
good
Shout out to
call.
Oral Roberts, man.
They got a good program up there.
They do, but I guess not for major leaguers right now. Maybe there's some up in the minors.
How about Arizona State?
Arizona State isn't on here, but Arizona is.
How about
at 11.
USC?
No USC.
How about
I think we're overthinking this, Brian.
Yeah, there's
Notre
2
Dame?
Texas schools in here.
Oh, 2 Texas schools.
in the top
TCU.
10. No,
Longhorns.
it's A&M.
A&M.
At 6.
Beller.
And Texas Tech.
Texas Tech.
At number
Throwing that money
9. There we
around.
go,
It's a terrible
boys.
game.
There we go. Virginia and Mississippi State round out your top 5.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Bulldogs. Mississippi State really does actually have a ton.
Back in the
13.
day, yeah, they were really, really
They're
good.
pumping out quite a few here, and the Rangers used to have a bunch on their squad. Not so much anymore. All right, let's get to the hair. Honorable mention, just got to give him some love. He's not like a real sports player.
Barry Melrose.
Kenny Powers.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Kenny Powers.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It was
All-time
fantastic.
reffing out.
It was curly back there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was nice.
Shout out to Kenny Powers, man. No, Kentucky didn't make it. Will Chambers driving around listening. Love you, Will. But Kentucky, I don't know.
You think Will's looking for a bar right now?
Probably. He's getting ready for college
Some
basketball
BC
season.
powder.
Yeah.
Mike Gundy, honorable mention.
Honorable mention.
Didn't make the top 10. He's
I don't
at
know.
12.
I mean, just having a head of hair doesn't count as hairy to me.
This is just mullets.
This is just specific
just
to the
mullets.
mullet.
This list is specific
let
to
me
mullets.
just tell you, this side of the table,
Yeah.
not playing well.
We're not
today.
tracking.
We're not playing well today.
It's all right.
That's
We're-
fine.
you and I are we're in a funk right
Well,
now.
I'm going to re-raise back all in with one Mark Gastineau. How do you like them apples,
I'll tell you,
Brian?
that's a great play right
And
there.
Mark Gastineau was texted in.
Did he make it?
Not on this list.
Wow,
Dawson, that
broken
was
list.
Dawson, that was a great.
Mark Gastineau not on this list. Now,
How about Barry Melrose?
Barry Melrose is number 2.
Okay.
Damn right he
Okay,
is.
let me get mine in then.
Barry Melrose has great hair with the black and
Phenomenal.
the gray together.
He's the man.
Barry Melrose.
He is.
Yeah.
I'm more of a bully Melrose guy
Hey,
myself.
somebody on Twitter was like, Bully Melrose. I left it at home.
Are we going to see Bully Melrose for opening day of hockey season?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
I'm
I'm
excited about
workshopping
this
some
one.
stuff. I'm ready to go.
We need to go out to opening night.
One
hockey.
last night, Tyler Sagan with a goal, a couple assists.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice one.
Yeah.
He looks like a card shark guy.
Yeah.
He knows who to score. He can score
Pit
for
boss.
you, bro. Yeah.
Pit boss.
No doubt.
I got a guy.
Who's your guy?
Yeah.
Who's your
Give me
guy?
a guy.
Yeah. Irvin, Texas, stand up. Brian Bosworth.
The Boz.
there you
Put it
go.
on the board. The Boz at number 10.
That side of the glass playing well today.
Boz at number 10.
I
Brian.
also had a hairy guy, too. I had Kimbo Slice. Yeah.
Oh,
that chest hair was crazy hairy,
Yes.
Phil. It was
Good
all knotted
pull.
up.
Good pull with
was,
Kimbo.
man. Haggard.
Yeah.
Yes, man. Okay. Number 11 on here, just on the outside looking in. Don Majkowski.
Don
Packer.
Mikowski. Yeah, the Packers.
He's a magic man.
Yeah.
It is pretty
no,
good.
he has a good one.
It's a pretty good
yeah,
mullet.
It is
Blondie,
I'll give him
right?
some love. Yeah, blonde.
Yeah.
Remember Jared Allen and his mullet? I forgot it.
Yes.
He's at number 9 on here.
He might have been the first guy to bring it back.
I think he was repping it during his Hall of Fame speech.
I think he was.
Yes.
Gold jacket.
He does
and
the
mullet.
rodeo move, right? The bulldogger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So badass.
it
Once he
bullpen?
got married, he kind of got rid of it. I guess the wife didn't like it, it says.
But
he
do we
brought-
have thinning hair?
he
Do we
brought
have
it
a
back.
thinning hair problem maybe a little bit there?
That's always sad when it
possible.
starts to go away. Like the back is still rocking.
yeah.
I've
I did,
noticed.
that was my look, Ben Franklin look. Yeah.
Did you ever do a mullet?
Shout out to all the thinning guys out
No,
there.
remember, I mean,
I remember the Ben Franklin look, but like
Honestly,
just
I
in
need
general.
those
I'm
injections.
thinking about bringing that back.
Are you?
Got to be aware.
As ridiculous as I looked.
No, do it.
Yeah.
Feel that thing blowing the
We should
wind
get
a
you a
little
mullet
bit.
wig just to wear. When I'm doing like a Bully Melrose.
Have you ever seen the visor with the spiky hair?
Yeah.
The spiky hair visor thing?
Mhm.
Like I see people at the Rangers games like wearing that, like they're trying to fake like it's real hair.
Really?
Like gentlemen are walking around. I'm like going, dude, it's a fake.
Everybody
hair.
knows.
That's got to be a bit, man. There's no way. You
I
can't be serious.
Put a regular
I
hat
think-
on it like the rest of you.
I think this dude was serious. A couple of them.
Post 19, you were rocking like a Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young look a little bit, weren't you?
Oh, at 19?
With the flow going. No,
No.
this 2019 after the pandemic.
Oh, yeah. Remember that?
Yeah.
The pandemic. Yeah. Remember
Yeah.
I did the Ben Franklin look.
Yeah, you
The-
crushed it.
Yeah.
You did a great.
I might be Ben Franklin again at a Halloween party. if
You
they let
should,
me.
dude.
Dude,
'cause that's
yeah.
a
But
really
I got to
good
get the
costume.
hair back.
But
for
you
that.
got that costume. Might as well
Yeah.
get some use out of it.
Well, I think I still have that.
That was a costume?
All right, Lucius, you got me.
I don't.
I go
know.
out to clubs and that. Just hang out.
You tear it up, bro.
Talk about electricity with.
He's a Ben Franklin LARPer on the weekends.
He's a LARPer.
What is a LARPer?
Live action role play, pal.
Role model style.
Lightning bolt.
Mm-hmm.
I saw there was a whole
Man,
crew
like
of
you
them.
guys all jumped in there quick.
There's a
Like
whole-
you do this at home?
Well, LARPing does sound fun.
I'll
I think
pull up to the
Lucius
park.
does. I think Lucius does.
I pull up to the Bear Creek Park from time to time in Keller, and you get the medieval LARPers going
For
on
Kiss
out there.
My Anthea.
Yeah, exactly.
Lucius shows up as a bull rider a lot, I bet.
Yeah.
Participant, man. Willing participant.
Hulk Hogan.
I don't nerd shame.
You shouldn't.
Because you are a nerd at heart. You really are.
Bradshaw have a mullet.
Yes.
I think Terry was in the same situation as me. Bald,
Ben Franklin.
bald, and Ben
It
Franklin.
was forced, right? Forced mullet.
Yeah, I think he's
He re-rocked it though.
He did.
He had the Ben Franklin look.
I think that's a skullet. I think that's what you
Yeah,
call
that's what
But
that
he had a
is.
hairpiece, right? He went hairpiece, and then he just said no more.
Just whatever.
No, man.
Just let it grow back there.
If I showed up with like fake hair like that, would you guys laugh at me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
Because you
with
got so used to me being bald, right?
It would be pretty hilarious.
Wear a scarf like Bon Jovi, whatever his name is.
Bon John
Yes, a
Jovi.
scarf on.
No, I don't
Bon John Harvick.
Yeah.
On John.
Okay, who's this guy? Dwayne.
Johnson.
Dwayne Shinsis?
Yeah, Shinsis.
Is a basketball player, right?
Shinsus.
Was he Oklahoma? Dwayne
He played at
Shinsis?
San Antonio. San Antonio Spur.
Yeah, but
He does look like Kurt Russell.
Yeah, hell of a
8 seasons
jawline.
in the NBA in the 90s. I mean, his
Yeah.
mullet is pretty darn insane.
Shinsis? I thought he was like Oklahoma.
Shinsus?
Shinsis.
Yeah, he was a Spur, he was a Net, he was a Pacer, a Clipper, a Celtic,
Can you give me the school?
and he was a mobile reveler as well as
A mobile
as
reveler.
well as a Brevard Blue Duck at one point. He was in the SEC.
Oh, he's Florida.
Yeah.
Florida. Gosh.
Go
Shout out
Gators.
to the Gators,
Yeah.
man. 7'2".
Was it a duck? What?
He looks like a caveman, doesn't he?
He was a Brevard blue duck and a mobile reveler.
Looks like a caveman.
I'm just a caveman.
Hey, what did Bradshaw have again, bro? What is it called?
A skullet.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had one of them too, though.
Man, these guys are great players. I can't believe you guys are going at them like that.
Kevin Green got texted in.
Kevin.
Yeah.
The linebacker.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he did have a good
He
one.
sure did.
Rod Beck is on here. Major League
the
Baseball
pitcher.
player. He looks just like Andrew Chafin, the former Ranger.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, Rod
Just
Beck.
like him. He's got like the mustache and everything going on.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, you could probably add Rob Dibble to that. Remember the Nasty Boys in '89 there with the
Nasty
Reds?
Boys.
Maybe Norm Charlton.
This is an all-time foo.
Yeah, it is.
On this guy. Nicknamed the Shooter.
Shoot. Crucky, John Kruk coming in at number 6. Randy Johnson at 5.
Randy Johnson.
Randy Johnson had some hair now.
Some flowage.
He did. There we go. Yeah.
Little headbanging stuff.
Yeah, baby.
Shout out to the
Rock.
Skullets.
How about John Daly?
John Daly.
John Daly
absolutely.
at 4. I mean, John Daly's mullet.
Iconic.
All-timer, absolutely.
With the light domestic beer and a dart hanging off his lip.
Incredible.
He might have pulled the look off the best.
Hasselhoff got texted in.
David Hasselhoff?
Did David Hasselhoff have a mullet?
I thought he was just kind of 1980s
Just
hair.
good hair. Like Clay Matthews got texted, and I think that was just good hair. Just
Yeah.
long hair.
Good hair.
He might have had it in the Knight Rider series, a little bit of a mullet.
okay.
For a couple years.
Lucius, how did Knight Rider talk to him? Was it Michael?
Slow your ass down, Michael.
Andre Agassi.
That's a good one.
Comes in at number 3.
That's a good one. Spiky hair, mullet, yeah.
Yeah, and this one was much thicker than some of the other
No,
ones.
he's struggling. Now he's bald.
Oh.
He's bald.
Maybe it was a wig. Melrose at 2. At number 1, best mullet in the history of sports, Jaromir Jagr.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
still playing hockey somewhere in
like
Russia.
60 years old, still getting it done. Freaking insane.
Playing in some beer league.
But
Great hockey mullet.
Old school Jaromir Jagr with the pens. That thing is a classic.
I love a good mullet conversation. I had one.
Yeah.
It was called a soccer hairdo back then before it was known as the mullet. But yeah, about, I don't know, 87,
It's
88.
badass, dude.
Somewhere in there.
Not many
cut
people
it
can
off,
pull
turn
it
it into a rat tail at some point. Yeah,
I never
Ran
understood
the
why the
gamut.
that got really popular, like in the 90s.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, well,
We were really-
had
I was
two
a little
different
kid.
runs.
Like, what is going on with the what is?
Yeah,
why?
we were
the Jedi tails were popping.
Yeah,
whenever I
oh,
was in high
that's
school.
right. Yeah,
We were lost.
We have David Hellman of The Athletic coming up at 3:00. We'll talk Cowboys football with him. Chief, what's next?
Sounds of the Sports Day featuring NBA Media Days, to a T, and the Hogdale next in the nation.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 or 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. David Hillman from The Athletic joining us coming up at 3 o'clock. Here's the Chief of some sports.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Little sounds of sports day action. NBA Media Days are back. Got a couple of clippies from there. But, of course, Tua had his moment at the mic. Did you guys see this?
No.
It's a very quick interaction. It's brief. But as we know from the G-Bag of the Day champion, something crazy took place with Tyreek Hill on Monday night, right?
Yeah.
Gruesome injury.
Yeah.
And
not something he could just shake out.
Right.
No,
not even one time.
Shake it off.
And so Tua, after the game, he's being interviewed on the field. They've just won, but everybody is feeling the sadness of the injury to Tyreek Hill that we all unfortunately had to see. But Tua, I mean, just hear this and think about the heavy lifting that the phrase "for the most part" is doing here.
All glory belongs to God. My Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, just want to thank him for this victory, for us, keeping us safe for the most part.
For the most part. Keeping us safe for the most part.
I think he was just doing, he was like, I respect what he was doing. He's showing love to Jesus. He's doing like cliche quarterback thing. And then he realized, oh, wait, we weren't super safe tonight because we had a guy basically care flighted to the hospital for an emergency surgery.
Is this Tua's way of maybe getting back?
That's what Walchuk was thinking.
Yeah, I mean, these two clearly don't like each other. They're like, he's like, I don't.
I mean, he might be thanking Jesus for taking Tyreek out of his life.
Good riddance. Bye-bye. Don't have to deal with you anymore.
Thank you for keeping us safe For the most part. There was, of course, the season-ending knee injury where the leg turned the complete opposite direction.
Like one of the worst injuries we've seen.
I mean, out of all the people that I like on this team, Jesus kept us safe.
Yeah, for all my guys.
For the most part.
Okay, NBA Media Days. It's officially NBA season when you get the first pause at a presser.
It seemed a lot of enthusiasm that you and RJ and Scotty could work together as a threesome. Why do you think so? And what have you seen?
On it. Nah, you keep going.
You can keep going. I give you permission.
It's our guy Brandon Ingram hitting
These
him with
basketball
the pause.
players they're very aware people.
They're ready for that. I mean, there will be.
They
never can be too safe.
Never can be too safe.
Okay.
I would say triple-digit pauses throughout the year when it comes to media
I
interaction.
think the basketball players
Triple-digit.
are way ahead of everybody else on this.
Yes, they
way
are.
ahead.
Now we have a bit of a teammate reunion with Steven Adams and Kevin Durant.
Oh, that's right.
With the
OKC?
Rockets. Yeah, they played together with OKC some years ago. Now they are back and better than ever with the Rockets, and this was Steven Adams being asked about what it was like. What do you remember about being a teammate with KD?
Steven, I know you said it's been 10 years, but what do you remember about being a teammate of Kevin, and what kind of teammate he was?
No, he was cool, bro. Yeah, just solid dude, good teammate. You know what I mean? He wasn't a dick or anything. Like, he was,
Okay.
Like, all right,
clarification.
That's pretty much perfect right there.
He's fine.
That's what you want in a teammate. That's what you need in a friend right there. It's cool, whatever. Not too much of a D.
Not much fun.
Fantastic. Okay, now this is the guy that I'm pretty excited about, and maybe the single reason why I'm going to be rooting for the Red Sox here moving forward.
Okay.
I would like to introduce you, gentlemen, to the man named Hogdale.
Yeah.
You seen this guy?
Yeah. No, okay. It's good. Drop it like it's hot.
Okay, so this is like the most electric voice in Red Sox Nation right now. He's been in like his mom's basement for 162 games, and he's doing play-by-play of the games.
By himself?
Yeah, by himself.
Watching the game.
Just like a rabid fan might. And so this is 2 clips from yesterday, and then I'll give you the good news on old Hogdale. But this is clip number 1, Hogdale from his mom's basement calling for the 163rd time a Red Sox baseball game.
Swung on, lifted by Bregman, left field. That's a fair ball. Going to be extra bases. Easily will bring the run home. Bregman over to second. An RBI double gives us an insurance run. And the Sox, they lead 3-1. Super Pen, baby. The fucking Super Pen is at it again. The Super Pen.
Okay, so that is before they've even won the game. They've just given themselves some breathing room there in the top of the 9th.
He give himself some breathing room. Boy, guy's going to blow a gasket.
This guy...
Grand opening, grand closing.
No kidding.
Sounds like he's been down in his mom's basement the last 163 games, calling games and pounding Twinkies.
Have you seen this guy?
I have now.
He's massive. Like, he is tall, too, because he is towering above everybody at this Barstool New York office.
Okay, so this is him with the final out versus the Yanks.
Oh, I feel like my fucking heart's going to explode. 2-2 pitch from Chapman.
It probably will.
Swung on, he missed! He fucking strikes him out! He gets out of it! And the Sox win game 1! They win game 1! The Yankees choke it! Chapman escapes! They win it 3-1! Suck my Eat shit. Let's go! Let's go!
This guy is absolutely nuts. Now, he's gotten the call up to Barstool now because, of course, they are kind of like a Boston sports media company for the most part.
Yeah,
they've
Portnoy's
branched
big
out,
Boston
but
guy.
big Boston squad up there. So now Hogdale has gotten the opportunity, and I guess starting tonight, he's going to be doing what he usually does from his mom's basement. He's going to be doing it at the Barstool headquarters.
Yeah,
and he's going to be
in New
getting
York.
paid for it.
He just went in there. I saw a video of him shaking hands with everybody, and a lot of them are Yankee fans, and they're having a hard time hating him, apparently. Like, he's just a really nice guy, and the rivalry runs deep, but he's a personable individual.
I hope they hire a nurse for him.
Yeah, well,
just in case, you know what I'm saying?
His heart defibrillator.
He's going up there, and now he's got Barstool to perform for. He knows spotlight's on him.
Yeah.
Gotta blow a gasket, bro.
He's gonna be streaming.
That blood pressure is going to be up.
Yeah.
Might want to move, close to an emergency room. There's benefits to it in case of a freeze over.
He
But
could crap his pants.
Boston Mercy.
So this is
Hospital.
kind of like the Manning cast formula of, hey, I'm an influencer, I'm a streamer, and apparently these Gen Z guys, they don't mind tuning in, and instead of listening to their own guys call the game like Nadell and Hicksey and Sands, they're getting it from a fan.
Yeah. It's crazy. I mean,
Who
just
would've
like
thought
the watch party streaming stuff where it's, oftentimes you get it's like groups of people and you're not watching the game, you just watch them watch the game and react to it.
Yeah.
And it's like a whole deal now.
And they got the chat interaction going on.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, there's something to it.
I with my sensibilities, I would assume nobody would watch that. I'd be like, we're going to waste our time.
No, people want to see your reaction to what's going on out there. As long as you just talk about what's happening, this guy's giving play-by-play. I thought you couldn't do that, but apparently you can in a sense.
I think you can get away with it if you're not showing the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I've seen people, I know there's some Ravens fans that do this that have become pretty popular.
Yeah, I watch Gilly the Kid when he watches the Philadelphia Eagles when they're losing just to watch him, crash out.
Just the reaction.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that either. I thought that there was kind of rules against that. But I guess if you're not actually showing the game, you can do your play-by-play of it.
So I guess that's what it is. It's really just watching for the crash outs.
That's what I want to see.
That's pretty much what. And with sports, you're going to get plenty of that.
Like Mike Bassett can make billions.
Oh
yes.
That's a great point.
We should
the end of a
start
Mavs
streaming us
game.
watching the Cowboys, Brian.
Yep.
Maybe that'll be good.
Oh, now that I'm telling you, Broadus would make a lot of money doing that.
We could do that.
Just screaming at the TV, throwing chancletas.
It gets bad.
It's not fun.
Yeah, you made the ode to yourself, right? You promised that you would not let this team get you emotional.
I promised I wouldn't let this team, and then all of a sudden Philadelphia happened, and I thought they had a chance to win. And
Stop
now,
messing around.
Exactly.
I would just think people would get annoyed by the difference in the buffering and how far behind are you, and are we synced up? Are we not synced up?
I agree. Trying to actually, you're watching the game in your own living room, watching their reactions and syncing it up. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really
if I want
consumed
reactions, I got Twitter.
Yeah,
I can look at Twitter for what educated people are
Okay,
saying.
there you go. Sound like an old man now.
I've definitely sounded like an
You
old
was
man.
almost there, then you backed away. You were almost there, bro.
Yeah, it doesn't make any damn sense to me, kids. I don't know what the hell you're doing.
Not even Hogdale could rope you in now?
No wonder you can't buy a house. Sitting around watching
wonder.
other people talk about the game when professionals are on the radio delivering you the goods. They got Jared Sandler on the YouTube? No, they don't.
Heck no, but they do on the Rangers radio network.
Yeah, they checking in with Fangraphs and Baseball Savant. No, they don't. So it is bizarre to me. I kind of have a curiosity about it, though. I think it's worth a shot.
Well, if you watch Hogdale long enough, you will see his heart explode.
Yeah.
So just be careful.
So you might see a death on air.
It's possible, but he's 163 games in now. He's
At least a
still with
medical
us.
event.
Yeah, but now it's playoffs.
It's going to be a medical
You know what I'm saying?
If they get to the World Series, God help him.
We're going to watch him get the
They actually win the game,
resuscitators.
and then he just goes, "Oh!"
I mean, Aroldis Chapman almost did that to all of us in 2023.
Dude, how is he still throwing triple-digit gas?
Balls, the bases are loaded. He's finding a way.
2 singles and a walk, right?
He's dancing out of trouble again.
Got him right where he wants
I was
him.
like, wow, we've lived this before, haven't we? Boston
It's
fans,
that
good
Tiger
luck.
Balm. Remember, Chapman has a special icy hot type of topical that he puts on that is like a secret thing,
Really?
and it ignites him.
I mean, it definitely ignites him. Half the pitches he throws are in the dirt.
Yeah.
But somehow he gets people to swing at it and is continuing to get it done. And I'll be cheering for the Red Sox as long as they're playing the Yankees. I guess I'll cheer a little bit for the Mariners as well because some of my friends, and I think my dad's kind of a Mariners fan, so that'd be kind of fun. But David Hellman of The Athletic is set to join us and talk Cowboys football as they start to get ready for the Jets. That's right. He is an M's fan.
He is a big man.
Okay, yeah, that's a decent segue, and we're back with Dave here on The Fan.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now for David Hellman of The Athletic to join us for a Cowboys NFL Week 5 conversation. And a good afternoon, David. How the heck are you?
I am wonderful, fellas. Thanks for having me on, as always.
Man, it's great to hear your voice. Let's start with Kevontae Turpin, sprained ankle. Sprained foot?
Yeah.
Okay, how much of a concern is that going into the Jets game if he can't make it too?
I mean, it's never great considering what they're already dealing with CD Lamb not being available. But I don't know, man. After the after what we saw against the Packers, I'm tempted to say just let Four go out there with whoever and wing the ball around. And this Jets defense is a little bit of a mess. So if he can do that against Green Bay, I'll be shocked if they can't have some success against the Jets, no matter who's available.
First 3 weeks, I thought, man, this might be the best version of Dak ever. And then to lose the lineman, to lose CD, and go up against Green Bay and do what he did, I was like, yep, now I'm sure. What do you think?
I've said it a couple times since Sunday. I mean, it feels a little hollow since you didn't get a win, and I think everybody's kind of confused about how to react to a tie. But I think that's probably the best I've ever seen Dak Prescott play. And yeah, I mean, this entire season, really, he's been playing out of his mind. He was phenomenal against Philly. He was phenomenal against the Giants. I think I said this the other night. It's been a deserved criticism at times during Dak's career where, he's not elevating the offense and the roster in the way that a quarterback with his price tag is supposed to. Well, he's freaking doing it right now, man. He's playing like one of those guys, and it's been a lot of fun to watch.
If you could make a move at the deadline, do you think that it's worth the Cowboys moving some of that draft capital they got in the Micah Parsons trade if Dak Prescott's going to be playing this well? Maybe upgrade the defense?
Man, that's tough because, my initial reaction is I don't think this team is good enough on paper to justify that sort of move. Especially you're talking about the assets you got in the Micah trade. We're parting ways with a one. For who? For what? I mean, are we going to get Trey Hendrickson, who will need a new contract when the season's over, and you're pushing your chips in on this team being good enough to go to the Super Bowl, and that's what's making a trade like that worthwhile? I don't think I buy that. But give me 2-3 more weeks. I mean, if the offense continues to look this good and CD Lamb comes back and if this is the best offense in football as we get closer to the trade deadline, maybe I'm a little more willing to have that conversation. But right now, that feels way too premature for me. This team doesn't feel one player away from winning a championship.
David Hellman with you here on The Fan. What do you think about this running game, though, and maybe what the biggest factor is in it coming together like it has?
We're going to talk about this on the Athletic Football Show this week.
Yeah.
Shameless plug. And I don't mean to take credit away from Javonte Williams. He's been freaking awesome. But, man, Clayton Adams, we were excited when he got hired. We talked about the fun stuff the Cardinals did in the run game during his time there and what that might mean for the Cowboys. And look, like I said, Javonte is running well, but with the injuries that they're dealing with up front, I mean, I've never covered a Cowboys team where the offensive line could be compromised and you don't have a Pro Bowl caliber, prime Zeke Elliott type of running back. You don't have any of that stuff, and they're still running the snot out of the football. And yeah, I think Clayton Adams is, if I had to point to something that's the reason why this is happening, other than the quarterback just playing out of his mind and getting them into good looks and making defenses honor the pass, that seems like a hell of a hire by Brian Schottenheimer. And our excitement when it happened feels totally justified right now.
Hey, Dave, when, you mentioned the wide receivers and, run out whoever, are we to the point, though, that maybe that this receiving core is actually getting better and they're kind of figuring out within the scheme. You know, I mean, we've seen Turpin. He's now more than a gadget guy and stuff like that. But is this group kind of like figuring some things out and the offense is getting better because of it?
I think that's totally fair, Brian. I mean, I'll raise my hand. Like for the first, up until like this year, really, I rolled my eyes at a lot of the talk about getting Turpin more involved. Like I thought he was a really fast gadget guy who, like, he had value because of his speed and what that made defenses account for, but I didn't view him as a real deal wide receiver. And I think he's really, you know, he's taken steps in that part of his game and really become like a three-dimensional receiver that you can count on to do a lot of different things. That's been really cool to see. It's always fun. And it goes back to last year too, but when Jalen Tolbert has a moment, it's always fun because he's caught a lot of hell because of how highly he was drafted and how much people liked him as a draft prospect, and certainly hasn't always been as good as he would prefer. But he has grown into a useful NFL receiver. Maybe not as good as we hoped coming out of South Alabama, but he's taken some serious strides over the last season and a half or so. So, yeah, I think obviously CD and Pickens are going to be the headliners for good reason, but I think the depth behind them is a lot better than maybe it got credit for. I mean, our guy Ryan Flournoy had some moments against the Packers the other night. Yeah, I think it's a lot better than I think the average person would have given it credit for even a month ago.
Dave, you know, Jerry's going to, be selling to us. Help is on the way with this defense. And they do. I mean, today they got Kalen Carson, who's now going to start practicing. Hopefully the rookie Rebel will start getting going. Overshown. Where's your confidence that this defense can start to play a little bit better than worst in the NFL?
I mean, that's Jerry's job, is to sell people. I kind of, to be honest with you, I kind of hate when he does stuff like that, especially in the case of like Siobhan Ravel, where this guy is a rookie who didn't have much of a final college season. You know, he tore his ACL in September or October last year. And like to be hyping him up as a guy who's going to come in and be a difference maker. And maybe he will. I'm not saying that he can't. But I don't like putting those expectations on him before he's even fully practicing in the NFL. Like a guy who didn't have a training camp, who's never played at this level. And I'm happy. I'd love for him to go out and prove that he is that type of guy, and what a cool story that would be. But I'm always of the mind of like, that is a good like, we're happy to be pleasantly surprised by stuff like that, but expecting it, I think that's how you get fans to resent a guy when he's not quite ready to be as good as Jerry Jones is selling him as. And yeah, I kind of have the same mindset with a lot of those guys. Obviously, DeMarvion Overshown's a hell of a fun player, but I want him to be fully healthy when he comes back. I don't want him trying to beat any timelines. And obviously, as serious as that injury was, it would be totally fine if it took him a little while to get back up to speed. And like I said, if that's not the case, if he's just the man again the moment he's healthy, then that is a very fun development. But putting those hopes and dreams on guys, I think it's dirty business a little bit, to be blunt. That's not how I would prefer to operate. So hopefully that is the case. But I'm not sitting here counting on it, because I just think that can lead to some bad places when it doesn't work out as well as it's being sold.
Hey, David, you and Dane doing a podcast weekly, about the college, football and the players and stuff like that, the draft. So far, I mean, have you had a chance to kind of, I know it's a long way to go, but if you had a chance to kind of dive in to have an idea of really, like, is the first round looking like a pretty solid, the fact that Dallas is going to have 2 picks in that round?
I'm not trying to bum anybody out. And like, there are a ton of good players. There are always going to be good players, but like the theme for the early going of the college season right now is basically who's going to step up and prove that they're actually worth the hype that they're getting.
Sure.
I think it's a lot of the big names coming into the season have, even if they haven't been bad, they've just kind of failed to impress and really like put their stamp on the season. But there are definitely some exciting players. I mean, Ohio State is just loaded with really, like, I mean, if you're a Cowboy fan and you're trying to bolster this defense, I would watch a lot of Ohio State and try to watch as much Buckeye football as possible. Their offense isn't very fun to watch, Brian, but LSU's defense is loaded with NFL guys.
Sure.
There will be good players, but like this feels like another year where, like if you're looking for like that star-studded draft, like in 2021 with Micah Parsons and Jamar Chase and all of those guys, this doesn't feel like that type of draft. But we're only just now reaching the half point of the college season, and conference play is just now getting underway, so that could change. But I'd say in the early going, it's kind of been a little underwhelming. Like, okay, well, who wants to step up and be the best player in this draft class? Because it hasn't happened yet.
Dave Hellman, the Athletic Football Show, with us here on The Fan. Dave, how do you stack up the NFC right now? With the Packers kind of stumbling a little bit, the Eagles winning but not looking great. Doesn't seem like anybody's really taken a stranglehold over the NFC right now.
That's a really good point. Obviously, I think the Packers, everybody was penciling the Packers into the Super Bowl up until the last week and a half. I'm not writing off Green Bay just because of this. Maybe they got a little bit out over their skis, but I still think they're a really good football team. It's funny. We can wring our hands all day about what's going on with Philly, and it needs to look a hell of a lot better. That's for sure. But like, they're still 4-0. They are so talented that they can overcome the fact that their coaching and their scheme isn't as good as it has been at other times. So it's hard to go away from them. I mean, if I'm looking for somebody under the radar, first of all, I think Detroit got their butts kicked in week 1, and I think it turned a lot of people off. But, man, they look like they're right back on track. They look very, very good. And if we're looking under the radar, I really think Tampa is a really good team. And, they lost to Philly. They made a few too many mistakes in that game, but they were right there with them. Their defense looks better than it has in the last couple of years, I think. They got a lot of young guys playing really well on the defensive side of the ball. And their offensive line's been a mess for the entire first month of the year. They've had a lot of guys on IR. They've been down 2 and 3 starters. They had their center playing left tackle for the first 3 weeks of the season, and they're 3-1, and they went toe-to-toe with Philly. So I think, as far as teams that people don't view as a contender, I'm pretty high on Tampa Bay. Detroit, Tampa, Green Bay, Philly, those are the ones that really come to mind for me. And the Rams as well. I mean, as long as that quarterback's healthy, they're freaking awesome.
We're all pretty high on Clayton Adams. You've talked about him here so far today, and I'm just wondering what the national hype level is on him. Do you think Clayton Adams could do such a good job with the Cowboys he could become a hot head coaching name already?
Absolutely. I mean, look, the Athletic Football Show, we cover the entire league. We talk about every single team as often as need be. And, the Cowboys are 1-2-1. They're not exactly, they're not lighting the league on fire, at least from a team-wide perspective. But we're going to do a segment on Clayton Adams this week on our preview show. I think he was, like, when you see what Arizona was doing with him and the fun stuff they were doing in the run game and the success they were having on offense without a ton of talent. And Arizona's offense is really, really struggling right now. Maybe that's not all because he left, but it's hard not to note that as soon as he left town, their offense has taken a pretty big step back. And when you're having these kind of results in a market as big as Dallas, people take notice. I mean, absolutely. Like, if Dak Prescott keeps playing this way, and if the Cowboys maintain as the best running offense in the NFL, which they are right now, like, they're the most efficient rushing game in the league, which absolutely nobody saw coming. It's absolutely the type of thing that'll get you head coaching buzz. I mean, and I think back in the day, you used to have to do this stuff for 3 to 5 years before people would give you a shot. But ever since Sean McVay, that's really not the case anymore. I mean, Liam Cohen got the Jacksonville job off of 1 year as a play caller. Dave Canales got the Carolina job off of 1 year as a play caller. So And I know Schottenheimer's calling the plays in Dallas, but like with the size of that market and the visibility of the Cowboys, it wouldn't shock me. I mean, maybe it takes 2 or 3 years for it to pop for him, but I absolutely think he's going to, get some buzz if this keeps going through the rest of the season.
And Dave, I'd be pretty confident Shotty would go find another good one.
I mean, I was just thinking this because I'm prepping for our show and I'm taking notes and looking at things, and it was such an inspired hire. And honestly, it's like not the type of thing that the Cowboys often do. Like, I think the Cowboys have so many times looked for expertise and just like this wealth of knowledge. And so a lot of the guys you see roll through Dallas have been doing it for a long time, and they're these like well-established names. And for Shotty to go identify a dude who had a lot of, also it's not even like the Cardinals have had all this playoff success, right? Like they've been a rebuilding team for the last 2 years. So to like be paying close enough attention to see what Clayton Adams was doing in Phoenix and being willing to go get him and bring him to Dallas, like I think it's a departure from what the Cowboys typically do. And hopefully it inspires them to keep that up. If that was his first hire, it at least gives me a lot of confidence that he could make another good one if he needs to, if Clayton Adams leaves at some point.
I wanted to pick your brain on the quarterbacks in the SEC, Dave. Nuts, I thought, number 1 overall pick potentially. What the hell's going on with him? Arch, obviously, super hyped. Finally had a good game. Lenora Sellers, DJ Lagway. This conference was loaded preseason, but to your point, been a little underwhelming.
I mean, it's college football as a whole, really. Like a lot of guys that were supposed to have good years just aren't doing it. I mean, with Arch Manning, his name, not to say that he's not good, but like when your name is Manning, the hype was always going to outpace what he's actually done. And I'm not closing the book on him, but I think it's completely reasonable if he wasn't ready for the amount of scrutiny that he was receiving from the word go. Nuss just isn't healthy. And Brian Kelly downplayed it today. He said it's misinformation that Nuss might need surgery, but you just go watch LSU's games. Like, he doesn't look right. He doesn't look like the same player. He's got no zip on his throws. He's got no ability to push the ball downfield. So, I mean, he's been very underwhelming. I'm not trying to make excuses for him, but he needs to get healthy. Hopefully he can do that during LSU's bye week. Sellers, I think, has been very entertaining. I think a little bit inconsistent, which you would probably expect from a guy who's still just a sophomore. But I will say, we talked about this on our draft show, Dane Brugler and I today, if you want to go check it out. I don't think Ty Simpson was getting a whole heck of a lot of buzz coming into the season, which is kind of funny because he's an Alabama quarterback. But, man, I think his game against Georgia the other night was the best game that an SEC quarterback has played so far this year. And he's draft eligible. I don't know if he's going to come out. I don't know how the rest of the season's going to go, but I kind of sat up in my seat watching him against Georgia the other day where I was like, ooh, maybe we should be talking about this guy a little bit more than we are.
You're the man, Dave. Thanks so much for your insights. Enjoy Week 5, and we'll be reading and listening there on The Athletic.
Anytime, fellas. I appreciate it.
Cheers. There he goes. A must follow on Cowboys Twitter. That's David Hellman, Brian's old buddy from DallasCowboys.com at the big time.
Yeah.
He's killing it, isn't he?
He's doing a great job.
It's really wonderful.
Yeah.
And he's a terrific football guest, so thanks so much to Dave for joining us. All righty, we got the C-Note coming up next. Cowboys news of the evening. We'll get you updated on everything in a busy Cowboys afternoon here as they start getting ready for the Jets. But October is here, and that means the return of chilly air is going to be here before.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has proteins?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Siemens Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time for the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening every day about 3:25. And the segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Big day for me, a special treat. The most satisfying kill in yard work. Okay? You might be thinking, what is that, Dawson? Is that a snake with a shovel?
No, you got rid of poison ivy is what you did.
Poison ivy might be one of the most satisfying, and I think I've done a pretty good job with this poison ivy spray in the front flower beds, but I'm talking about the wasp nest here. I'm pulling out. There's one about the size of a football hanging off one of the windows. Oof. On my way back and out of the garage, and I couldn't help but notice it because this thing is alive. Like there's 50 or 60 wasp eggs sticking out of this thing, and they're flying in there and working on it. There's like it was almost glowing with how much life was coming out. You know, usually you see it and it's all like covered up and gray, and they're finding this little hole. This thing was wide open, right?
So you took the garden hose to it, didn't you?
No, I have special wasp spray that's got about a 20-yard cone on it, or 20-foot cone.
That used to be a sport, by the way. Spraying with the water hose or throwing something at it and just running as fast as you can with your friends.
Yes, and I've done those before. Yeah. And at times they're terrifying. It can be painful, but this one, as soon as it hits them, they're just dropping. So they don't have a shot.
Death.
Yeah, they're either like super dazed and like poisoned, like, oh my God, what's going on? Or they just drop and die. So I hose this thing down for probably 5 or 6 seconds, and they just all start falling like pebbles, one after another. Probably took 200 wasp out, you know.
200?
And then I knocked the thing down with a shovel.
Oh, you're putting up numbers, bro.
Yeah,
wow.
It's huge.
And the ones that survived are like, they're kind of looking at you like, we'll be back.
No, they're dazed and confused.
I don't think so. I think they're out of there. Because we have a problem back at the pool with them coming in to take the water to go build nests, and they're building all around our back area by our pool. So we put up like permanent wasp trap deals all around back by the pool. They left that, but they'd started building around the side of the house. But, oh, dude. Just absolutely eradicated him today. I think that's probably the last I'll see of him for the season. Where are these trade rumors coming from with this Max Crosby? Every time I turn around, somebody's texting me about it or tweeting me about it, and you know, I dove in a couple of times today. There's nothing to it. I think somebody just mentioned it in maybe a Dan Graziano type piece, like, hey, this could make sense, that could make sense, and the next thing you know, people are running with that on social media. But if you're thinking about that, if you're wondering why isn't G-Bag talking about this Max Crosby rumor, it's because it's completely made up and fabricated.
Yeah, it's funny because Eric, you and I, we were all talking about it yesterday, right?
Yeah, I mean, just throwing it out there as a guy that we would want to go get, simply because he's been awesome on a super crap team.
Right.
So it was just like,
it would
that's a
make
position
sense.
we need, still young enough.
Local guy.
He did get paid, but not at a astronomical Micah or Myles Garrett level. So it's palatable. You'd have him for the rest of this season plus 2 more seasons. Still young enough, still dominant enough. And again, the Raiders have just been so bad. Like maybe that's a team that would be willing to offload him. I don't know.
Yeah, he's at $35 million, so it would be $10 million less than what Micah got. But and I'd be open minded to it. If you've seen enough of your team, you're like, holy cow, maybe we made a mistake getting rid of Micah. There's less of a commitment to Max Crosby. Let's go ahead and do this, and maybe it'll make our second and third levels of the defense better. It would be exciting, but there's nothing to it.
Yeah, he's a great pass rusher and a great run defender. Like he's an all around player. Like never leaves the field. He's like an Iron Man that way.
Team captain.
So, and again, you'd have him under control for a few years. So that would be the kind of guy that I'd be interested in moving on.
Yeah, it's a massive move. I mean, that's a better player than Hendrickson.
Yeah, it's so funny because usually you kind of hear somebody or talk about it and stuff like that. And I reached out to some guys in the Gang of 7 and they were like, man, I haven't heard that one yet. But I'm like, well, it's kind of buzzing around down here in Dallas.
I don't think the Raiders are really open to getting rid of him. Like, I think they pretty much just brought him back.
Yeah.
So I think that they're probably not like, yeah, that's a fun story, but I don't think the Raiders are, even though they stink, they always kind of do. I just don't think they're a team that's really going to move off of him.
No, they have hopes that they can get it figured out, and Crosby's a part of their future. But, I mean, we do have a month to go, and I'm sure there's going to be a number of players that become available. And maybe if they lose a couple more 2-3 games, it could make sense. But I would figure that's a round one type of player.
Absolutely it is.
And I'm excited about what the Cowboys are going to do, but I think they have contracts internally to go spend that money on already when you start looking at George Pickens and some of the other guys that are good. Okay, Nick Harris, Star-Telegram, has a story up today. The Cowboys rookie running back Jaden Blue could debut this weekend if Miles Sanders can't go. He has a tweaked ankle there. And then you add the Kevontae Turpin thing in as well. Would Blue be your best return option?
Yeah, as far as a kick returner now, they might do something different with the punt.
Yeah, but he gives the most speed.
Yeah, he absolutely does. I did ask about Turpin, and I said, hey, is this going to miss some time? And the word I got back was it's kind of unclear right now. So I don't know. I mean, I was thinking maybe a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks, something like that, but the word I got back, it's kind of unclear right now, so I don't know if that's on the good side or the bad side.
Well, Calvin Watkins just reported that Tyler Smith said that he had an MRI on his right leg, and he's hoping that he can play on Sunday.
God.
So that is potentially, if Guyton's not cleared, 4 starting linemen down. I mean, they've been able to do it without 2, but goodness gracious, all of a sudden this offensive line could be very patchwork against the Jets.
I mean, that's a massive story right there.
Yeah, that's a big concern.
I mean, I believe that this offensive coaching staff can give lesser athletes on the offensive line a way of being winning players just by how much they're moving around. You don't necessarily have to be a mauler.
Yeah.
But damn it, you need at least one of those guys to be able to.
Because I don't know what you're going to do. Like, if you don't have Guyton, you play Nate Thomas. But if you don't have Tyler Smith and Guyton, who are you playing at left guard?
Yeah, seriously,
Adeniji? And I don't think he's really a guard. I think he's a tackle. So that's a big concern. You need one of those guys to go, hopefully both. But this Tyler Smith news has me very worried.
I've been playing with the idea because of Quinnen Williams and the Jets running game of picking the Jets. And that kind of makes me want to throw up in my mouth. But it's starting to feel that way.
Desperate team.
Can Dak Prescott mitigate that much?
I don't even know if
why bet against him now, but you taking Turpin and Tyler Smith out potentially?
I mean, that offensive line, they've done an excellent job with Hoffman and Bass, but goodness gracious, that's tough.
Looking at the depth chart, it would be Trevor Keegan,
who they just signed a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, he was claimed right before the season started.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe Trevor Keegan's just going to go ahead and suit up and ball out. That's what we got to hope if that's the case.
Wow, these injuries. You got to get healthy in a hurry. Okay, let's learn more about these Jets. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, Brian.
Yeah, let's give you a reason why the Jets are going to win. We'll do that next.
No.
Fort Worth, 817. I'm talking to you, the all-new Alliance Hyundai.
plenty of Tolo giveaways, so let's party and watch the games together this Sunday at the Bearded Monkey in Forney with the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and the news from last segment, Tyler Smith having his leg looked at. Not sure if he's going to be able to play. The 214 says, play calling, get rid of that ball fast. Yeah, I guess if you're getting rid of it as quick and as good as Dak did on Sunday against the Packers, I mean, what's another edge winning 30% of his matchups with his offensive lineman? Here's Brian Broaddus, Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Lucius, for playing that. Dawson, thank you for the introduction. Thank you to Reliant as well for being a part of this one today. Trying to kind of get some information about the this whole thing with the MRI. We'll see what happens there with that. But that injury report looks pretty significant today.
It's the knee, they say, with Tyler Smith.
Yeah, the knee.
Kavontae Turpin, foot, DNP. Miles Sanders, DNP. So I guess that would head towards Jaden Blue, possibly.
Yeah.
Lamb. Hooker might be a couple of weeks with his toe.
Yeah, he's been in a boot.
Guyton's in the protocol there, DNP, and then, of course, Booker.
Pretty
you want some limiteds? Kalen Carson, Trayvon Diggs, Jonathan Mingo, Kenneth Murray.
It's a lengthy one, man. 4 weeks into the season.
Holy cow.
That's what a couple of 70-minute games will do for you, right?
That's true. That is true.
A couple of 2 out of the 3 weeks you played 70 minutes of football.
Mike McCarthy give you the whole week off after those GPS numbers.
Yeah, we're not going to practice at all. Probably not doing. I did have one time a team asked me, they go, "Do you guys practice down there?" Because they're watching our tape.
Crazy. A guy from Pittsburgh was the least hardworking guy in the league.
Crazy.
Go figure.
For sure. Hey, by the way, too, if you want to give us a listen on Love of the Star, Eric and I
there we go.
did one this morning. So we kind of got into the Jets offense a little bit and kind of talked about some things with the Cowboys, what we were hearing and things. I have a chance to talk to you about the Jets offense. And Dawson, you were talking about Fields throwing the football.
Yeah.
And I think that, to me, there's a team. This is a team, when you look at, very similar to what the Giants, and I say it this way, as far as the skill guys, to me, Garrett Wilson is a hell of a football player, wide receiver there. But past that, where's the other receivers? Where's the other, where is you're seeing Alan Lazar play and Josh Reynolds, it's Tyler John. It's just kind of it's not a group that has a ton of talent at the skill, but the one skill player they have is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And that right there is going to be something I think you're going to need to be concerned about. I think you're going to be concerned about his ability to play with some condensed formation. They like to move him around. They, if you want to, I don't think Matt is going to play any kind of star coverage or travel with him or anything like that. I just kind of wherever he lines up, but you're going to get a lot of movement out of this guy. You're going to get those deep crossing routes. And you're going to get what we call arrow routes, where you run just through the secondary, just at an angle. And this quarterback, if given time, this quarterback can make throws. The problem that they've been running into, and it's kind of a young offensive line. They've went out and they got a couple of veteran guys with John Simpson and then Josh Myers, at left guard and at the center spot. But everything else is kind of a draft pick has been made.
Tackles the last 2 years in the first.
Yeah. And what's interesting also about this team when it comes to throwing the ball is they struggle. The first four games, I looked at the pressures, just broke down all the pressures. And kind of the common thread, Dawson, in this thing was that they do not mesh very well with their backs when it comes to protection.
Oh.
So what happens is you will find teams, and in a game at Tampa, and this is where, Fields was not the quarterback, it was Tyrod Taylor, but they were in that game. They blocked the field goal and went up, just couldn't get off the field at the final.
They could easily be 2-2. This is not an 0-4 team.
Yeah, this is a team that's kind of struggled that way, and to finish these games. But the thing with Justin Fields, like I say, give him some time, and he'll make a throw. But like I said, you pressure him like you did with Love last week. It's kind of a different quarterback in that way, and I think the game plan for Flus here in this one is he's going to have to show a lot more pressure. And I'm not just talking like 4 down lineman pressure, because I mentioned when the Jets try to protect, the coordination between the backs and the line is not good, and they'll let some guys run free. And you also rushing this guy, I think the blitz pressure is hard on him. But this is going to sound really crazy, and this might play right into Dallas's hands with the way they rush their passer. Zach, how would you describe the way that Dallas rushes their passers, the passers?
Well, I mean, it's really all about the interior pressure.
Well, how would you think? How does it look? How does their rush look? Does their rush look slow?
Yes.
Okay. You might want to slow rush this guy.
They do, and they're very delayed.
Yeah.
Especially when Flus does want to blitz, it's a lot of delays.
Yeah. The thing is, this guy, if you go to him quick and show quick pressure, he'll bail and he'll run.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what you might
He's got
want
some Carson Wentz to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you might want to do here is, and it might just come naturally because the Cowboys don't win particularly quick, it might actually play into their hands.
Okay.
That they could actually, they could slow rush this guy, and he's going to have to make him have to read and have to stand there. And if you rush him quick, he bails out of the pocket. So this might actually play into Dallas's hands, not being a very good pass rush team.
I like this.
That they might, the slow muddling rush
The
that they
slow
have.
rush, baby.
Yeah.
Do you think that's by design? You were talking about, was it Sam Williams two-gapping on the edge? Is Eberflus asking them to commit less? No, it's just they can't get it done.
I just think that they're really, I mean, we've all sat down and either watched games or watched all 22. And what happens, I just feel like watching Dallas play, they don't win with first step quickness at all. Now, maybe Houston a little bit.
Yeah, and as a Rocky,
maybe Donovan
showed a little bit
this
past week.
But they just do not gain much. They do not put themselves in position to work around blockers.
James Houston would fix that.
Yeah, that's what James Houston does.
But otherwise, they're fighting.
Yeah, so maybe slow muddling rush might keep this guy in the pocket. We'll see. But their offensive line, I'd say the 2 young guys at tackle, they're pretty good. Now, I've noticed this.
Didn't seem like they had good blitzes or good blitzers against Green Bay.
No,
they don't. They really
been
don't.
horrible.
Yeah, they really
Sandy
don't.
overshone for that.
Yeah, you really don't.
I think Maris is their best option, and for whatever reason, they don't really want to do that a ton.
He might be in a second. You might have to have a secondary blitz too. Maybe this is slot blitz,
like some Reddy
or
Stewart,
safety blitz. Yeah, just anything to kind of, because they struggle with that because the backs and the line were not coordinated. I'll say this about the running game, which I think Breece Hall is a good player. Another one of these good players. I think he's extremely tough.
And to your point, he's their second leading receiver, tied with the rookie tight end.
But how about this, though, Dawson?
Yeah.
They haven't completed a screen pass to a running back yet.
Okay.
Now, think about ways to hurt Dallas, right?
Yeah, the flats, man.
Flats. Flats. Throw to the flats. Put the ball in the flats, Yeah, I worry about the guy running to the flats, this quarterback. I worry about him running around the edge.
Another good one because those linebackers, they are taking such bad angles.
Yeah. But how about this though, with the way that they're playing right now too? It's interesting because they're in a situation where they really, really haven't got their tight end involved very much, but they got a really good one. Mason Taylor, I think. Mason Taylor is one of my favorite players. In the draft, he was last year. But they're talking about getting him like more involved.
They need to.
They absolutely need to.
He can be a special player.
He can be a special player. But running this football for the Jets, just watching their +5 and +10 runs, explosive plays. They're by the way, they're averaging 5.2 a carry.
Yeah.
So they might they might
behind only the Ravens.
Yeah, they might load up and say, you know what? Dallas is right up there, by the way, too.
Yes.
Teams run the ball.
5.1.
Yeah. What I noticed something about their runs. Majority of them are to the left side. The good ones are running to the left, which would be the defense's right. So now you have to think about this. Are you in a situation where do you put guys like Clowney and Nealon and those guys at right end to try and mitigate the ability of the Jets to run the football that direction? Do you put your best run defending edges? Because every one of Breece Hall's runs that are really good start towards the middle and then go left. It's like they kind of run behind Fashanu and Simpson. That's kind of where they like to go.
And Fashanu, I mean, out of Penn State, that guy's mauler.
Yeah.
He is a big physical lineman. Would you put Ezeraku in that conversation with how well he's starting to play
I would think
against
so.
the run?
Just know that their best ability to run the football
left side
is their left, your right. So now does that think about your corner play too. Having Diggs over there. Diggs has shown ability. Sometimes he'll step up, but
Elam's been much better at that.
That's what I'm saying. You're gonna need to have really good edge play, the linebacker play to that side, corner play, and the safety play coming down. Because if that ball bounces, their best runs are coming off that left hand side. So just kind of tie things up a little bit too. When you rush these tackles, rush them inside, because they're athletic enough to handle the outside stuff, but inside they've had problems. All the pressures I saw, the sacks, everything was coming from the inside.
Membu's a pretty good rook.
Yeah.
Membu's been awesome.
Yeah, they've got some, but it's all been inside stuff. Need to keep it.
That sounds troublesome. It really does with Fields.
Yeah, but Fields, if like you say, I would kind of slow rush him a little bit.
Yeah,
make him stay in the pocket. He'll kind of sack himself.
Yeah, he's just a guy that finds ways to lose games. Yeah. He's just been a loser.
The entire Jets team is that way right now, fumbling the ball left and right. And they do some design runs with him, too.
They do some design runs. One interception between the two quarterbacks, but they've had some fumbles. They've had penalties. But they've got a good young offensive line. I think it's not banged up like we've seen the last few weeks. Cowboys going to have to be on it for this one. And then, like I said, maybe some slow rush, but also think about blitzing this guy a little bit to affect him in the pocket, and hopefully he'll start to sack himself. And be aware of Breece Hall running the ball to your defensive right side. That seems to be where they're the best at it.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every day, 3:40 here on The Fan. We'll look forward to hearing about Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams and that Jets defense tomorrow at 3:40. And then, before too long, we're going to be heading towards game day. Is that a noon kick?
Yep. Noon
kick on Sunday, 9 o'clock pregame?
9 a.m.
Right on. And yes, Tyler Smith with a knee. There's an MRI that's going to help determine his status. We'll check what's next.
All right, let's do the daily football fix. Who could beat this coach in a fight? And let's do an updated trade board. Any of these names pique your interest? That's next.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Boy, the news is firing. And we have a number of Cowboys updates over the last hour or so. Maybe you want to go back with the Odyssey app or YouTube and check out all the content. We had David Hellman, we had the C-Note, and then Krusty's Corner. And the football party continues. Here's Wolchuk with a fix.
All right, well, you have some Cowboy updates here in regards to one, Trayvon Diggs. The reason in which he was not starting was because of an off-the-field issue. And Brian Schottenheimer was basically disciplining him for that. So Trayvon said he appreciates Coach holding him accountable. I don't know. Is he back in the starting lineup this week? I heard
they were mad at him. Remember?
They were mad at him, and then I think there was some other stuff that kind of went down during the week, maybe even pregame beforehand with Diggs and Shotty. And Shotty said, you know what? You're not starting, and I appreciate that. So we'll see what happens this week with who's in the starting lineup and who's not.
So somebody was like disrespecting Shotty enough to not start. That sounds like story of the week.
Yeah.
That's a big one right there.
Yeah.
You know, it's just time to go, Trayvon.
Todd Archer says that he is going to start against the Jets after coming off the bench versus the Packers. First time he didn't start since his rookie year. So I guess Trayvon now feels confident that he will be back in the starting lineup, and this was just kind of a 1 week benching situation. We'll see.
That's pretty amazing. We gotta get the details on this.
I just wonder if you can really trust him out there. Like, how much of the crap touchdowns that he's given up is because he hates the Cowboys? He says he wants to be here, you know, but he's got the exact same perspective as Micah Parsons did.
Yes.
The enemy from within.
Yes, absolutely. Now, I mean, he had 2 plays that were really good. He jumped that route for the interception, didn't count, and then he read a screen beautifully.
Yeah.
And came up and made a tackle for loss in overtime. But otherwise, you're right. I mean, pregame, like Dak's addressing the team, and there's video that goes viral of him just in the background kind of doing his own thing. He's checked out. He doesn't really give a damn. So, I mean, it goes back to in the offseason. Like, I really believe he's not on this team right now. If he wasn't hurt, I think they would have moved him. But he was hurt. So we need him to build that value back up, boys.
And I can't tell. You know, maybe he's just rusty. Maybe he's coming back from the injury. But some of these touchdowns, it feels like a guy that's not locked in, especially against the Giants.
Absolutely, it does. And then did we get some good news during the break on Tyler Smith?
Yeah,
Maybe
Tyler
we shouldn't
Smith.
Panic.
Yeah, we shouldn't panic because that's the same kind of the knee tendonitis and stuff they've been dealing with.
Okay.
So
hopefully he's good to go.
Yeah, it's something they've known about. You know, they continue to monitor, know about, and treat. So.
And we got good news on CeeDee Lamb. He's at least out of the boot.
Let's go.
So, you know, maybe he's trending towards returning sooner rather than later. That'd be great. All right, let's get to San Francisco. We had the coach fight with Liam Cohen, Robert Saleh. Now, of course, San Francisco media's got to address this. You know, first press conference back. So Kyle Shanahan takes to the podium and, hey, coach, who do you think could actually kick Bob Saleh's ass?
Pretty important question. What NFL coaches do you think could beat up Robert Saleh?
Just me.
What about Dan Campbell?
Yeah, I would probably bet on Dan over a lot of people. Saleh's too nice usually, but it seemed like someone struck a chord later. I mean, the other day, but I don't think there's any fights going on. It was kind of comical now to look back at it.
And they're having a good laugh, I think, after all of this has happened and we're looking in the past. But, yeah, I mean, I think Dan Campbell, and we've kind of kicked this topic around before, I do think Dan Campbell would be number one. Otherwise, D'Amico Ryans maybe, Houston, I think would have a shot at this.
Everybody's fighting for second after Campbell.
But
Campbell's crazy. He will literally bite your knees off.
Vrabel.
He will gouge your eyes out. Yeah, Vrabel would definitely be a tough challenge.
But after that, I'm really struggling to think of somebody that would have even a chance here.
That's what made it funnier because like Liam Cohen's right towards the bottom of the list.
Oh, absolutely not. I do like Shannon saying it'd be me. Maybe he might know his weakness.
Why do I think like that D'Amico Ryans could like go nuts on you?
I'm with you.
Good younger defensive player, defensive lineman, right?
Linebacker. Why would I feel like that he could just like lose it on you and just start like J.J. Wilcox quick punch you before you even knew it?
That's what it's going to take.
Yeah.
Maybe like Aaron Glenn's got, or Mike Tomlin, somebody's got some fast hands out here.
Aaron Glenn, I got him at 5'9", 183. I'm asking for a printout here of coach's height and weight.
Okay.
Danny Campbell's 6'5", 265.
Hey, big tree fall hard.
But, you know, I don't necessarily think size is going to be the end-all, be-all. It's hard to predict, like, you know, how good some of these fighters are going to be.
Of the small guy coaches, like, okay, McDaniel there at Miami.
No chance.
No. Small guy, who would...
A small guy versus small guy?
Yeah, no, small guy. Who would be the best fighter of the small guys?
Aaron Glenn.
You think it's Glenn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Glenn did play. But if we're going like the...
You think Nick Sirianni could like fight dirty?
6'3", 210. 195 there on Sirianni. He looks bigger than that.
I think Sirianni absolutely would fight. And that's a guy with that face He's been in a lot of fights before.
Oh, clearly. You got Shane Steichen coming in here at 6'4", 205.
Isn't Jonathan Gannon? Is he a tall guy?
Oh, Jonathan. No, he's not tall, but he's jacked.
And Ben Johnson, the way he went at Aditi Kinkhabwala, the veins that were coming out of his neck, like that guy's got anger issues.
That's beta rage, though. I'm not a big believer in Ben Johnson. He's not the biggest guy either.
Ben Johnson. I wouldn't be taking Matt LaFleur and really anybody else in the
How about a
NFC
guy in Minnesota? Do you think he could fight?
Oh, yes.
Bigger gentleman. Absolutely.
Former quarterback. Absolutely.
He might be too intellectual to be a scrapper, though. Vrabel.
Like McVay's not a scrapper. I love him. He's not a scrapper. And he's got plantar fasciitis or something?
Yeah, he's banged up.
He's got an issue. Vrabel's, it's Campbell, it's Vrabel, it's D'Amico Ryans.
Okay,
Those would be the three.
I'm just going to give you an idea. Sean Payton would start the fight, and then he would back out and let somebody else get
Well,
hit.
Sean Payton's out here defending the tush push. Did you see that, Brian?
Yeah, I did see that.
He's like, I was one of them that went ahead and endorsed this. I think it's one of the safest plays in football, and it's basically just a quarterback sneak. As long as these guys just don't false start, my BS meter went up when they started talking bleep about it. I'm like, Sean, screw you, dude. Yeah. You have to play these guys twice a year, all right? Gosh dang it.
Got him this week.
Got him this week, yeah.
Yeah, well, I hope the Broncos get a win. Go Denver.
Go Denver.
I've been quietly just cheering for them this year, and they haven't done bleep.
Denver's not been great. It gives me a little hope for Dallas going in there now.
Yeah, they're going to be right by the time the Cowboys are playing them. Just finally the offense got going against a really bad Cincinnati
Nix
team.
finally learns how to throw the ball more than 4 yards down the field.
Maybe Bo Nix will be the reason that the Cowboys are finally able to get something going with the turnovers. Mac Jones not expected to make he is expected to make his third start because Brock Purdy's out again. Now he's got the toe. But here are the top targets for San Francisco in this week. Kendrick Bourne, DeMarcus Robinson, and their tight end is Jake Tongs.
Tongs?
It's probably Tunges.
Tongus.
It looks like Tongus.
It looks like, without the U. But that's bad. No Ricky Pearsall, no Jawan Jennings. They're all going to be out. They got a Thursday night game against the Rams.
And he's always hurt.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Hamstring, knee, whatever. God.
Yeah, he just can't get it together. Shaq Leonard retiring with the Colts. Congratulations to him on a fantastic career. Bucky Irving, he's got a lower leg injury. His Week 5 status up in the air. That's bad news for Tampa. But we've got ourselves quite the Jersey clash. Okay, we got Bucks, we got Seahawks. Week 5. Bucks are going to be wearing the creamsicles, the white ones. All right, the white creamsicles. Seattle's going to be wearing their old blue throwbacks.
Yes.
This is going to be a Jersey clash for the ages. It's going to be beautiful.
I'm excited about that. Is that in Tampa or is that in Seattle?
I think it is his home game for the Seahawks.
Seattle, 3:05. Yeah.
That's a fun game.
That's going to be awesome. Yeah, it is a fun game.
Seattle's defense is the real deal. And Sam Darnold, say what you want, but he is playing.
He's playing pretty good.
Top level football.
Jackson Smith and Jigba getting it done. Rockwall zone.
Oh, yeah. Dominating.
Oh, star. They got two good runners there with Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet. They're making things happen.
I want to look at their scheme as well because their offensive line is atrocious. Like, it shouldn't be able to generate the kind of production they are.
Well, that's the old Clint Kubiak who came in here with New Orleans and just destroyed the Cowboys. So he does know how to run that football. Anthony Richardson today, we had a piece from Jeremy Fowler. Well, he's now open-minded to a trade, which I think he was as soon as he got benched. But he's smart because he threw out there the team in which he'd want to go to would be the Rams and a coach like Sean McVay.
Try and learn.
And that might be perfect, yes. Could he go sit, maybe be the heir apparent for Matthew Stafford? Like if I were a young quarterback, I'm trying to get to Minnesota, I'm trying to get to McVay and the Rams, one of those teams would probably be the place that I'm trying to get to, and maybe I can end up revitalizing my career.
QB rehabilitation program.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Nick Saban was doing for the coaches. Now we're doing it for the QBs.
In Minnesota?
Yeah. Minnesota's certainly one. All right, let's get to this trade block. I got some names here.
Come on.
You tell me if you're interested in trading for him.
No.
Mozzie Smith was listed. The Cowboys trade him. You know the projected value they're putting on here for Mozzie?
Bag of Doritos.
A pick swap?
They put a sixth on here. You think you could even get a sixth?
A vending machine credit.
Potential suitors, Buffalo and Cincy.
Must have been watching Greg Ellis's breakdown.
Not a bad football player, says Greg Ellis. Not bad. Don't call him bad. I am interested in this one. Greg Newsome, Cleveland Browns. Conditional 2026 fourth-round pick is the projected trade offer for him. I'm a fan of Greg Newsome's, always have been. I wonder how eager the Cowboys would be, though, to actually adding corner help. because they do have, now I don't know about the future of Diggs, but he's under contract, the plan's under contract. Revel's obviously got 3 more years after this year on his rookie deal. So they're kind of set at that position for the future. But that'd be a name I'm looking at.
If internally they're thinking, let's not do anything, let's stand pat and try to dominate free agency and, make the most out of these picks in the draft, would you like that? If that turns out to be their approach, something they would probably never admit, but that's kind of what it looks like. When Shoddy says, well, it's year 1 of the program, we're building, and Jerry keeps saying, we like our guys and we have reinforcements coming, I'm like, man, you might have the best offense in the NFL when everybody gets healthy.
Right.
Why would you want to dork around with this?
Which is why I'm more open-minded now with just how well Dak's playing. If he can sustain this to I would be open-minded to being aggressive and trying to get Trey Hendrickson, who's on this list. Reek Woolen from Seattle is on here because, Seattle might be the best team in evaluating corners. They are tremendous. They now have the ability to trade Tariq Woolen, who's been one of the better corners since they drafted him, because they found guys on day 3 that are playing and starting for him now.
The Bama kid.
They got a surplus of players. Yeah, and then Witherspoon, who they took him 5th overall. That guy was a stud from Illinois. But now Woolen's playing time's diminished, and he's in a contract year. So if you want to move for him, you could. Kayvon Thibodeau within the division is listed as possibly a guy because he's going to have to get paid. They just drafted Abdul Carter. They've got Brian Burns under contract.
Carter's crushing too.
And it's a 2nd-round pick or starting caliber receiver. That might be where, if you're not looking to pay George Pickens, do you player swap that? Do you go Pickens for Thibodeau?
I would be interested in that.
Now you're thinking, bro.
Just, we're just talking. We're just guys talking ball knowers of the round table style. Shout out to the morning show.
Wow.
Just a swap-a-rooski. Both guys you're going to have to pay.
Right.
But Thibodeau might actually be cheaper than Pickens.
But you got a 5th-year option on Thibodeau, don't you?
Hey, that's a guy who's been in the front office before, Brian. You do.
Yeah.
And would you be able to franchise tag Pickens?
You could.
To?
Yeah, I think you absolutely could.
Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
you absolutely could.
Yeah.
So you could keep both. You could just give up the 2 because the Cowboys, let's be real, haven't exactly been home run pickers with their 2nd-round picks. Just give the 2 to Tibbs. Keep both of them.
Yeah, I think there is something to be said for if you have a balanced offense, do you need 2 number 1 wide receivers? And can you get them both involved enough in the offense to justify the expense in your passing game if you are planning to run it?
I'd sure like to try and find out with this crew.
Yeah, I'd love to find out.
But we've seen it in Cincinnati, right?
Right, and it really benefits when one gets hurt. That's when it's like, okay, now we're still okay at the position.
Yeah.
But when they are both healthy, I think it's absolutely fair to wonder, can I really maximize both of these players when they're both on the field at the same time?
I mean, they got a lot done last year with just Lamb, and obviously they got a lot done Sunday against a great defense with just Pickens. But, the luxury of having 2 of those guys, especially in injury situations, or just overwhelming the opposition. You do look at Cincinnati, though, and how much does it matter if you really can't defend? Should your resources go to making sure you have a good defense if you're heading towards being one of the worst 2 or 3 or at best 5 in the entire league? Are the Cowboys' biggest rivals for real? Mounting evidence suggests a regression is imminent. I have some college football QB rankings here through 5 weeks. Looking forward to week 6. We'll get that and more coming up next year on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan.
All right, shout out to the Role Models group chat I'm in. I got these guys. They are just...
Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like...
G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. What do you make of these Eagles mounting evidence that they are, in fact, pretenders and not contenders at 4-0? Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Chief yesterday had the stat they lead the league in 3-and-out rate. And today I saw their total offense is 30th. Their total defense is 22nd, but their win percentage is first.
100.
So, yeah. What do you make of this? How do you explain the Eagles' success so far?
Man. Special teams.
Yeah.
I think special teams is a huge thing, right? That's how they were able to beat the Rams. And really, I think that's what ended up being the difference maker against the Bucs. They were able to block, and Sidney Brown had a return for a touchdown. So, look, you got to give them credit. They've won 20 of 21 games. So they're finding ways to win even when they're not at their best. But I do wonder about that offensive line. Like, are we finally seeing some cracks in the armor when it comes to the rushing attack with some of the numbers that you gave us yesterday? And Lane Johnson's been banged up.
Yeah, I mean they've had some injuries on the offensive line, and like even Landon Dickerson, guy who's played, he's been super banged up. So he's just not quite himself. They're not getting the same level of push. Their yards before contact now is middle of the road, and it's usually like number one the last 4 or 5 years. They're getting great push, and they're not getting that right now. Then you mix in the fact that you have another new offensive coordinator as well. You have Jalen Hurts, who's just kind of up and down as a passer, and this is kind of what it results in.
So I don't know what an accurate projection would be right now at 4-0 already. I think they got to be thinking 11, 12 wins, but heck, the wheels came off in 2023, and there's this lingering, backstory of how happy is A.J. Brown. He told you on social media before the season started he plays this game to dominate, and they're saying all the right things, like he just wants the ball more. This is all about winning and being productive, but the Eagles are giving you no sign publicly that they'd want to trade him. But in today's Jeremy Fowler piece, some execs believe they could possibly trade A.J. Brown. And if that happens, I think they're significantly less. They got to be thinking right now, holy crap, we got rid of like 6 key guys for salary cap reasons. This is like the Chiefs winning it in a rebuilding year. Like, are we really going to do this? But I think I think that idea could fall apart on them pretty quickly.
Yeah, you know how hard that is to do?
Yeah.
Like where you're just dragging a team and just finding ways late in games. You have to have an unbelievable coach and you have to have an unbelievable quarterback. And the Chiefs were doing it as well with like a supreme defense.
Right.
Which at this point, the Eagles aren't quite that.
No, like they have got a supreme corner, Quinyon Mitchell. I mean, he's right behind Pat Surtain in terms of one-on-one, taking on the best receiver in football. He's got the best stats according to Next Gen, being able to shut down that guy. But I mean, yeah, that the dysfunction aspect of it, that and health is kind of why I faded the Eagles at the beginning of the season. Because you saw even when they were 10-1 in 2023, they just completely had a dysfunctional locker room that just deteriorated on itself. And the Cowboys were able to come back, win that division, then they get blown out on the road in the wild card round against Tampa Bay. So this love-hate, like Jeremy Fowler saying it's the worst-kept secret inside the league, that Brown's got a love-hate relationship with Philly's passing game bubbles, and that bubbles to the surface from time to time. So maybe that's something that can be, you talk about enemy from within type of stuff, maybe that ends up just being something where they start losing games. The A.J. Brown thing's an issue. Maybe some other players are unhappy. Eventually, Barkley, like he's a team player, but he's not having the success that he's used to either. So I don't know. I'm hoping this thing just becomes so dysfunctional that they just cannibalize each other.
Yeah, and usually like when a star wide receiver's not getting the targets or whatever, but the team's still winning, you're kind of like, hey, dude, you guys are still winning. But I think it's obvious to sort of be able to see through that a little bit. I get why A.J. Brown is feeling the way he's feeling. Like you're not winning games consistently. You're not winning a Super Bowl when you don't complete a pass in the second half of games.
Yeah.
When your offense just completely disappears and your quarterback's super erratic. Like, yeah, you're 4-0 right now, but he understands that with what our expectations are, competing for a Super Bowl, we can't continue to do this. I don't know that A.J. Brown would be feeling this type of way if the offense was humming. Like, hey, the passing game's awesome. Things are going well. I'm just not really getting mine right now. I think he'd be able to stomach it a little bit more other than feeling like, man, we're barely winning these games.
It is tough to manage success. I think that's a big part of it. Like everybody's saying, you're winning games. How could this be a problem? But it's just the toxic nature of being important and feeling appreciated and being productive. And then, for Brown, he's one of the star players that I think is really attracted to playing the game of football because he's so great at it, because I get to go out here and make everybody cheer my name. It's been happening for him his entire life, and the sport's just not the same if it's not happening at that level. I think the good news for them right now is they got some fairly manageable games coming up on their schedule for the next month. Hell, maybe they get to 8-0. Broncos, Giants, at Minnesota.
Giants again, right?
And then Giants again there. So, 3 out of the next 4 seem like they should be cakewalks. But as we saw with Green Bay against Cleveland, some crazy stuff can happen, and Denver does quite a few things well.
Be a heck of a stretch for them, though, when you get into early November and it's Packers, Lions, Cowboys.
Yeah, wheels could come off there. I think the trade deadline would have passed by then. If you're hoping an A.J. I think if they were trying to trade A.J. Brown, I don't know if they'd want picks or they'd want a dominant defensive player or exactly what they would want, but that could get really interesting if Jeremy Fowler's report is true that it's out there in the front offices believing that they could move him. All right, top college quarterbacks. Who needs to be on your radar? How much has the quarterback landscape shifted in the 5 weeks since the season started? If you're looking for your next QB, which one of these guys do you want? And where is Arch on this list? Okay, and then as we get to that, how much do you expect him to recover from what's kind of become a less than ideal start? I mean, the only scenario the Cowboys will be taking a quarterback next spring is an injury situation. Dak's going to be 33 in July. He's absolutely balling. You're looking at what's left on this contract now with some optimism as long as he stays healthy. But how do you look at these? These are our ESPN quarterback power rankings. And at number 1, that's why I asked Jared when I ran into him today when he was doing the KNC Masterpiece stuff. By the way, congrats to Jared. It was terrific news on social media. But Jaden Maiava at USC is the top guy on ESPN's QB quarterback index. Brian, you seen him play much yet?
I watched him play against Illinois the other day and was super impressed with his ability. He's got exceptional touch of the ball. And when it needs to be kind of, just kind of tossed over the top of a linebacker, thrown in front of somebody, this guy's really, really good. And I don't think he gets rattled in these games. I was, Illinois, the crowd was pretty, was pretty raucous in that game. He hung in there. I was kind of impressed because I didn't know anything about him, but man, I'm watching him move the ball and USC's had some quarterbacks in the past, but this kid looks like legitimately like he can. Nothing seemed to bother him in that game, and I was impressed by that.
Well, he's tall. He probably sees everything, and he's fast, so he can run away.
He moves around very, very well. That's the first time I'd seen him. I hadn't.
Yeah, me too.
Admit I hadn't watched much USC football, but I did stop down and watch a little Illinois against them, and I was like, man, they finally found one.
He's been incredible versus the blitz as well. When you go inside the numbers on when you blitz this guy, he just completely torches you. He's dang near number 1 in every category.
What do you guys do with the short guys coming out these days?
I'm done with them.
You're done?
I'm out.
Because 2 and 3 are shorter guys. Pavia and Trinidad. Is it Chambliss or Chambliss?
He's the one that
Ole Miss. He just took over there for Austin Simmons.
He's an interesting guy because he came from a Division III,
Ferris State. I think.
Yeah, it was some. He was playing in front of 5,000 people, and last week he was playing,
and they won it all. Yeah.
This guy's. I'll tell you what, man. He made some really good throws in that LSU game, and his ability to kind of scramble around. Another guy with a lot of movement, but not a lot of experience on the highest of levels, but. It didn't look too big for him against LSU. LSU's defense is pretty darn good this year, and he navigated that thing pretty well.
ESPN's fourth-rated college quarterback right now, Fernando Mendoza, as Indiana has another player, second year in a row. They found a guy, and
he's the real deal.
It's really unbelievable how good that program is now.
Yeah.
Mendoza, there's really not much. You look at him;
he's very aware of the lines. And games.
I don't really see a lot of weaknesses in his game.
And then we go on a run, right? Until I just kept scrolling down, being like, "Where is Arch? Where is Arch?" I found John Mateer at 12, and it's interesting. The guy that was the Heisman front runner before the injury, sitting down there at 12. But they say it's tricky to evaluate because the offense has been mediocre this season, 61 points per drive, 61st in points per drive. But anything good has probably been because of him. He's carrying a heavy load for an otherwise poor run game, and he's distributing the ball nicely. You get Baylor, Sawyer Robertson at 21, Josh Hoover, TCU at 23, Marcel Reed with the Aggies at 26, then the Red Baron Morton at 28, Kevin Jennings, 35 at SMU, and then 41's Arch Manning, saying it almost looks like paralysis by analysis for Manning. He's been raised as a perfect QB specimen, knows every angle, seems to freeze up while considering what to do. Averages 3.1 seconds to throw. That's the 7th most in the country.
Wow.
He's 100th in interception rate and 96th in completion rate. Texas defense will buy him developmental time, but things could click at any moment, they say. They just haven't. Do you believe they'll click for Arch?
Yeah, I'm a believer that it's going to click for him now. It's the first big test this week. SEC play starts.
Yeah.
And they're taking on a Florida Gator team. Desperate team theory. It's alive there. I think they're going to get their star freshman wide receiver making his debut as he's been banged up to start the season. You go on the road to the Swamp. This is where we're going to start to see you don't have any more time now, Arch. Like now's where you need to start hitting the ground running. You need to start peaking here. But
do you feel like this is going to sound weird, Wolchuk, but could he get what happened to the previous quarterback? Could they move on from this guy?
No.
Arch?
No. I think that they're committed to Arch. I don't see that there's any way. Now,
if it ends up to be a Texas Bowl appearance or something like that.
No, I think that he's starting for them next year no matter what.
Okay. Because that's funny. I was just looking at the top quarterbacks, like according to Pro Football Focus for the season, and like Arch is number 1, Cade Klubnik at Clemson's number 2. Boy, that guy's falling off the map. Drew Aller.
Yeah, Klubnik is behind Arch in these rankings.
Yeah, Drew Aller for Penn State is on this list. Nussmeier hadn't played very well at all. I mean, Dave's talking about an arm injury. Sam Levitt, I watched a little of Arizona State.
I love Sam Levitt.
He's he's an interesting guy.
He's got some it about him, and he can run.
Carson Beck has looked good at look at Miami. Lenore Sellers, they're talking about him transferring from South Carolina now.
Whew.
So, and then our guy from UCLA. They brought with the guy with Nico with the funny last name.
Yamalevo.
Yeah.
I am leaving.
Yeah.
He's been bad.
Kalen Green at Arkansas. Mendoza's down on this list. Mendoza's the last guy.
Yeah, Mendoza's
He might be better than all these guys.
The young buck that's been awesome is C.J. Carr from Notre Dame. That dude has been lighting
I've seen Notre Dame play a little bit.
He's just gotten better and better every week.
Yeah.
Bo Pribula at Mizzou is another guy that's going to start being talked about here. Mizzou's undefeated right now.
If I'm a great offensive lineman, wide receiver, running back, though, and Arch continues to play like this, and I'm Sark, and I'm hearing from players that maybe aren't thinking that this is a great place to come play.
I should ask you this question.
You got to be open-minded to it.
I knew somebody would bite on that.
I don't think he's playing well enough to keep the job just based on projection, and they've continued to recruit other quarterbacks. There's 4 or 5 other guys in that.
They got Rajah Bell's son, who's like a 5-star guy. He's probably the next, but they like to redshirt him, and this is just kind of how Sark is. I mean, I'll ask around at my Texas peeps, but I don't think that I'd be absolutely stunned right now if they decided, you know what, this didn't work out for us and we're moving on.
Well, it's possible that I maybe for him he needs to move. Seems like if you go to Oregon, you kind of figure out all of a sudden you go from being Bo Nix to being Bo Nix drafted in the first round.
I think Oregon's got
by the end of the year with Arch, we're going to be like, okay, we can see it.
How old is our guy at Oregon, by the way?
Dante Moore?
Yeah.
He's just in his second. I think
he's young.
I think he was a freshman.
So he's going to be there for a little bit?
Yeah.
All right.
I think he's got one more year. And a lot of people texting about Drew Mestemaker at UNT. I mean, that's a kid that's not going to be NFL eligible.
Get him?
He's a star. He was a backup at his in high school, so he didn't really start many games. I think he might have only started one. The story on him is pretty crazy. I think he's only started now 6-7 games his entire football life. And he's out here just freaking dealing for Eric Morris. He's going to get a fat bag by somebody in the transfer portal. And Chandler Morris, who left and is at Virginia, is playing fantastic.
Just beat
this year.
FSU.
Yeah, saw that.
He's still in the league?
Yeah.
Yep, NCAA league, that is. Okay, we got to run. Trayvon Diggs is in the news. Tyler Smith, Kevontae Turpin, plus big picture storylines for Cowboys and Jets, and that's coming up next year on the Fan.
I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their off-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Got some more Cowboys content here for you at the break. I was watching some Mavs Twitter content. They got some clips coming out of that practice up there in Vancouver, BC. Looks like Cooper Flagg's crushing. He's blocking shots. He's hitting jumpers. Anthony Davis, appears to maybe have a Luka situation on his hands, as I guess he's 15 pounds heavier than he was at last year's Lakers training camp.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw some photos, man. The evidence is pretty damning.
Yeah.
You sure it's not John Machota taking the Tony Romo bad jersey
bad
picture?
angle?
Yeah,
give him the bad angle benefit.
Yeah, John Machota can get you the bad angle.
Is this a hard reported 15 LBs? Or is this just an eyeball test?
Man.
Because, you do get the day one training camp. Everybody's going to step on the scale.
Is he wearing long sleeves?
See what that offseason was like.
Is he wearing
for
long
you.
sleeves underneath his
Yes.
That's a dead sign right there.
He might not have been able to do a lot of off-season work because of the eye procedure.
Yeah, because the eye thing.
Couldn't see where the weight room was.
Maybe not.
Maybe they want him to bang around a little bit more down low.
Maybe they just
He's
said,
going to
hey.
wear glasses, right?
Yeah, I saw him.
Yeah.
They look pretty good.
Is he going full Rip Hamilton with the mask, or is he Amari Stoudemire?
Just goggles, just like a swimmer.
He's getting around pretty good, but I'd like to get Nico's comment on that. What do you think about your star?
That's a good. That's
your hard-working guy.
Oh gosh,
I think McMahon's there.
Yeah, McMahon's there.
Is he there?
Yeah, why don't you text McMahon? I saw him in the background.
All right, I'll ask him.
Of some
What
clips.
do you want to know, Nico? Hey, what's up with Fat Davis?
Yeah.
Fat Lever
Fat
Davis.
You guys are the worst.
15 pounds, is that real?
No, he's not fat.
Could it be 20?
What do you mean, ask McMahon?
No, he is.
Is it true that AD has gained 15 pounds?
All right, hang
and
on.
how does Nico feel about
We'll
it?
see. We'll see if we get. Maybe we can call Tim up and get him to talk about this.
Okay, Tyler Smith had an MRI on his knee, but Brian clarified for us about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's the normal thing that he has. That what was it? Wolchuk that we talked
Tendinitis.
about? Tendinitis.
The tendies.
He had that training camp knee, had to walk off the field, miss some time, but this is probably a management thing.
That's what they're doing.
Kavonte Turpin has a foot sprain. Not exactly sure when that happened, but his status up in the air.
Yeah, they're saying they can't put a timetable on this thing. I don't know if that's good or bad, to be honest with you.
Well, it's a good thing Flanoy's come on because they're gonna need some wide receiver help. Although CeeDee Lamb is out of his boot and he was at practice, walking around today, being social and all that, but does not look good for him playing either. And this is a Jets team that I think is going to stress your defense once again. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jets score 30 points on you. So you're going to have to, have a game offensively. And then Trayvon Diggs confirmed he did not start due to an off-the-field situation, and he respected the coach's decision. But we'd kind of heard that maybe he was frustrated with his role or how things were going, and he was venting on some coaches. And apparently, Shotty decided some disciplinary action in the form of not starting was in order. Okay, big picture storylines for this Cowboys and Jets game. I think it does start with Justin Fields, and if I'm the Jets, I'm studying what the Eagles did and trying to create those situations as much as possible where your corners have bailed in zone, and I have a hole in the line to squirt through, and then maybe one man to beat, and I got 20 yards of real estate ahead of me. He has 178 yards. He's only played 2.5 games. 7.8 yards per attempt. So this is where it really, really starts. And I think Fields might be the GOAT of running quarterbacks if he can start enough games because he gives up so much sooner. Yeah. And adds the physicality element to it as well. He doesn't have to beat you with finesse or by being fast. He can do power as well. So there's a lot of different ways he can beat you, and I think he gives up so quickly. His running reps will be high as long as he's healthy.
Yeah, we talked about that, though, at Krusty's Corner. You might have to muddle rush him, slow rush him. Mm-hmm. Just something to kind of keep him in the pocket, try and get that eye level down. We always talk about that with quarterbacks. He'll sack himself if you could just kind of keep him in that pocket area.
Yeah. Okay, number 2. I mean, the Jets just have top-end talent, and it's crazy how bad they are. But Garrett Wilson could have
legit.
a claim
legit.
for
phenomenal.
for top 3 or 4 wide receiver if you could never get a quarterback. It's amazing he didn't do more with Aaron Rodgers last year. I guess Devontae Adams was there, but Quinnen Williams can wreck your day.
Yeah, we'll talk about him tomorrow.
Okay, I mean that guy against Brock Hoffman, it could break a record.
Well, Will McDonald's going to be a tough one to block too,
for sure.
Yeah, he definitely destroyed the Steelers' offensive line in Week 1. I think he had 3-4 pressures in the first quarter, and then Sauce Gardner's going to be a tough one. You only have the one good wide receiver. How do you guys like Pickens against Gardner? I guess Brian will give us more of a breakdown tomorrow, Krusty's Corner, with a hard look at the Jets' defensive tape. But I think that's a key matchup.
We need to see how much Sauce is traveling.
Could you imagine Pickens having another game like this, 150 yards, one of the top games of his entire career? That narrative, that storyline could really go next level for us. The emotional overtime game thing, is that a factor?
Yeah.
I would say it's different than the Giants game because you didn't win this one. You can still be hungry, especially defensively. Those guys got to be incredibly hungry in that Cowboys locker room. So hopefully they find the energy and the emotional focus to come out and play with that level of determination you had. You called them desperate team. Can you be desperate team still after a tie? Hopefully.
I'd hope so. I mean, because, like I say, you get that win. Boy, that would have been outstanding. But, yeah, they still got to play. I mean, they've got to find a way to get this one done. Seriously, you can't. You need to get this one. You need to get the Carolina one and get a little momentum going and hopefully you get some of these guys back. But man, if this injury list turns into like all your starters are on the the inactive list, this is going to be a tough game, and I worry about that a little bit.
I mean, you've always wanted Dak Prescott to carry the team and to make up for where you're short. Maybe he took a massive step in that direction here in the offseason.
He did.
Yeah, I got some numbers on Dak coming up here, and they're pretty amazing.
I mean, Lucius gives me credit for influencing the Jones boys to move on from Micah, to show the agents. Maybe I'm 2 for 2 because all offseason I talked about with Tyron Smith there, the left tackle is out. Guess what? You're talking about less time, less space. Dak Prescott's going to break down. He's standing back there saying, I'll be damned if Gavin Dawson's going to be right on this one.
Yeah.
Go ahead and hit me while I'm throwing this ball. It's going to be dead balls on.
Yeah. I mean, I think we all kind of were out on Dak being able to play at an elite level.
He's like, watch me shake this one out one time, Dawson.
Now,
bang, touchdown.
And then my final big picture thought, this might be a Javonte Williams game. They're only giving up 199 per game in the air, but 130 on the ground, the Jets are. Cowboys at 5.1 on attempt. The Jets surrendering about league average 4.2 per run attempt.
They can't tackle, man.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah, they got some issues. It's not like the typical Jets defense when you tune in.
Right.
Like you're thinking speed, power, solid, but their offense sucks. Right now I would think I'm more worried about their offense than their defense, save for those, top end players in Williams and Gardner. In addition to the finest coming up next, Chief, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we have more numbers on Dak's dominance, and we'll take a peek at some NFL sewage next in the nation.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a lady?
Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's time, as you know, for an edition of Football's Finest with your guy, Eric Chiafalo. Here's the Chief.
Do you guys want to start with the studs or the sewage?
The sewage. You know I love some sewage.
Going out to Washington?
I do know that about you.
Yeah.
Are we going to Washington?
I'm a poopy guy.
Maybe we are. I have the worst quarterbacks in the league, according to Pro Football Focus. I also have maybe the funniest offensive game script you've seen for 2 games in NFL history. Like, I don't know how anybody could sit through the last 8 quarters of bungholes football. The drives, this is the results of the last 2 games for the disgusting Cincinnati's. Punt, interception, punt, punt, field goal, fumble, 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 punt, interception. Touchdown. Punt, punt, field goal, punt, 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 punt. That's Bengals football for the last 8 quarters. Whew.
Sounds like Jock Peterson's first 3 months of baseball.
Yeah. I mean, they
fail
are
after fail.
They are the
sounds like a Joe Burrow MVP resume.
I know it really does make you feel like, wow.
After 4 weeks, we've decided it's Joe.
Joe Burrow could be, the best case for his MVP candidacy is just watching the Bengals offense without him.
Not good.
That is so bad, dude. So bad. Now, we also have the worst quarterbacks in football. Does anybody come to mind to you right now? Obviously, the Bengals quarterback you would think would be right there, huh?
Yeah, Browning.
Now, there's 38 quarterbacks that have been graded, right? Because we've had some backups playing.
Jackson Dart.
According to Pro Football Focus, it's obviously a small sample, been 1 start, but the worst quarterback in football is Jackson Dart.
Let's go.
Look at him go.
Guy's
Ryan
ass, my
Dable.
dude. He is ass, my
We
dude.
got our bleeping guy.
But he got a win.
He did get a win. That's all he does.
I mean, I'll stay with the rookies as much as I believe in the guy. He's got no help. Let me get Cam Ward on the board.
Ooh,
yes, sir.
Cam Ward.
He's number 36. There's actually somebody worse than him, much, much older. But yes, Cam Ward.
Joe Flacco.
No, Flacco. According to Pro Football Focus, better Then the 37th ranked quarterback out of 32 teams,
Rodgers?
Carson Wentz.
Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers.
How about that?
Has Rodgers
dude?
been that
Has he been
bad?
that disgusting?
I don't know. He's had a sexy pass to DK. in
Well,
Ireland.
I think DK had a sexy catch and run.
He did have some nice yak.
That looked
but
like a freaking galloping horse. It looked like a racehorse.
He is a racehorse.
Dude, it's like he's doing an Olympic event called the ball carry. You know, it's not like he's running like other people are. How he gets upright in the high knees, it's just like, who would even think about trying to tackle that?
I love
Nope,
high knees.
not the Steelers safeties. That's for sure.
All right, give me the big Penix energy.
Not in the
bottom?
I'm looking at 31 to 38 right now. He's not in that
not
mix.
in that mix.
But you did say Carson Wentz. Congratulations to the Vikings. They keep it consistent because at 32 is Carson Wentz, at 33 is
And who
J.J.
is this?
McCarthy.
Who's doing these rankings?
Pro Football Focus.
Oh God. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, do you take it with a grain of salt? Maybe.
Yeah,
They're
maybe,
gonna
but
crush Rodgers for managing the game and throwing short, which makes me feel like Jalen Hurts might be on this list.
Unfortunately, there is no sign of Hurts.
Oh, he's running for first downs. PFF probably.
Okay, if Wentz is on there,
bonuses
what
that.
about McCarthy?
Yeah,
His first two
McCarthy
games.
and Wentz are
They're
right
both
next
there?
to each other, 32 and 33. Jake Browning's 31, the Bengals quarterback. Bo Nix at 34, and Tua T at 35. Oh, wow. Those are the worst rated quarterbacks in football right now.
Brian, we might have had Bo Nix right.
I was surprised to not hear Spencer Rattler because they're only scoring like 15 points a game in New Orleans. But when I watch him play,
his ass.
I see a path
Oh,
to
no.
Do you really?
a somewhat
No, you
successful
stop. You see a
career
path
for
to
Rattler.
the-
Stop.
See a path to the top five
another
pick?
quarterback
See a
in there.
path for a guy that's
Yeah.
never won to start in his career. Come on.
He's never
Chuck
won to
hates
start.
this guy.
I,
Remember
I've
this.
always hated him.
Since he
I've
was
just never been a
since he
fan.
was a child.
Just
I
seems like a jerk.
I evaluate how in control
albino.
and comfortable you are in the pocket.
He's got
You
all
know?
the physical tools that'll make anybody watch him and say,
Yeah,
I can win with this guy.
I could see it.
But because he's got an awesome arm, he can move. Like
Yeah.
he does have.
He'll take a first
That's
down.
the reason he was a 5-star. Like physically, he is so gifted, but he just can't win games.
Like, I'm surprised when I tune it in how crappy of a college career he had
Yeah.
looking at him move around. I'm like, how is this not working?
Unbelievable. He just never, for whatever reason, has been able to translate those gifts into successful football.
Well,
Where's? Can I ask you a question? Like,
what do you think, boys? Can you ask it?
He's going to ask it.
Do you have
He
the
is
list
gonna
of
ask
all the quarterbacks there?
I just had 31 through 38
Okay,
right there. I'm
where
sorry.
does C.J. Stroud on this list?
Yeah, I'll have to.
I wonder if last week helped bump him up a little bit. They finally clicked against Tennessee.
Hey, he did. That's a. I mean, they're ass.
That's
right?
okay.
That's my good.
According to
So
Cam Ward.
but he's not in the bottom half.
He
of
was
this?
that was worse than the bottom half. That was the sewage.
Yeah, the sewage.
We
right.
could get into the middle of the road quarterbacks, and I'm sure you'd find him somewhere.
Okay,
in that
is he
mix.
middle of the road here?
I'm gonna have to find out.
He's probably middle of the road. You want me to look for it while you
I
talk?
was just doing a sewage search. You know
I
what I
like the
mean?
sewage.
So Stroud didn't pop up amidst the disgust. But yeah, he hasn't been great. You know, he has not been great. I think he's actually been pretty good.
I got him
running
in
the ball.
27 here. I'm not the best at PFF, but I managed to get there.
27th.
This is
He's
exclusive
27.
Content? Are you
Okay.
kidding me?
Spencer Rattler, 25th.
Come on now, that's
Better
your
than
guy.
Stroud. Told you.
Yeah, better
He's
than
20.
Stroud.
He's
He's
only in the
25.
bottom third.
He's not better
Bottom
than Bryce
third.
Young.
Bottom third.
You know, he's definitely not better than
Bryce Young.
Marcus Mariota.
Rain Dakota Prescott. How about this? Two little categories, and we've highlighted plenty throughout the week. Like what he's done under pressure is just truly ridiculous, what he's doing right now. But one of the things that Dan Rogers showed us on Twitter today is looking back since 2018, they have a bad throw percentage of how many, what percentage of your throws are considered bad, uncatchable, inaccurate. Dak is always in generally the 15 to 17% range of bad balls.
And where's that rank compared to his peers?
I don't have the other rankings. I just have Dak's numbers, but the jump for him, I mean, like last year, 18% bad throw percentage. The year before, 12. The year before, 17. Like he's generally in that 15 to 17 range. And this year, 7.9.
Wow.
Single digit bad throw percentage for a guy who's usually, dang near 20%.
Yeah.
And it's under 10 right now. And it's a guy who's had to deal with a buttload of pressure.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to really say about it other than like credit to Dak for just being awesome. And then I do think there's a coaching there's a coaching component to this
for sure.
But
he's been great.
He's been great. And the QB leaders in completion percentage over expectation, Dak number 1, 9%. Completion percentage over expectation. Then it's Goff, Daniel Jones, Lamar Jackson, Jordan Love. That's how that ranks. But
adjusted completion percentage, it's all there.
Yeah, and he's pushing the ball down the field. He's the most accurate quarterback, and he's one of the top quarterbacks in terms of average depth.
Yeah, I think when you're evaluating what do the coaches get credit for, maybe taking some pressure off of Dak by a diverse running game, which can punish defensive linemen who are trying to shoot through gaps. Maybe that gets you a little bit extra time. Maybe your run game is getting you heavier boxes, but not very often, right? I think when you're going the mesh concepts, maybe a little bit more than Mike McCarthy or quick game stuff, and you're getting the ball out quicker. But so much of Dak's statistical success right now is the big time throws way down the field, and that's not. I don't know how much credit you can give to the coaching staff for that. That's just being amazing, knowing when to throw it, and then putting it spot on. Like Jason Garrett joked with Dak the other night in a pregame interview, if we played that accuracy game right now, would I take you? Because Jason Garrett would usually beat Dak, and Dak said not a chance in hell.
Yeah, he is the most accurate I've ever seen him right now. And we always got on him for not being able to hit receivers in stride. He's now putting the ball where receivers are able to get the ball and make plays after the catch. It's not always, and there's a couple of throws here and there, absolutely, where Tolbert, I think's had a couple where it's behind him. But the offensive line, I think, a big contributor to that. I mean
the best one was against the Giants into the double coverage to CeeDee Lamb.
Oh my gosh, it was a gorgeous throw, unreal. But even being able to fit, the whole ball there that we were talking about to beat that cover 2. To George Pickens, incredible. But the pass block win percentage, 8th in the NFL right now. Run block win percentage, 9th in the NFL right now. So the offensive line certainly makes a difference. When you're able to play behind a competent line, that's going to help.
But I think one of the reasons why he's been so dominant, especially versus Mike in the Packers front, the way he's done under pressure, even when the offensive line has sort of failed him.
But he's always been that guy. His numbers are great against blitzes. He's always usually been a good quarterback under pressure.
469 asking, ask Eric how bad it hurts him to say Dak is playing good.
Yeah.
Does it hurt?
Is that Lucius texting in right now?
No, I would say the pressure Dak's been pretty good at times, and against the blitz he's been great
against the blitz.
But the ball placement part of accuracy has been average or even below average in previous seasons. Last year in the 8 games he played, I think he was 17th in the true accuracy stat or whatever PFF keeps, which really measures did you put that ball where it needed to be, or did the receiver just catch it? That's the difference between completion percentage and the true accuracy or whatever they call it. And maybe there's a backstory. The John Kitna 2019 Dak off season, I think, is legendary, and it sort of marks a turning point for Dak in his career. I want to know everything that went into this offseason and what Shoddy and the coaching staff was doing different, or Dak was doing different on his own, because there's so much more measurable better.
I'm going to get to, and just answer the question, it doesn't feel bad at all. It doesn't feel bad at all to talk about Dak playing awesome. This is great. I love it. I just wish he had a better defense now that could they could do something, because this is a Super Bowl type quarterback that you're watching through 4 weeks.
Yeah,
we'll see how the rest of the season goes, but he's been awesome, and it's great. Even when he wasn't playing, I wanted him to play awesome. It's just a shame that there's been too many times where he's let us down. But not this year.
Fan, that.
Not this year. Okay.
Shout out Mean Green, undefeated 903. I love you. I see you.
We'll stick with the studs for a moment before we go back to the sewage. How many receptions do you think Puka Nacua is currently on pace for this season?
2,000.
We'll check her in the game.
2,000 yards?
200.
Oh, 200.
Let's just take away 0.
Almost.
20.
100. Thank you, Dawson. Finally. 178 receptions is what he's on pace for right now.
Seems low.
Just based on the games he's been having?
Better stats next time, Eric. This one's okay. Seen anyone.
All right, go bleep yourself. Let's see here. Back to the sewage for a moment.
How about most catches without a drop so far this season? Did you see that one?
No, but I guess you're going to tell me now.
You want to guess on the Puka one?
George Pickens.
0. Bagel.
Most receptions without a drop so far this season, Puka with 42. Next closest receiver. It's not a Cowboy.
No, it's definitely not a Cowboy. Amon-Ra St. Brown.
27.
That's a really good guess.
And it's right. 27.
Look at him go.
Football guy of the
42,
day.
27.
Ding, ding, ding.
Bang! But that's a massive gap. I mean, it just shows the dominance of Puka Nacua.
The lack of dominance from Sam Williams is hurting people over the last 3 weeks. He's been the NFL's 4th worst pass rusher, according to Pro Football Focus.
And he's coming off his best game.
3rd worst run defense grade among edge players. He's just
all right, Eric. Just had enough.
Just
you guys thought he was good. I mean, what the hell?
I mean, salute to Brian for pointing it out in training camp that he didn't think he was a shoe-in to make the team based on what he put out there.
That wasn't Brian. I didn't put him on my 53.
Broadus was crushing.
Thanks, Dawson.
Wolchuk, I thought you'd have it figured out by now with your 3 years of covering the draft.
At least you upped me a year this time. I do appreciate that.
Paying attention over there.
I can be held accountable.
You've proven that time and time again. I think my football quote of the day comes from Darren Waller on scoring 2 touchdowns in his first game since unretiring. Quote, I'm not going to lie. I felt like I was on drugs most of the night. It was kind of crazy. This coming from a former crackhead.
Okay.
Yeah, the
crackhead.
adrenaline.
He played like energy.
He played like a crackhead.
He's channeling that energy.
Yeah, don't do crack, but have that energy.
Do you think this is legit? Like, should fantasy people, everyone be picking up Darren Waller?
Well, my leagues have already proven that yes, he is a commodity at this point. Like he's you can't get him now. Everybody's picking him up.
Is he going to be like Julius Thomas in Denver that one year?
Oh, where he just pop
touchdown,
up here?
Touchdown merchant. Yeah, pop up here. Gary Barnage style in Cleveland.
He went away forever after that.
Yeah.
Who are you guys even talking about?
We're just talking ball, man. Welcome to the show.
Broncos.
Yeah. Welcome to the show.
Damn right, Gavin.
Common cold spike, by the way, guys.
I always thought Gavin knew ball more than Brian.
Totally does.
Someone said
I was asking about cooking at the break. Like, when's the last time you barbecued, Dawson? I didn't care anything about sports. I really didn't.
Speaking of barbecue, we're going to find out about Anthony Davis coming up here soon.
We are. Let's see what we can get figured out here. Broadus's a basketball gang of 7 is dropping knowledge on the rumor that AD Anthony Davis has gained weight. And what Nico might think about that. We have those stories and more. G-Bag of the Day coming up at 5:30. LA Live 5:40, and we're back on the fan. Patolas, are you ready? Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 7.5 minutes from now, we'll get you the G-Bag of the day. And then coming up at 5:40, it'll be time for LA Live with Lucius Alexander. This segment of the G-Bag Nation, the Expressway, is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And we start with a story out of Mavs land up there in Vancouver, BC at Simon Fraser University. And there was a tweet earlier that showed a picture of Anthony Davis at training camp last year with the Lakers compared to this one. Looked heavier. It said he gained 15 pounds. Brian, what'd you find out?
Yeah, he has indeed put on weight. He is supposed to talk after practice today. So what are they, 2 hours behind us now, Dawson, right, up there?
Yeah. Yes.
So 2 hours behind us. So after practice today, evidently, Anthony Davis will speak, not Nico. And
Okay.
I asked that question. I said, oh, wait, so Nico's talking? He says, my guy up there goes, no. He's Nico will not be speaking publicly anytime soon or often. That's what he said. So AD's the one, and evidently they're going to ask him about the difference in his body type.
Yeah, maybe it's by design. But I would imagine a very active player like that, who one of his best things is being able to get in front of the hoop and put it up and, go get it and put it back and get down the court, block shots. I mean, his athleticism defensively. So maybe it's just added muscle, body armor. Maybe his physical therapy team or medical team thought you'd be less prone to injury, or, maybe you just had a Luka off season. Sometimes around that age, especially, that oatmeal just starts sticking to your ribs a little bit more. Okay, the Big Ten's in discussions about a private capital deal that would infuse at least $2 billion into the league and its schools. If I'm the SEC, this one might be making me sweat a little bit. I mean, the Big Ten has had the deeper pockets, and they're trying to get organized in a way that could help all of their member schools be the best versions of themselves. Includes a 10-year extension of the league's grant of rights until 2046. But according to sources, the private capital deal and grant of rights extension have been discussed for months and presented in multiple forms. A deal and the grant of rights extension would also be a distinct blow to the outside entities attempting to form super leagues around college sports. So this is a multifaceted type of topic. Sources tell ESPN this setup would eliminate the need to give an outside investor a specific portion of control over decisions or board seats. So they want money, but they want to do it in a way that keeps all the power inside the conference and the universities. And apparently that's a deal that college presidents have generally been uncomfortable with, giving voting power or control of the university to outside influence. Says, think of it this way. The conference is not selling a piece of the conference. Traditional conference functions will remain 100% with the conference office scheduling, officiating, and championships. The new entity being created would focus on business development, and it would include an outside investor with a small financial stake that would, basically get a dividend on their investment. But $2 billion over 10 years is a lot of money, Brian. The SEC better do something.
Well, half of the top 10 teams are SEC schools, 4 being Big Ten schools, and 1 being an ACC school. That would be Miami. So, yeah, I mean, they usually the SEC is on top of these things, and I kind of, the best teams in the country actually might be in the Big Ten, if you think about it. Ohio State, Oregon.
Yep.
We'll see what you think about Penn State.
Yeah, they're fool's gold.
Indiana, do you think they're fool's gold, maybe?
No, I think that quarterback's legit.
Okay, so that's kind of what you're doing right now. So, but yeah, the SEC is usually pretty forward thinking when it comes to trying to find ways to generate funds. I've really always believed that they were everybody, the Big Ten and the SEC, were going to get together and form that super league for TV, and then every week, then we see number 1 Ohio State playing in an SEC school, or just the matchups are going to be every week would be
We're getting some great matchups already.
Yeah.
I think expanding the playoffs has done a wonderful job for television and creating those matchups, because you don't have to be worried about winning or losing a game or even two if you feel like you are that good. But yeah, I imagine the SEC, the ACC, and anybody is going to copy this strategy and get the money in without having. It's kind of what the NFL is doing, where they're allowing teams to sell 10% to a private equity outside operation without giving them any voting rights or control of the franchise.
I wonder if someday we're going to see and I think they've talked about this. I wonder if we're going to see one of these colleges sell its football program.
Wow.
So, and then all of a sudden that you're a company that owns Ohio State football, or you're a body that owns Ohio State football. How much? Like Ohio
State, much cheaper way to get in the game these days.
I wonder how much Ohio State football's worth. I wonder how much Oregon football's worth. I wonder how much Oklahoma football is worth. Texas A&M football.
Yeah.
I wonder if do you think it's in the billions?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I have a top 10 saved most valuable college football programs. Let me see if it gives me the number.
I mean, it's like Ohio State, a $2 billion football program.
Yeah, so let me pull this up. So number one is Ohio State.
Yeah.
They are worth just under $2 billion. $2 billion is what they're listed as. That's the valuation. $2 billion for Ohio State.
But reading this article, I think this is a way for them to not have to do that, but still get the resources. And we all kind of benefit and we all pay this investor back, but we don't have to have somebody actually come in and buy us and maybe change our vision away from what the university, presidents and chancellors and people balancing the culture of our university with academics and sports. I think they want to remain in control of that.
I'll tell you what. If you tried to sell me the University of Texas for $2 billion, I think that's a deal.
Oh, that's a score.
Huge deal, right? Because that evaluation is only going to go up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might end up being like you're going to have to pay way more than that, like what the Lakers did.
Yeah, I like what you're saying, Dawson. Anything to kind of help football and kids get paid.
Okay, quick note before we get to the G-Bag of the day. LeBron missing the start of Lakers camp. Coach J.J. Redick called it an irritation in the glute, which sounds like a pain in the ass to me.
Yeah, he's a pain in the ass.
Isn't that what it is?
Has been for a minute.
But seriously, the story does read funny. I think the messaging is off. It didn't make sense as I was reading it. It's very possible that, they want to turn the thing over to Luka, and LeBron's presence at camp makes it a progress stopper on that, both with culture and just with game flow. They say they're trying to be more precautious with LeBron, so it's not that big of a deal. We're just being precautious. But Redick then did not commit to LeBron playing in the opener, which is like, 3-4 weeks away. So, when LeBron does play, he will become the first player in league history to have played in 23 different seasons. He is about to turn 41 years old, but I think that casts an aura of mystery around the Lakers and LeBron here as we get basketball training camp started, and Mavs are going to be playing out there in Fort Worth on Monday against the defending champion Thunder. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to seeing what AD has to say after practice with his changed body. But let's go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has early live.
Braun. You guys know that streamer named Speed?
Yeah, he's a good catcher of the ball.
Traveling the country right now.
Yeah, he's a hell of an athlete, too.
Yeah, real good athlete.
Yeah. He was up there in Oklahoma trying some Brahms for the first time.
Oh, you like it?
Well, he said, let's try some bronze. Let's try some bronze.
Hey, Lucius,
he did like it, though. He did like that good Brahms burger. What's up, dog?
What are we watching on the YouTube?
Just checking out some things going on in State Fair, Texas.
Is this a live camera thing? What do we got?
No.
Oh, this is Demetria, the former weather lady, right?
Okay, you dry snitching. Yeah. You just dry snitching? My God, bro.
Shout out to McGuffey's.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't watching.
Wow, Dawson.
I was watching.
Come out, they got us.
I was just curious.
Guilty.
Yeah. All right, G-Back of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 5:30. Replay the champ 2:30. You can catch that earlier. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up on social media if you think there's anything that I should be playing for G-Bag of the Day. You can also follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter and send all your hate mail there.
Yeah. Don't do that.
Send all your hate mail there. This champion audio right here is going for day number 2. It's our very own General Gavin Dawson. He's a big fan of football players.
If he doesn't want to live in Miami, he cannot take a pay cut and get cut. Tyreek has zero guaranteed money in 2026.
I just wanted to see him stand up and shake that thing out one time, Just like, oh my goodness, I couldn't. I mean, after the first time or two, I was like, man, I can't look at this anymore.
Oh, just the way
see Byron Jones put it back in place.
Yeah.
Byron Jones comes over, helps him out. Hey, I got you, bro.
Just super creative.
Bro, that is
just all over the place.
Every time I hear something different in that,
I let it roll a little longer,
I just don't know what I was doing.
you're good with that, Lucius. You know what you're doing, baby.
Each day.
Oh man! I mean, if you stand up and just shake your leg, it'll straighten back out. Kind of pops. You know,
yeah,
just a little misaligned.
Yeah.
Shake that thing. The pause between shake that thing at one time and then the goodness.
All right, listen, let me just go down this list here. The playmaker, Michael Irvin. My man was on First Take with Stephen A. Smith, Screaming A. Smith.
Screaming A.
And he's got an APB out for the guy that was managing the clock for the Cowboys game Sunday night.
Yeah.
I don't even wait a minute. Let me start with this joker. Who the hell ran that clock last night? Well, if I ever see that joker, I'm gonna tap on his head. Are you joking? You let that finger come down slowly to press that clock. Oh, game over? Game over. Ain't nothing you can do about that. We need to find that dude. I need to talk to that dude, and I need to make sure he don't ever clock again in Dallas. That was absolutely crazy.
League
Guys, those guys. Yeah, those leagues hire the guys.
Jerry, I guess.
But he didn't know that at the time.
Yeah,
so
he
I think
didn't
we
know,
all
yeah.
echoed those sentiments.
Yeah.
Good call, Michael Irvin. Yeah.
I mean, it was the fastest pause I think you'd ever seen in football at the end of a game situation.
I didn't even
The
realize.
NFL hired a Packers fan.
Yes.
That's what they did.
Yeah.
Because we're in the bowels there in the middle of Right Field Club. I didn't even realize just how close it was. And the Packers bleeped that up.
And maybe not even. Oh, it's disgusting.
I mean, what are they doing?
That should have been a spike.
Jordan
in a field
Love,
goal
come
kick.
on.
Yeah.
Maybe not a Packers fan per se, but certainly a Cowboy hater. You know, couldn't wait for something like that. But I guess Jerry was saying that he thought they won. Like he's getting up to be like, shoot, yeah, boy, we did it.
They bleeped it up.
Yep.
I just know that ref would have screwed us. He'd have put that second
There's
back
always at least a half tick. Always. On that incomplete pass.
Man, the Packers fans are everywhere.
They are.
I was at the Grambling Prairie View game.
Yeah.
There was dudes out there with cheese heads on.
Yeah.
Man.
Take over. They really did.
Packers in all demos, bro. Everywhere. I was like, what are y'all doing here? Get out of here.
I wear white with foam hats on.
Foam
I like
hats.
my cheese
The game is
rolls.
tomorrow, bro. All right, here's a major Patriots and Red Sox fan, super fan, Hogdale. We played him earlier.
Hogdale.
And live streams the baseball playoffs. Sox and the Yanks.
Sox.
It's pretty exciting how the game ended.
Oh, I feel like my f***ing heart's going to explode. 2-2 pitch from Chapman. Swung on and missed!
Oh, jeez.
Strikes him out! He gets out of it! And the Sox win game one! They win game one! The Yankees choke it! Chapman escapes! They win it 3-1! Suck my Eat Let's go! Let's go!
Well, I hope he can make it through the whole playoff series.
Bro, we're going to have to do the daily tracker on this guy.
Yeah, his blood pressure and everything needs to be looked at right now.
Defibrillator on site.
Everything, man.
Get this guy hooked up. When that cut was getting loaded up earlier, is getting played in the production room somewhere down the hall, and I'm just sitting it over there, and I hear it, and it was at the perfect volume. I thought it was Majors going off. We thought it was cool.
I was like, holy crap, what's going on here? I haven't heard anybody yell in studio like this since I used to do middays while Sean was yelling at Roy White.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good
or
call.
Mike yelling at Brian.
Shut up! Yes, it was like that. Like, holy craps. A historic event is happening
It was
inside
loud.
where
Just-
Majors has lost it for the first time.
Just Hogdale.
Hogsdale's his name?
Yeah, Hogdale. Haagen-Dazs-Dale.
Thicker than the Snicker, boy, I tell you what. It's thicker than the Snicker, boy, I tell you. She was holding them cakes up.
Yeah, those cakes.
I'm enjoying your choice today.
Yeah.
The food is excellent. I love the food.
Yeah.
Just need some milk with that.
That's a cheese ball. It's a pound cake there.
She was
right?
holding up a milkshake, and I was like, that milkshake ain't as thick as what? You know what? All right, let's go to LA Rams Spanish call of
here we
the
go.
Tutu Atwell touchdown.
There we go.
Against the Colts. Don't mess with my tutu.
Ahí le Higby pasa a la derecha. Stafford se planta en la
To
bolsa.
the right.
Tiene tiempo el pase flotadito. Tutu. Completo a la 50 y se va a escapar. A la 40 del otro lado, a la 30, a la 20. Va a llegar a la línea de 25. Touchdown. Touchdown. Touchdown.
20.
Rams. Tutu aparece en el momento más importante, en un pase largo tremendo, se hizo solo, y se escapó hasta la zona de anotación.
So good for them.
When I'm feeling I'm made up. Woo-hoo.
Good for them.
And that wins it's a Nito.
On the Spanish call, the play-by-play guy is the overexcited former coach. It's all in one.
He is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Shit, we got enough time to get to. Yeah, I did something for LA Live, and it just didn't turn out the way I thought it was going to turn out. So, yeah, let's stretch this one on out.
Stretch it.
Stretch it on
Need
out.
stretches.
Kikuchi's on the bump.
You got stretching. They're stretching Kikuchi tonight. Baconator Becky. You guys ever heard of Baconator Becky?
She sounds pretty incredible.
Sounds
and hungry. Sounds like wifey material.
So I'm putting together that she ordered something online, Baconator, and she's standing in the drive-through line trying to pick her order up, but you cannot stand in the drive-through line. They will not serve you.
That's right.
They will not serve you. I tried it down here at McDonald's one night. They will not serve you.
Can't do it.
Safety hazard or something?
Yeah, something like that. They feel like they're being robbed. I was knocking on the thing like, hey! Yeah.
Let me get
Like you're at a deserted island. Save me!
Come on. Yeah, Baconator Becky, she's cutting in the line. She's standing at the drive-thru waiting for her Baconator. Been there for like 15 minutes apparently.
I'm sorry for being in your way, but I just want the order that I came here with a whole mess. This is a whole mess.
A Baconator?
A Baconator.
What? Who you came? How you got here?
Going to be honest with you?
Yeah, how you got
I
here?
Walked.
You walked from where?
I walked here. I've been waiting for 15 minutes for a goddamn Baconator. For waiting 15 minutes.
Where you from? You not from around here.
I'm from California. I don't play with this.
You from California?
Exactly.
What you doing down here?
Nah, you want to play with me? You play
Oh,
with
no.
what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, they got you up.
Playing with me? That's at least two.
They don't. So they don't want to give you your food?
Amen.
They better give you your food.
Amen.
Yeah, that's right. They got to give you your food.
Exactly. I just want my burger.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I just want my Baconator meal.
What are you doing?
Baconator meal.
All right.
Okay.
Out. Let's go.
Yeah, she's out there for too long.
Baconator
Cops
meal.
pulled on up.
Yeah.
She's one of the Baconator, bro. Yeah, she was sloshed.
Just give her a burger.
Oh, Becky.
That's pint of liquor, Becky, too. Baconator and pint of liquor, Becky, hammered.
Tacos.
Kind of sounded like my 3-year-old. Went from crying to, yeah, perfect. I'm happy now that I got my Baconator.
She got turned up
Yeah.
there for a second and almost got twisted.
Oh,
They don't want
geez.
to play with me.
All right, what do you say? Time to vote?
Yeah, let's do that.
Is it Dawson with the Tyreek Hill stuff? I wanted him to shake his leg out, for the love of God, dude.
Like a Polaroid picture?
It's horrifying. It's so crooked.
Please bless us.
Okay.
Playmaker Michael Irvin.
Crazy. That's crazy. It's so crooked, bro.
See, you see a urologist for that.
Oh, no.
Is it the Red Sox streamer Hogsdale? That is a great name. Tutu Atwell with the TD and Espanol.
That's good, too.
I guess it'd be Dos Atwell. See what I did there?
Mm-hmm.
That's weed.
Dos.
I thought it was good.
I think it'd be
okay.
I think it's you because it's do.
You too.
Baconator Becky is our other challenger here.
Feel bad for her.
I'm gonna go with the playmaker Michael Irvin for saying what needed to be said there.
I'm gonna go with the playmaking machine, Gavin Dawson.
We're tied at 1. Lucius.
Don't mess with my tutu.
We're tied at 1, bully.
Gosh dang it.
Oh, man. I think I'm going to have to go with the Baconator Becky.
We're tied at 1, Brian.
Dawson.
by a score of 2-1.
Nice job, Broadus.
Still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's me. I think Fred Davis is coming in. Maybe he wants to participate in LA Live. Speaking of that, let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Look at that. She's talking to Smokey John's barbecue right there.
She is.
Yes, that's them boys. That's them boys.
How's Smokey holding up
Lucius
in that conversation?
Smokey's keeping his eyes up. we actually
being on all fours going, woo!
We were Lucius. I didn't know you were in your segment there, and but we had some debris fall down onto, and the guy pointed out down into the
McGuffey's.
Yeah, and the guy pointed it out.
I bet he did point it out.
She just took it right off.
Oh, I bet she did.
Some barbecue sauce.
Yeah, it was like
like a Lorna.
It was this ice cream with some toppings on it. It went down, and the guy goes like, "Well, you got some on you." And she goes, she looked at him, just pulled right up, just put it right.
God,
A lot of dipping.
this is crazy. All right, man, let's get into a butt naked Wednesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James. Crazy.
All right, you squares.
Time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance with some of everything. Everybody get high.
There's things in life you just can't believe. So you order up a prostitute, right? This prostitute lives with his mother, by the way.
Oh, okay.
He's got a massive criminal history, a 21-year criminal history with 31 criminal charges. So you order up a prostitute, and that's what you think you're getting. Now, when you look at that, you go, wow, that's pretty rough, but, any port in a storm.
Damn.
And then the next morning when you wake up, you find out this is who it really is. Yeah, we call that coyote ugly. You see, he's laying on your arm in bed. You go, well, it was rough last night, but I've sobered up. I think I'll just chew my arm off and ease away so I don't disturb him or wake him up.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
Wow. This is LA Live for Wednesday, October 1st. October 1st is the first of the month, 2025. That is Sheriff Grady down there in Florida. Yeah, so it was a male prostitute dressed up like a female.
No.
Yeah. Probably fooled the hell out of a lot of folks.
Surprise, surprise.
I see that a lot going to work on 35. You know those adult theaters?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they have the
packed out.
They're packed out. No matter what time of day, bro, it's packed out.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, they have those female, transgendered prostitutes walking around out there.
Dudes.
Cornerbacks, bro. Wow. Cornerbacks, dog. They are cut up.
Fellas that can shake that thing out one time.
In a half shirt with a six-pack.
Yes.
Yeah. Looking like
strong
Zeke.
leg muscles and everything with high heels on.
D1 breeders.
Walking like straight men, though, bro.
Hairy legs.
Crazy, man. I pass by it every single day.
Delts.
Yeah, just cut up. Shining because of the sun. They got the good tan. You know what I mean? Yeah. All right, LA Live for Wednesday, October 1st, 2025. It is a butt naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Shout out to Miss Erykah Badu for naming today. Two was born underwater with $3, 6 dimes. Peace to the gods and earths out there. Yes, yes. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. It is a butt naked hump day.
Oh, yeah.
People at work. We're almost done. This is why they call it hump day. We're halfway there here, people. All right. So I want to talk about people at their jobs.
Okay.
I need some clarification on this one. I seen this circulating about a day and a half ago, and I didn't think to put two and two together, but Tolo helped me. He guided me along the way. Let's go to Mavs Media Day. Mm-hmm. Who asked Klay Thompson about Meg Thee Stallion? Who asked Klay Thompson about Meg?
That wasn't Fred and Blake?
It's got to be Fred.
No.
Was it got to be Fred.
No. Listen. Let's see if we can pick it up.
Number of reasons. But for you, how have you balanced this summer for you? And more importantly, how has your relationship made you better as a man on and off the floor? And how that's going to move forward for you as far as your career?
My relationship with,
Megan Thee Stallion.
Yes!
I'm not going to talk about that, but I will say that every summer doesn't change for me.
KG off the top row. And no hesitation. Megan Thee Stallion.
So many words to put in to try and make it a professional question. When all he wanted to say is
Megan Thee Stallion.
Hot girl summer, tell me what it's like.
Yeah, my man. Yeah, bro.
I like Clay's like nothing changes. You know, I've been dating baddies for 14 years in this league.
Wow.
Nothing I ain't
Shooters.
seen before.
Oh, my God, man.
But for you, how have you balanced this summer for you, and more importantly, how has your relationship made you better as a man on and off the floor, and how that's going to move forward for you?
That
How is
is
your relationship?
an all-time question.
On and off the floor.
Balance, work life,
I was thinking
off the floor.
moving forward.
How have you matured as a man?
That man is wild, bro. He needs to take a cold shower.
That is all time.
Yeah, that's that man, bro.
Megan Thee Stallion.
That's that man. Give him some props out there, kid. Staying true to himself. Staying true to himself, that's for sure. Let's go to Timberwolves Media Day. Why is Anthony Edwards? I don't like his mouth. Pause.
Oh.
He's too free with it, especially because he's on microphones and there's cameras and it's right after games and he's just cussing and fussing. This is Media Day. You're in front of nothing but cameras in the media. Why are you talking like this, dog?
Out of your tenure here, what is the player that you've most missed on the court and off the court?
My Jared Vanderbilt and Josh Okogie.
Which one's on the court and which one's off?
I miss both of them.
I like how the media just keeps going like, yeah, we've
learned now.
N-word.
Talk now.
We've learned. Just keep going.
Oh, my gosh.
Nah, that wasn't the N-word at all. Nah, we're all right.
The heck are we doing?
That's day one, Media Day.
Come on.
Setting the tone.
Come on. All right. Just thought I'd put that out there.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time. A day and a day and a day and a day. Just
Day
by time.
A day and a day and a day.
All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on the Butt Naked Wednesday. Question for the Tolos. Hold up.
Taking care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it's
Without naming your job, tell me something you say multiple times per workday.
877-881-1053.
Hey, I like that. There we go. I like that. I still don't know that darn number. Pretty bad at it. Anybody else know some things?
I got to eat a little crow here.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I was dead balls wrong.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead. Yeah. Good stuff right there, bro. All right, without naming your job, tell me something you say multiple times a day. I will be looking to the fan tags to see if you guys say anything out there.
Cool.
One Tolo says, I'm pretty sure we're going to get this one off the top. You have the right to remain silent.
Be safe out there, my friends.
Be safe.
Establish dominance quickly.
He's arresting a lot of people if you're saying that every day.
Miranda rights.
Yeah.
Be safe, please.
I have a fairly large package for you. What's your gate code?
I got a package, people. A fairly large package.
Got a big sausage pizza here.
That's a 35, that road you travel.
Sure is. I'm talking about some big old dudes, bro. Just walk around in
Quarterbacks.
Yeah, they corners, dog. Just wide backs. Look like straight triangles upside down.
Upside down triangles.
Just crazy. Name something that you say every day at your job. Take two of these daily. Pharmacist.
Texas is on fire right now, Lucius. 940 says, I have to yell, stop